Chapter 5:15. The palm pressed down like a small mountain. Waves surged and surged. Before the huge palm, Xiao Chen was as insignificant as an ant. Xiao Chen had been on guard against that young cultivator. However, he had not expected the other party to execute such a powerful killing move in an instant. This was simply incredible. However, there was no time for Xiao Chen to be shocked or flustered. The cold chi spread out and the huge palm pressed down. The area it covered was so large that Xiao Chen could not retreat. The surging cold chi also interrupted his thoughts of diving to the bottom of the sea. If Xiao Chen dived to the bottom of the sea, the cold chi would freeze him into an ice sculpture, leaving him at the mercy of others. Xiao Chen could not retreat or dodge. In that case, he could only fight. Blood-colored lightning streaked across the pitch-black sky from time to time. A scarlet wukuei grew rapidly above Xiao Chen's head. The instant the scarlet wukuei completely formed, a scarlet light gathered on the tip of Xiao Chen's saber. The light quickly elongated. The instant the huge palm pressed down, it rushed towards the center of the palm. Bang! When Xiao Chen infused his saber intent into the incomparably sharp scarlet saber intent, it became even sharper. This wukuei breaks the heavens was much stronger than before. With a flash of light, a small hole appeared in the center of the palm in an instant. On the blood-colored giant ice palm, a small hole appeared. Cracks spread out on the huge scarlet ice palm. Just as it was about to touch Xiao Chen's head, it shattered and turned into countless scarlet ice shards, filling the air. Rumble. The remnant saber intent shattered the ice shards, turning them into drops of blood and falling to the surface of the sea. Instantly, it looked like a rain of blood fell from the sky where Xiao Chen was. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw that the yellow-robed cultivator had long since disappeared. Along with him were the corpses of the several dozen high-ranked winged demons. Interesting. I was wondering why he dared to clash head-on with me with less than half his essence remaining. Xiao Chen was not afraid of arrogant genius cultivators. No matter how talented such people were, their accomplishments would be limited. What was frightening were geniuses who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Geniuses who would not make a move unless they were confident of winning, and who knew when to advance and when to retreat, would not act rashly. Such people were the most frightening. "Sorry, I have caused you trouble," Ling Yu said softly as she walked over. Ling Yu was the main reason why the other party had suddenly attacked. Seeing that he was so close to the succubus, that person would probably find it hard to believe that he was really just passing by and not here to take advantage of her. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "You don't have to apologize. Unless we enter the human camp, I won't force you unless it's absolutely necessary. If you say you don't want to enter, then I won't." Ling Yu did not understand. Xiao Chen was clearly the kind of person who could clearly calculate the pros and cons of various things. He had always been extremely decisive when doing things. He couldn't understand why he would agree to her outrageous request even though he knew that he would be in trouble. As Xiao Chen looked at the calm scarlet sea before him, he ignored Ling Yu's thoughts. He was still thinking about that young man. Xiao Chen wondered which clan this genius cultivator came from. Indeed, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the younger generation. In the past, he had been like a frog in a well. Xiao Chen still had a long way to go. In the four nations, his strength might already be at the peak. Aside from the royal court disciples of the various nations, no one else could compare to him. However, when looking at the entire world, not to mention the youths standing at the top of the pyramid in the great Jin nation, there were probably many youths stronger than him in the boundless sea. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt an extreme sense of danger. He scanned the west with his spiritual sense and saw 10-odd middle-ranked fire demons riding fire clouds flying over quickly. "Quick, let's go. We can't stay here any longer." Xiao Chen did not give Ling Yu a chance to react. He directly picked her up and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, rushing forward. Bang! 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 The moment Xiao Chen's feet left, a huge fireball suddenly landed where he had been standing. The fireball exploded on the Scarlet Sea. A deep, spherical pit immediately appeared on the calm sea. A large amount of seawater instantly evaporated due to the high temperature of the fireball. The surrounding seawater quickly gathered, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the Scarlet Sea. Among the demons, Xiaochen feared the most, it would be the fire demons. Of all the demons, the fire demons had the lowest defense. However, the fire demons' offensive prowess and technique surpassed all the demons. If 4 or 5 middle-ranked demons attacked, even if Xiaochen did not die, he would be severely injured. After Xiaochen tried out the consequences, he could not be bothered with the fire demons anymore. Without saying anything, he left first, not getting entangled with them. The 10-odd flaming figures rode on the flaming clouds as they chased after Xiaochen. Their attacks rained down relentlessly, causing the seawater behind Xiaochen to churn endlessly, forming waves that soared into the sky. The most annoying thing about the middle-ranked blood demons was that they were very fast. Even though Xiaochen used the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would not be able to shake them off in a short time. This time, Xiaochen was carrying one person. If he wanted to shake them off, it would take him a long time. Xiaochen continuously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, trying to find the best route for him to take. This was to avoid running into other demons on the way, which would be even more problematic. Suddenly, Xiaochen revealed a smile. His spiritual sense caught sight of a familiar figure in front. This time, it would not be as troublesome as before. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and his speed increased again. After 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived before that person. "Old Bai, it's been a long time. Help me out." That familiar person was Bai Lishi, who had a full set of medial-grade secret treasures. Xiaochen had not seen him for a long time. At this moment, Bai Lishi had just finished a battle and was happily sweeping the battlefield. He had gained a lot. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaochen's somewhat miserable figure, he stopped what he was doing and laughed loudly. "I just knew that you would not know your limits and run into the inner area. How is it? You ran into trouble, right? At the crucial moment, you still have to watch me, old Bai, make a move." Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not deny it. "That is natural." Bai Lishi turned his head and looked behind Xiaochen. He saw 10-odd fire demons flying through the air, rushing over. Bai Lishi's expression immediately changed. He quickly took a few steps back and said, "Damn it. I knew that you would not come looking for me for anything good. Of all the fire demons, you chose to provoke them." Leng Yu, who was in Xiaochen's embrace, smiled gently at Bai Lishi. She said in a sweet voice, "Big brother, please help me. I beg you." When Bai Lishi heard this, he felt somewhat dizzy. He felt his heart pounding heavily. Unexpectedly, a somewhat shy blush appeared on his coarse face. "I'm afraid of you. I'll help you this time." Bai Lishi did not dare to look Leng Yu in the eye. He gently leaped up and arrived behind Xiaochen. After Xiaochen stood still for a moment, he recovered his wits. "What's wrong with me? These are 10-odd fire demons." However, the situation did not allow Xiaochen to hesitate. The attacks of the fire demons had already covered his head and landed on him in an unending stream. With Bai Lishi's help, Xiaochen quickly pulled himself away. He only stopped after moving more than a kilometer away with Leng Yu. As for Bai Lishi's safety, Xiaochen was not worried. Back then, the dozens of ancient demonic energy cannons of the Black Dragon group could not do anything to him. A mere 10-odd medial-grade fire demons would be even worse. That set of medial-grade secret treasures was not something to be trifled with. At most, he would suffer some physical pain. Bang! 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 Even when Xiaochen stood a kilometer away, he could still hear the endless explosions. The waves from the seawater were more than a kilometer away, but they still reached Xiaochen's feet. After 1 hour, the explosions died down. The seawater stopped churning as well. The battle should be over. Xiaochen released Leng Yu from his embrace and quickly walked forward, arriving at the place where he parted ways with Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi's entire body was charred black, and black smoke came out of his head. He sat on the surface of the sea in a sorry state, panting. 5 or 6 fire demons' corpses floated beside him. The remaining fire demons were nowhere to be seen. Bai Lishi's monstrous defense had frightened them. Bai Lishi was probably the only person in the inner area who could make the fire demons feel so hard to deal with. When Bai Lishi heard Xiao Chen and Leng Yu's footsteps, he stood up and looked at Xiao Chen with an unfriendly expression. Helplessness appeared on his charred face as he said, "Brat, this time, you really caused me trouble." Leng Yu smiled gently and said, "Thank you, big brother." When Bai Lishi saw Leng Yu smile, he was startled. He quickly said, "Sister, don't smile at me. I can't take it." Leng Yu's slender black tail gave her away. Earlier, she was in Xiao Chen's embrace. Bai Lishi had not seen it clearly, but he did not care. Now that he saw it clearly, he quickly put some distance between them. At the same time, he pulled Xiao Chen to the side and whispered, "I say, you don't seem like someone who indulges in beauty. What's with that Eros demon?" Xiao Chen was not willing to say much. He only explained seriously, "I have my own plans. I will not succumb to it. She has an agreement with me." Bai Lishi waved his hand and said, "I can't be bothered with your matters. I have to go back. First of all, you have to give me the spirit stones to repair the secret treasure now." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll go back with you. I have not returned for 3 months. It is time to rest." When Bai Lishi heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen like he was looking at a monster. He had not expected Xiao Chen to not return for 3 months. Knowing that Xiao Chen had returned to the human camp, Leng Yu did not say anything. She turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. Along the way, Bai Lishi expressed all sorts of astonishment and curiosity at Xiao Chen's experiences. He found it strange that Xiao Chen had not returned to rest even once in 3 months. One had to know that when a person immersed themselves in massacres, their mind would be in a constant state of tension. After a long time, one's mind would become extremely fatigued. A normal person would have to vent their stress. At the very least, they would have to go back once a month. Otherwise, it would be hard to persevere. Xiao Chen did not have any special explanation for this. This was because he did not know the reason either. Perhaps it was because his mental energy was stronger than ordinary people's. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "You don't have to say anything more. After taking in an Eros demon as a forbidden pet, he can vent whenever he wants. There is no need for him to return to the divine dragon worship." Xiao Chen was speechless. It was not convenient for him to say more about this matter. He could only change the topic. "Is there any news of Big Brother Sun Guangquan?" When Bai Lishi heard this, his expression turned grave. He shook his head and said, "No. This time, that fellow has made up his mind. He will not come out until he becomes a martial monarch. Everyone calls him undefeatable unless he becomes a martial monarch. He has had enough of it." Chapter 5:16. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "How confident are you?" Bai Lishi replied with a sullen expression, "It's hard to say. He already reached peak consummation half-step martial monarch a year ago. He is just short of opening his sea of consciousness. Once his sea of consciousness is formed, he will be able to advance to martial monarch. However, cultivating mental energy is as difficult as ascending to heaven. At least 70% of cultivators fail this hurdle." Xiao Chen had always respected the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, as a senior bladesman. Xiao Chen was like a teacher and a friend to Sun Guangquan. Although Xiao Chen had only known Sun Guangquan for a short time, Sun Guangquan had helped Xiao Chen a lot. Xiao Chen could only silently pray for Sun Guangquan, hoping that he could overcome this hurdle and not fall. For days later, the two traveled at full speed and left the inner area of the endless battlefield. The 3 outpost islets appeared before everyone's eyes. Many cultivators rested on the outpost islets before preparing to set off again. Xiao Chen sized up the crowd and discovered that many of them were very strong. Furthermore, most of them were young. He felt it was strange. He said, Why do there seem to be so many new faces? Bai Lishi nodded and said, yes. When I returned 2 months ago, I learned that the Divine Dragon Palace sent invitations to the other 3 boundless seas. Several of the noble clans of the southern boundless sea, the northern boundless sea, and the western boundless sea have sent people over. I heard that the Divine Dragon Palace's Dragon King used the old Dragon King's favor to get these people to come. Xiao Chen still felt suspicious. He said, it is just a third-grade battlefield. With the Divine Dragon Palace's strength, they can't handle it? You can just send out some martial monarchs to surround and annihilate them. Bai Lishi laughed and said, brat, don't oversimplify things. The eastern boundless sea has more than 1/3 grade battlefield. The 4th grade battlefield and the 5th grade battlefield all need martial monarchs to guard them. They cannot leave. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. The 6th grade battlefield is the place that the 4 boundless seas guard together. It is of utmost importance. The Divine Dragon Palace has to send people there. Furthermore, the border between the Divine Dragon Palace and the Black Dragon Group is not peaceful. They need a large number of martial monarchs to guard it. No matter how strong the Divine Dragon Palace is, how many people do you think they can spare? However, Xiao Chen's frown did not relax. He kept feeling that something was wrong with this 3rd grade battlefield. However, his knowledge was limited and he could not refute Bai Lishi's words. This time, the 2 of them were going to take a long break. Thus, they didn't stay on the outpost islets and quickly headed for the Divine Dragon warship. After another half a day, the Divine Dragon warship, which looked like a small city, appeared in their sight. The 2 of them could not help but increase their speed again. They finally dared to completely board the Divine Dragon warship before the sky turned dark. The surface area of the giant warship was incomparably huge, comparable to a real small city. The square where Xiao Chen was last time was just the tip of the iceberg. Under Bai Lishi's lead, Xiao Chen passed through building after building. There were tea houses, restaurants, inns, weapon shops, and all sorts of services. It was no different from a regular city. Bai Lishi pointed to a magnificent wooden pavilion and smiled. That is the Spring Pavilion. It is also the place with the best business. Xiao Chen looked over and discovered that there were many people coming and going at the entrance. Business was booming. After thinking about it, it was not hard to understand. Cultivators who fought for a long time needed a place to relax and vent. Lust was undoubtedly the best way to vent. After making a few turns, Bai Lishi brought Xiao Chen to a vast hall. This place was bustling with people, and the heat was intense. It was even more crowded than the Spring Pavilion. Bai Lishi said softly, we have arrived. This is the command center of this battlefield. You can exchange your points for all sorts of things here. Let's go in. The 2 of them followed the crowd in. The hall did not have many extravagant decorations, it was very simple and unadorned. A flickering jade wall stood in the center of the hall. A large number of people gathered in front of the jade wall, discussing in soft voices. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes are indeed very strong. They have only been in this battlefield for 2 months, and they have already made it into the top 20. The Western Sea's 7 knights and the Northern Sea's 4 young masters are pretty strong as well. They managed to make it into the top 20 easily as well. These people practically occupy the top 20 spots. These people are the young experts of the Boundless Sea. They have participated in a few battlefield experiential trials. It is not surprising that they have such results. There are also experts from other places. The Great Jin Nation's Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan is very powerful. He has always been in the top 3 and has never fallen from the top. Haha. You also know that he is from the Great Jin Nation. How can he not be strong? At such a young age, he is already a small perfection half-step martial monarch. His raging ice flame palm is very refined, very horrifying. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He asked Bai Lishi, what is that place? It seems like it is very lively there. Bai Lishi felt somewhat pleased as he said, that is the point ranking. There is a formation on the jade wall that is connected to the jade pendant in our hands. As long as our points increase, it will immediately appear on the wall. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder the discussion was so intense. Since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Regardless of where one was, there was always a need to compete. I wonder what my ranking will be. Will I be able to make it into the top 20? Bai Lishi continued, this can be considered a small ruse by the Divine Dragon Palace to motivate everyone. The top 20 will obtain a corresponding reward. Furthermore, the rewards seem to be rather precious. Xiao Chen found this strange. He said, this rule is not very appropriate. Are they not afraid of people cheating? If a half-step martial monarch went to the periphery to kill demons, their points would increase explosively. Bai Lishi laughed and said, that is true. However, do you think that is possible? Would you purposely go to the periphery to kill low-ranked demons for the sake of ranking? Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that he would not. He was here mainly to temper his killing chi. He wanted to comprehend saber techniques between life and death and raise his cultivation. How could he waste time for the so-called rewards? I understand now. This rule seems casual, but no one would waste time purposely raising their ranking. However, what is your ranking? Did you see my ranking? Xiao Chen asked after he understood. The cocky expression on Bai Lishi's face deepened. He chuckled and said, I am untalented. I happen to be ranked 10th. I am also the only cultivator from the 4 nations to rank in the top 10. As for your ranking, haha. I looked up 2 months ago. It seems to be around the top 500. 2 months ago, Xiao Chen happened to be with Wu Quan and the others. At that time, he had been focused on observing the characteristics of the demons. He had not killed many demons, so it was not surprising that he had such a ranking. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Bai Lishi patted his shoulder and said, don't be disheartened. You are alone. You will not be able to compete with me. Ranking 500 is already pretty good. Right now, there is an endless stream of people rushing over from the battlefield. There are at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them. At the very least, you will be able to suppress most of them. Come, I'll bring you to exchange your points. Tonight, I'll bring you to the spring brothel. It's my treat. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything as he followed Bai Lishi. There was an independent hall in the Great Hall. The words, exchange room, were written on the door. That was the place to exchange points for spirit stones, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and all sorts of medicinal pills. The door was tightly shut. As only one person could enter at a time, there was a very long queue. No one had any special privileges, so they could only wait quietly. Xiao Chen had always been very patient. As he waited, he took the opportunity to size up the cultivators in the Great Hall. He did not feel bored. However, Bai Lishi was not as patient. When he saw the points on the jade pendant, he hated that he could not rush in immediately. Seeing Bai Lishi so impatient, Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, Old Bai, how many points do you have? Why are you so excited? Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, not much, not much. Just slightly more than 3,000 points. This is already my 3rd time exchanging. The moment Bai Lishi said that, the surrounding people immediately cast envious gazes at him. Obtaining more than 2,000 points by himself, and this was his 3rd time, was already a large sum. Some people recognized Bai Lishi and started discussing him in soft voices. This made Bai Lishi feel very carefree. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to look at his own points. When he heard what Bai Lishi said, he took out his jade pendant. He saw that the back of the jade pendant was filled with countless black dots. A rough count gave at least 10,000 points. In the time it took to brew a few cups of tea, it was Bai Lishi's turn. Bai Lishi smiled at Xiao Chen and said, I'll go in first. I'll wait for you to come out later. Hee hee. I'll treat you to some meat tonight. Bai Lishi had been here twice already, so he was familiar with the exchange process. Xiao Chen did not have to wait for long before Bai Lishi walked out excitedly. He had a carefree smile on his face. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 medial grade spirit stones. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 superior grade spirit stone. This person obtained 3,000 points in one go. No wonder he is smiling so happily. Ha. The benefits of having 3,000 points are not worth it. The more points one has, the more good things one can obtain in one go. When the people behind Xiao Chen saw the smile on Bai Lishi's face, they all felt envious. They had not even obtained 3,000 points in the past few months. After exchanging twice, Bai Lishi was still able to obtain more than 3,000 points. This was indeed heaven-defying. They could not help but feel envious. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered the exchange room. The room wasn't big, but it was well organized. There were rows of shelves on the 4 walls, and there were many compartments on the shelves. There were many treasures that were rarely seen. There were high-ranked spirit weapons, earth-ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques, all sorts of natural treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. There were also some rare minerals that could only be found at the bottom of the sea, frost iron, demonic crystals, purple silver, essence gold, brilliant white steel, tidal jade, deep sea blood fiend stone, and many more. A long table made of white jade sat in the middle. 4 old men wearing purple robes with golden embroidery sat behind the table. They all had deep breaths and flourished qi and blood. When Xiao Chen checked them, he found that they were great perfection half-step martial monarchs. The old man sitting in the middle had white hair and eyebrows. He had a peaceful expression. 4 azure flood dragons were embroidered on his purple robes, bearing their fangs and claws. He seemed to be a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. Chapter 5:17. The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and smiled gently. Little friend, please have a seat. This must be your first time exchanging, right? If you have any questions, you can just ask me. Don't worry about not having enough time. Xiao Chen sat across from the jade table and looked at the old man. He said, "Many thanks, senior. This is my jade pendant. This junior is Xiao Chen." The old man received the jade pendant that Xiao Chen handed over. When he saw the points on it, he could not help but feel astonished. 14,000 points. The old man muttered to himself, Xiao Chen. I don't think I've heard of this name before. There was no noble clan with the surname Xiao in the 4 seas. There did not seem to be a Xiao clan in the great Jin nation either. The few super sects had never heard of any inheritors with the surname Xiao. However, the points that Xiao Chen obtained were comparable to the noble clans of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan. However, the white-haired old man had seen many such hidden geniuses in his life. Although he was astonished, he did not find it too strange. The white-haired old man handed the jade pendant in his hand to the 3 old men beside him. They verified the points on the jade pendant and verified its authenticity. Let me explain the rules of the exchange first. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 medial grade spirit stones. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 superior grade spirit stone. That is the exchange of spirit stones. As for the other items, there is a form here. You can take a look. Xiao Chen received the form and looked at it carefully. He discovered that the items in the form were all the treasures on the surrounding shelves. The points required for each treasure were written at the back. After looking through it carefully a few times, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. He did not need medial grade spirit stones now. He still had 2 million in his universe ring. What he needed more were superior grade spirit stones. If he wanted to maintain a fast cultivation speed after he became a martial monarch, he would need to expend a large number of superior grade spirit stones. This was considered saving for a rainy day. Aside from this, some spirit herbs that increased vital qi were also necessary items. Currently, Xiao Chen's pure vital qi was already 400,000 kilograms of force. After he reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art, he should be able to achieve 500,000 kilograms of force. At that time, he would need to use spirit medicines to break through to 1,000,000 gene. Spirit medicines that were more than 1,000 years old would not be of much use to him. Only those that were more than 2,000 years old would have an effect. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make his exchange, he suddenly noticed something. Inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1,000 points each. After a pause, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he faced the old man in front and asked, "Senior, can you show me this inferior grade spirit gathering pearl? It's a small matter. Whatever you want to exchange, you can take a look at the goods in advance." The white-haired old man nodded and waved his hand. A brocade box flew down from the shelf behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen opened the brocade box and immediately revealed 4 round white pearls filled with spiritual energy. These were the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. He also had 2 white spirit gathering pearls. Although he could feel the vast spiritual energy contained in them, he did not know what they were or what they were. Hence, he had never had the chance to use them. Unexpectedly, he found them here. The white-haired old man explained, "Spirit gathering pearls are condensed by a martial sage powerhouse from thousands upon thousands of spirit stones by exhausting their own source energy. Naturally, those condensed from inferior grade spirit stones are inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, those condensed from medial grade spirit stones are medial grade spirit gathering pearls, and those condensed from superior grade spirit stones are superior grade spirit gathering pearls. The higher the grade, the more source energy will be exhausted. Most martial sages are not willing to condense spirit gathering pearls above medial grade. The exhaustion of source energy was different from the exhaustion of essence. Normally, spirit stones and medicinal pills could quickly replenish the depletion of source energy. However, if one's source energy was depleted, they would need at least a month to replenish it, perhaps even longer. This showed the preciousness of spirit gathering pearls. They were condensed by a bona fide martial sage's source energy. How could they not be precious? Xiao Chen asked joyfully, "What are the uses of these spirit gathering pearls? How do I use them? What do I need to pay attention to? Senior, can you give me some pointers?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, "It can't be considered pointers. Let me explain it simply. Spirit gathering pearls are similar to spirit stones. They are used to assist cultivators in their cultivation. However, the effects of spirit gathering pearls are much better. One inferior grade spirit gathering pearl is equivalent to several hundred superior grade spirit stones. However, because the essence contained in the spirit gathering pearl is too vast, cultivators below martial monarch cannot use it to cultivate normally. Otherwise, it will burst through the cultivator's dantian in an instant. However, it is good for breaking through bottlenecks. With the surging power of a river, one can break through the dam in an instant. When using it, place it on the Tianmen acupoint on the top of your head and use your pure yang energy to refine it into liquid. Then, let it flow into your body. Do not consume it. Otherwise, no matter how tough your body is, it will explode in an instant." After hearing the old man's explanation, Xiao Chen knew what he needed. He used 10,000 points to exchange for 10 spirit gathering pearls. Then, he used the remaining 5,000 points to exchange for a 3,000-year-old monarch blood grass. The old man reminded Xiao Chen, "Little friend, with your current cultivation, you can use at most 5 spirit gathering pearls. It would be a waste to exchange for so many." Xiao Chen thanked the other party for the reminder. However, he still insisted on exchanging for 10 spirit gathering pearls. He was very clear about his own situation. Xiao Chen cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had established a strong foundation when he broke through to Martial King. His cultivation could not be compared to that of an ordinary person. When Bai Lishi, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw Xiao Chen come out, he immediately went over with a smile. "Xiao Chen, let's go. I'll bring you to see the point ranking. Let's see if your elder brother has improved." Xiao Chen did not really want to go. He had just obtained the spirit gathering pearls and was in a rush to test their effects. However, he could not resist Bai Lishi's enthusiasm, so he could only follow. Bai Lishi parted the crowd excitedly. He was tall and strong, no one could compete with him. Soon, he pushed his way to the front. Bai Lishi ignored the dissatisfaction of the others and excitedly looked for his name. His name was near the front, so he found it immediately. However, the smile on his face froze. Bai Lishi's name was ranked 11th on the Jade Wall. As for Xiao Qin, he was just ahead of him, ranked 10th. Damn it! How can this be? Bai Lishi was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought he would be able to suppress Xiao Qin. Who knew, Xiao Qin would surpass him without saying anything. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had snatched Bai Lishi's place from the top 10, pushing him out. Xiao Qin had not expected to be able to rank 10th. He felt surprised as well. However, he did not care too much about it. The point ranking was not a ranking of strength. The true experts faced the peak demons on the islands in the core region. It was extremely difficult to kill them. They could not even rank within the top 100 of the point ranking. However, no one would deny their strength. The ones at the top of the point ranking were all cultivators in the inner area. When these people worked in teams, they could achieve an effect that was greater than the sum of their parts. When Xiao Qin looked at the top of the point ranking, he saw a name that he was not familiar with. After asking around, he found out who it was. That was the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian. Since the point ranking began, he had been ranked first. In the past 3 months, more than 20,000 demons had died at his hands. As Xiao Qin continued looking, he found that the top 10 were all unfamiliar names. They should be the young cultivators of the boundless sea. However, the person in third place, Bai Zhan, attracted Xiao Qin's attention. Earlier, he had heard someone say that this person's raging flame frost palm was very refined. This was very similar to the yellow-robed cultivator that Xiao Qin met. If that was the case, then this would be interesting. The Evil Moon Pavilion's Bai Zhan. Xie Ziwen was the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master. This Bai Zhan was even stronger than him. He should be his senior brother. Xiao Qin wondered if this person was aware of the grudge between him and the Evil Moon Pavilion. If he was, it would be hard to avoid trouble. Xianyuan Zhantian is back. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the hall. Everyone turned around and saw a young man wearing purple armor and a purple dragon cloak on his back walking in from the entrance of the hall. This person was no older than 20. He had handsome facial features and an oppressive aura gathered on his face. His eyes contained a hint of arrogance as he walked with a majestic gait. When this person arrived in front of the point ranking, the surrounding crowd immediately parted for him. He glanced at the point ranking and saw the 4 words, Xianyuan Zhantian, at the top of the point ranking. Xianyuan Zhantian's expression was neither complacent nor conceited. It was as if everything was as it should be, as if the first place was prepared for him. When Xiao Qin felt this person's aura, he felt astonished. This person was actually a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Xiao Qin wondered how this person cultivated. In terms of combat prowess, he was probably stronger than Bai Lishi. Ha. Xianyuan Zhantian, no matter how you look at it, you will not be able to maintain the first rank for long. Who was so bold to speak to Xianyuan Zhantian like that? Everyone could not help but feel curious. Xianyuan Zhantian was a true inheritor of the Divine Dragon Palace. As long as he did not fall, he would be the next master of the Divine Dragon Palace. Half of the Eastern Sea would have to listen to him. When everyone looked up, they saw 4 youths wearing red, blue, green, and purple robes standing in a row at the entrance of the hall. They all had impressive appearances and were extraordinarily handsome. Unexpectedly, they were all small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Of the 4, the second from the left was the youth in azure robes. He was the most extraordinary. Like Xianyuan Zhantian, he was also a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The person who spoke earlier was this youth in azure robes. He looked at Xianyuan Zhantian mockingly. So, it is the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. No wonder they dared to challenge Xianyuan Zhantian. The 4 of them are qualified to do so. The Northern Sea's boundless sea is controlled by the 4 noble clans. These 4 people are the scions of their respective clans. In the future, they will be the rulers of the Northern Sea. They are Xianyuan Zhantian's competitors. The people in the surroundings who understood the situation discussed in whispers. Their gazes were filled with interest. When the outstanding talents of the 2 clans met, there might be a fierce battle in the hall. However, what surprised everyone was that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, did not even look at the green-robed young master's mockery. Xianyuan Zhantian only said indifferently, "If you have the ability, then take it." However, do you have the ability? Chapter 5:18. After the green-robed young master spoke, he laughed loudly and headed for the exchange room. He only showed his back to the green-robed young master, completely ignoring him. This angered the green-robed young master. He clenched his fists tightly, and his complexion turned ashen. He felt powerless but helpless. The purple-robed young master consoled the green-robed young master, "Big brother, just ignore him. You just advanced to great perfection, half-step martial monarch. It is not too late to fight him after some time." The green-robed young master's gaze turned cold as he said, "This fellow is still as arrogant as ever. Does he really think that the Divine Dragon Palace is still the same as it was 5,000 years ago? Sooner or later, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy." "Ha ha. Young master, stop boasting. You already lost to Xianyuan Zhantian once. You can forget about making a comeback in this lifetime." 7 youths wearing the same golden battle armor arrived at the entrance. They all had golden swords hanging at their waists. The 7 of them stood at the entrance together. The light in the hall was dazzling and dazzling. It seemed like the light in the hall was brighter because of these 7 people. The Western Sea's 7 knights are here as well. This is going to be very lively. We are still missing the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. If they really arrived, all the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea's younger generation would be defeated. As the crowd discussed, 4 youths slowly walked in from a side door of the hall. There were both men and women. The 4 of them were very low profile. They did not look at the point ranking in the center and headed straight for the exchange room. However, the strong auras of the 4 could not be hidden from the cultivators in the hall. It really is the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. All the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea's younger generation are here. The atmosphere between the Northern Sea's 4 young masters and the Western Sea's 7 heroes was not friendly. However, the green-robed young master endured it in the end. He looked coldly at the leader of the 7 before heading for the exchange room as well. Unexpectedly, there were so many strong geniuses in the Boundless Sea. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. They were much stronger than the youths of the 4 nations. With such strength, probably only the peak geniuses of the great Jin nation could compare to them. There is still a gap between me and them. However, this is just the beginning. As long as I am not a martial monarch, I can hold my own against them. From these people, Shao Chun could see the gap between them. However, he did not feel discouraged. His blood surged with fighting spirit, his ambition undying. However, these people had all returned from the battlefield at the same time. It was a little strange, and it was hard to describe it as a coincidence. Bai Lishi had already recovered from his earlier disappointment. When he saw Shao Chen's solemn expression, he thought that these people had overshadowed him, causing him to be depressed. Shao Chen consoled, "Don't overthink. In the ancient desolate land, you are the center of attention. However, in the Boundless Sea, you are nothing." Ever since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the 9 dragon veins left the Tianwu continent. Aside from the great Jin nation, the spiritual energy of the other nations is not very good. The spiritual energy of the Endless Sea hasn't changed much since ancient times. In addition, these guys all have super forces behind them. They grew up eating heavenly treasures, so the treasures they have are stronger than yours. As the saying goes, they eat better than you, dress better than you, and live in better places. Furthermore, this is the era of geniuses. Their talents are not bad either. It is reasonable that they are stronger than you now. However, this is just the beginning. You still have a chance to catch up to peak martial monarchs. Once you become a martial monarch, you will all be on the same starting line. Xiaochen smiled helplessly to himself. Although Bai Lishi liked to show off occasionally, he was still a friend in the end. Thank you. However, I really do not care about this. Don't you think that it is too much of a coincidence for these people to return at the same time? When Bai Lishi heard this, he was stunned. Coincidence? What coincidence? Right after Bai Lishi spoke, he thought about it and understood what Xiaochen meant. Unless they had no other choice, no one would return to the main camp during the experiential training on the battlefield. They could settle some minor matters on the outpost islets. There was no pattern to when they would return. However, today, the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea all returned on the same day as if they had discussed it beforehand. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. Xiaochen continued, there is no harm in being prepared. Let's not go out for the next few days. At the very least, we can only leave after all these people have left. The two chatted for a while before they took their leave. Bai Lishi wanted to repair his secret treasure and Xiaochen wanted to find a place to test out the power of the spirit-gathering pearls. Xiaochen left the hall. Not long after, he ran into someone. He could not help but stop. It was the yellow-robed cultivator that he met a few days ago. When the yellow-robed cultivator saw Xiaochen coming out of the hall, his expression froze. The Evil Moon Pavilion's Biyao? The white-robed bladesman, Xiaochen. The two exchanged glances before asking probingly at the same time. It looked like while Xiaochen was trying to figure out the other party's identity, the yellow-robed cultivator was trying to figure out Xiaochen's identity as well. The yellow-robed cultivator, Biyao, smiled gently and said, if I could confirm your identity back then, you would not be standing here now. Bijao's tone was calm, and his expression was gentle. However, the meaning behind his words was overbearing. He did not care about Xiaochen at all. It was like he could squash Xiaochen to death at any moment. Xiaochen retorted with a smile, back then, your movement technique was excellent as well. You came and went without a trace. You have already grasped the essence of leaving no trace. Naturally, Biyao could tell that Xiaochen was mocking him for being cowardly and running away without a fight. Bijao's lips curled up in a smile. He said indifferently, good luck. You had best not run into me on the battlefield. The pavilion master already gave the order. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to obtain the position of pavilion master. Although I don't care about the position of pavilion master, I don't mind using your head to repay his kindness. After Biyao spoke, he flicked his sleeves and leaped over Xiaochen's body, heading for the palace doors with large strides. Biyao was a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, the combat prowess he displayed could rival that of a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Bijao's martial technique, which was an extreme attribute of ice and fire, inspired fear in others. The most important thing was that this person was very cautious. He had thought things through, knew when to advance and retreat, and knew how to endure. It would be fine if Biyao did not make a move. Once he made a move, he would be confident of victory. Xiaochen compared his own strength with Bijao's. He discovered that Bijao's overall combat prowess was much stronger than his. At the very least, Xiaochen would not dare to fight against 20-odd high-ranked winged demons at the same time. Being targeted by this person would be problematic. Xiaochen had to quickly raise his cultivation to superior grade martial king. Otherwise, he would only have a 40% chance of victory. After leaving the palace, Xiaochen spent a large sum of money to find a secluded courtyard on the divine dragon warship, far away from the crowd. Xiao. When Xiaochen arrived at the courtyard, Ling Yu immediately rushed out of the spirit blood jade. Xiaochen pointed to a side room and said, you can stay there for the next few days. I will not be going out in the short term. Ling Yu thanked Xiaochen. After that, she said, that person is much stronger than you. Although he looked casual, he is actually determined to kill you. You must be careful of this person. The Eros demons were good at reading people's hearts. Outside the palace, Biyao spoke casually. The smile on his face never faded. However, the killing intent hidden in his heart could not be hidden from a high-ranked demon like Leng Yu. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, I always know my limits. He is very strong, but he is not strong enough to make me stay. You don't have to bother about this. Leng Yu felt the confidence in Xiaochen's words. She did not say anything more and headed to her room. In her room, Xiaochen took out 12 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from his universe ring and placed them on the wooden table. Finally, he took out 2 blue spirit-gathering pearls. He had obtained the blue spirit-gathering pearls from the Savannah King's burial goods. When he placed the white spirit-gathering pearls next to the blue spirit-gathering pearls, it was clear who was superior. Be it the color or the spiritual energy they contained, they were far inferior. They were clearly not of the same grade. Xiaochen played with the 2 blue spirit-gathering pearls in his hand for a while before putting them away. Xiaochen thought to himself, the blue spirit-gathering pearls should be superior grade. However, now is not the time to use them. Let's test the might of the white spirit-gathering pearls first. Xiaochen took out a white spirit-gathering pearl and carefully placed it on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then, he sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Although the white-haired old man from the Divine Dragon Palace said that those below Martial Monarch could not use the spirit-gathering pearls to cultivate, Xiaochen believed that his situation was special and that there should not be any problems. Xiaochen had been stuck at peak medial grade Martial King for a long time. If his cultivation was compared to a bottle, this bottle was constantly expanding. Xiaochen consumed more than 20 medial grade spirit stones every day. Coupled with the heaven-ranked cultivation technique in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, his cultivation speed was very fast. However, he had not reached the bottleneck of medial grade Martial King. The bottle continued to expand. Xiaochen could still advance further as a medial grade Martial King. This was a blessing. If others had Xiaochen's cultivation, they would have already advanced to peak superior grade Martial King long ago. However, Xiaochen was still climbing step by step as a medial grade Martial King. He could not see the end point, it was so far away. With such a large foundation, once Xiaochen advanced to half-step Martial Monarch, even the older generation experts who had been stuck at half-step Martial Monarchs for decades would not have any advantage over him. It is time to use a strong medicine. Even if there are risks, I have to bear them. I do not have time to stay here any longer. Those outstanding talents of the boundless sea are all stronger than me. Biyao is also eyeing me like a tiger waiting to take my life. I already have no way out. I have to charge forward. I have to keep charging forward. After Xiaochen made up his mind, he steeled himself. He no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and circulated his lightning-attributed pure yang-attributed energy above his head. Who? As time went by, strands of white smoke came out of Xiaochen's head. The white spirit-gathering pearl finally started to melt. Xiaochen remained calm. He was not in a rush to let the white liquid flow into his body. He sent out some essence and let the white liquid float quietly above his head. Chapter 5:19. After 1 hour, the spirit-gathering pearl turned into a ball of liquid flickering with spiritual light. It floated quietly above Xiaochen's head. Some of the spiritual energy leaking out of the spiritual liquid turned into a white mist, spreading throughout Xiaochen's room. A fragrance immediately assaulted the nose. The spiritual light was very moving. With just a gentle sniff, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. Xiaochen carefully extracted a grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid from the glowing spiritual liquid. Then, he dripped it into his Tianmen acupoint. Xiaochen had to be bold and careful in everything he did. He could not act rashly because of lofty aspirations. He could not think that he had the halo of a main character and could never die. Xiaochen's Dantian, the Chanzhong acupoint on his chest, and the Tianmen acupoint on his head formed a central axis, separating his body into 2. That was the most important of the 9 main meridians. Boom! The moment the grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid came into contact with Xiaochen's scalp, it immediately poured into the acupoint and turned into a ferocious flood. It was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It passed through the Tianmen acupoint and the Chanzhong acupoint, carrying 5 tons of force as it entered the Dantian. The energy contained in the spiritual liquid was too vast. The speed at which it fell was very fast. Xiaochen did not have time to react at all. He immediately felt panic in his heart. The qi whirlpool in his dantian was like a small pebble under a waterfall. When the spiritual energy fell, it gave off a loud sound. Xiaochen's internal organs immediately turned upside down. His heart was in intense pain. Pu ci. Xiaochen opened his eyes and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He had been caught off guard and was significantly injured. That was not all. The essence controlling the spiritual liquid also lost its air for a short period of time. It instantly poured into Xiaochen's body. The energy of the grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid was extremely horrifying. Xiaochen found it hard to endure. When this large ball of spiritual liquid fell, it was like the water of an entire river poured in. It was more than 100 times more powerful than any waterfall. The energy fluctuations generated by the explosion were enough to blast Xiaochen to pieces from the inside, killing him without a burial. The situation suddenly became very dangerous. As long as that ball of spiritual liquid fell into the cyclone, it would definitely cause an explosion, and Xiaochen would definitely die. Bang! The spirit liquid landed on the cyclone and a loud bang echoed inside Xiaochen's body. At this moment, the purple spirit liquid inside the cyclone completely exploded. The purple liquid was the essence cultivation Xiaochen had cultivated over the years. In terms of power and storage capacity, it was even larger than the white liquid. The 2 types of spiritual liquids converged in an instant and surged wildly in Xiaochen's body. They were like wild horses that had lost control. This caused Xiaochen's already injured lungs to become even more injured. If this terrifying energy could not find a place to vent, it would directly blow up Xiaochen's body. I can't die. Xiaochen did not lose all hope. At this critical moment of life and death, his mind was incredibly calm. The 12 acupoints on his left and right arms that could close freely were quickly opened. The wild horse-like energy in Xiaochen's body found an outlet to vent and immediately surged out from his arms. Boom! 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 24 streams of dragon-shaped qi came out from the acupoints. Amidst the dragon roars, the 24 streams of qi immediately blasted Xiaochen's room into fragments. Then, the fragments turned into dust. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt a boundless pain and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Xiaochen, who was extremely pale, could no longer hold on and fainted. Xiao! The instant the dragon qi appeared, Lingyu, who was in the side room, felt an intense aura. At the same time, she felt an intense pain in her chest. This was something that would happen when the master of the spirit blood jade was in a life-or-death situation. Lingyu rushed out and headed for Xiaochen's room. However, just as Lingyu reached the door, she saw 24 blue dragons come out from the room. Xiaochen's room immediately turned into dust. An intense shock wave surged over and Lingyu quickly leaped up. When she landed, the entire courtyard no longer existed, it had been reduced to rubble. When Lingyu found Xiaochen's body in the rubble and saw the spirit-gathering pearls scattered on the ground, her expression changed greatly. She said with some resentment, a martial monarch already refined his essence into quintessence. That is why he dared to use the spirit-gathering pearls. This fellow is really suicidal. Even if he wanted to use it, he should have told me first. Boom! At this moment, a wooden coffin slowly rose from the ruins of the courtyard, and the lid of the coffin fell down. The scarred man walked out and looked at the unconscious Xiaochen. He smiled sinisterly and said, I originally thought I would have to put in a lot of effort. I did not expect things to be so simple. Lingyu turned her head and looked at the scarred man slowly walking out of the rubble. Her expression did not change much. In the inner area of the battlefield, Xiaochen frequently met with cultivators who wanted to target him. After he crippled these people, Xiaoqin handed them over to Ling Yu to deal with. After absorbing the yang essence of so many cultivators, Ling Yu had already recovered some of her strength. She would not be like when she met the middle-aged swordsman, where her charm technique broke and she lost all her combat prowess. Hey! Suddenly, Ling Yu felt the aura of a demonic spirit from the scarred man. She muttered, "It is actually someone from the dark church." The scarred man looked at Ling Yu. Originally, he did not pay much attention to her. However, when he saw the slender tail behind her, he could not help but frown. This brat actually has an Eros demon by his side. The dark church was founded on demons. Naturally, they worshipped the demon god of the deep abyss. Even now, it was still the same. Every person who joined the dark church had to place their mental imprint on the demon god statue and swear on their heart demons to be loyal to the demon god for life. Only by doing this could one turn their martial spirit into a demonic spirit and obtain great strength. At the same time, they could learn the demonic race's martial techniques and martial techniques. Of course, cultivators with naturally mutated martial spirits did not count. However, the scarred man was not one of them. Hence, he placed his mental imprint on the demon god statue. He had to be loyal to the demon god. One of the rules was not to kill demons. If he killed demons, he would be disloyal to the demon god and would suffer the backlash of his heart demons. Back then, when the scarred man swore on his heart demons, he did not care too much. After all, the demonic calamity had passed many years ago. Demons were very far away from him. Such rules were useless to him. However, he did not expect that the person the vice sect master wanted to kill today would have an Eros demon by his side. After thinking for a long time, the scarred man looked at Ling Yu and said expressionlessly, "Move aside. Don't block me from doing what I want to do. Although I cannot kill you, I can still severely injure you." The scarred man did not have any true loyalty to the demon god. He was only doing this for the sake of gaining strength. He did not have any respect for demons, he only found them troublesome. Ling Yu smiled gently and said in a gentle voice, "No." These were just 3 simple words. However, when Ling Yu said them, they sounded very flirtatious. Even the resolute scarred man felt somewhat dazed. The scarred man steeled his resolve and got rid of that daze. He said coldly, "Good. You actually dared to use a charm technique on me. In that case, you were the one who made the first move. If I accidentally killed you, you will be fine." The scarred man had a demonic spirit and was very strong. He was also a half-step martial monarch. However, with his demonic spirit, he could rival a human Tianwu realm cultivator. A regular half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. Hence, the scarred man thought very highly of himself. He did not care about Xiaoqin at all. The Eros demon did not care about him at all. The corners of Ling Yu's lips curled up slightly. When she saw the wooden coffin behind the scarred man, she had a playful expression on her face. She smiled and said, "I wonder which layer of the coffin evasion technique you have cultivated to. I hope you can still return." After she spoke, she started to form complicated and ancient hand seals. Her expression turned very grave and the purple mark on her forehead glowed. An ancient and distant aura spread out from her body. The scarred man felt an indescribable sense of danger. He quickly took 3 steps back and formed hand seals as well. 8 wooden coffins slowly rose from the courtyard. The wooden coffins contained rank 4 demonic corpses specially refined by the Dark Church. A rank 4 demonic corpse was strong enough to fight a peak superior grade martial king. Furthermore, the corpses were specially tempered. Ordinary martial techniques would not be able to harm the demonic corpses. With 8 demonic corpses, the scarred man could find an opportunity to kill a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Ling Yu completed her hand seals before the scarred man could. A dazzling purple mark appeared between her palms and she pushed it forward. The purple seal exploded, forming a formation with many complicated lines in the air above the courtyard. The formation glowed with a purple light, enveloping the knife-scarred man and the 8 wooden coffins within it. The scarred man's expression changed drastically. He said in astonishment, "This is the great exorcism mark, a high-ranked martial technique of the demon race. How can an insignificant Eros demon like you grasp it? Before he finished speaking, the light on the spirit formation grew even more dazzling. When the light reached its peak, the spirit formation began to emit even more dazzling light. When the light reached its peak, the 8 wooden coffins, which had only appeared halfway, all retreated. A strong suction came from the scarred man's wooden coffin, trying to suck him back in. That suction was incredibly strong, comparable to a strong wind. The scarred man's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He half knelt on the ground and stabbed his fingers into the ground. Chi! Chi! However, he still could not resist the suction. His 10 fingers left long marks on the ground. The scarred man's expression became even more horrified. The exorcism mark could knock a demon back into the demonic world. There were 18 layers of the demonic world. No matter which layer the scarred man entered, he would not have a good time in the future. Although the scarred man had joined the dark church, he was still a human. He still wanted to enjoy the colorful world of humans. How could he get used to it after entering the demonic world? Furthermore, every layer of the demonic world was filled with danger. As a human, it would be difficult for the scarred man to establish himself. However, no matter how much the scarred man resisted, it was to no avail. The light of the formation became even more dazzling. In the end, the scarred man could no longer resist and was pulled back into the wooden coffin. Pa! The coffin lid on the ground instantly closed. Len Yu pointed at the air and the purple great exorcism mark immediately pressed down on the wooden coffin. The formation caused the wooden coffin to vanish into the rubble of the courtyard. After doing all this, Len Yu looked at the 10 finger marks on the ground. She rolled her eyes and rubbed the finger marks, making everything in the courtyard look exactly the same as when it was in ruins. Chapter 520. 3 days later, Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground, finally woke up. Cough. Cough. Xiao Chen opened his eyes weakly and coughed violently a few times. Then, he struggled to sit up from the ground. Xiao Chen checked his body with his consciousness. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile on his pale face. Although most of the spiritual energy from that day had already leaked out from the 24 acupoints, the vast amount of spiritual energy that remained in his body still caused significant damage. Xiao Chen's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, large and small intestines, stomach, and gallbladder, all his internal organs were severely injured. Every slight movement caused intense pain. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's meridians did not suffer much damage. His meridians had been specially tempered by the dragon and tiger body tempering art and the firmament body tempering art. His meridians were already as tough as frost iron and as hard as a mountain rock. At the same time, they were as soft as autumn water. His meridians were already hard and soft at the same time. It was very difficult for him to receive true damage. However, the thing that dismayed Xiao Chen the most was that the essence in his body was completely drained. It was completely drained, with nothing left. Even if he wanted to use his essence to alleviate the pain, he could not do so. No matter how intense a battle was, cultivators would always leave some essence for themselves. This was because only with essence could they complete a cycle of cultivation and quickly replenish their essence. If one's essence was completely drained, it would be very difficult to recover. No matter how powerful the medicinal pill was, it would be useless. One could only wait for the dantian to naturally produce a strand of essence. Only then would there be an effect. This time, I really ruined myself. Xiao Chen sighed to himself. In the end, cultivation could not be done with brute force. Xiao Chen looked at Len Yu. She had a calm expression as she looked at the sky. It seemed like she did not notice the awakened Xiao Chen. Speaking of which, is the sky very nice? When I woke up, I did not even want to look at it. Len Yu withdrew her gaze and smiled sweetly. How can that be? I did not notice. Then, she ran over and helped Xiao Chen up. Xiao Chen really could not stand up. Len Yu could clearly feel the pain on Xiao Chen's face when she helped him up. You've suffered such heavy injuries. I'm afraid this trial is about to end. Xiaochen smiled faintly when he heard this. He let go of Lang Yu's hand and said, "End? You're looking down on me too much. This bit of internal injury is still within the range of what I can consume. Don't even think about it." Lang Yu muttered to herself, "I am showing concern out of goodwill, but this fellow still does not understand." Half a day later, Xiaochen regained his basic ability to move. Lang Yu finally understood what Xiaochen meant when he said he could afford it. First, Xiaochen spent 300,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy a bottle of rank 9 healing medicine from the Divine Dragon Warship's medicinal store. The Dragon Fragrance Clear Cloud pill specialized in treating internal injuries. It had an excellent effect on Xiaochen's injuries. That medicinal store was opened by a merchant association under the Divine Dragon Palace. There would definitely be cultivators injured during the trial. Hence, business was booming. They also had all sorts of herbs. After buying the healing medicine, it was still not enough. Xiaochen spent another 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy a blood circulation mushroom that replenished blood essence. This blood circulation mushroom was 2,000 years old. That day, Xiaochen vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Furthermore, it was not the usual blood clots from internal injuries. Instead, it was the blood essence of the human body. When one's blood essence flourished, one's qi and blood would flourish. One would feel refreshed and full of energy, doing anything with vigor. When one's blood essence was insufficient, one's qi and blood would weaken. One's complexion would turn yellow, and one would become dispirited. One would be out of breath with just a little intense exercise. Hence, Xiaochen had to replenish his blood essence. Furthermore, it had to be a great supplement. He had to replenish it in the shortest time possible. Hence, he had to be willing to spend spirit stones. Xiaochen bought a blood circulation mushroom and a few other similar spirit herbs that were 2,000 years old. 300,000 medial-grade spirit stones were gone, just like that. Xiaochen felt that it was still insufficient. So, he bought some 1,000-year-old sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers were a spirit herb unique to the boundless sea. They were very useful for recovering from internal injuries. When used together with the Dragon Fragrance Azure Cloud pill, the effects would be even better. When Xiaochen walked out of the shop, the boss of the shop sent him off. The smile on his face was like a flower. He was clearly very excited. It was impossible not to be excited. On this trip, Xiaochen had spent a total of 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to the boss's monthly sales. Originally, with Xiaochen's physique and some low-grade spirit herbs, he would be able to recover from his severe injuries in at most a month, even though he was severely injured. However, what Xiaochen lacked now was time. He had 30 days in a month. How could he afford to waste so much time? Furthermore, he had a feeling that something big would happen in a few days. Hence, Xiaochen had to recover within 3 days. He could only spend spirit stones to buy time. No matter how big the price was, he would not reject it. Lang Yu, who was beside Xiaochen, wore a pink dress. She also had a black and white robe draped over her back, covering her tail. She also wore a veil that covered her face. This way, no one would know that she was an Eros demon. This was a method that Lang Yu had thought of in the past few days. This way, she would not have to remain in the spirit blood jade. After returning to the courtyard that Xiaochen rented, Lang Yu clicked her tongue and said, "Young Master Xiao, I could not tell that you were actually so rich. No wonder you dared to speak so boldly, not bothering with such a small injury. However, I do not know how many more times you can do this. Spirit gathering pearls are not that easy to absorb." Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lang Yu and said, "You seem to be implying something." Lang Yu smiled and nodded. "That's right. I know how to let you absorb spirit gathering pearls normally. However, you have to agree to a few conditions of mine." Xiaochen shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Then, he headed for his room. Xiaochen did not intend to touch the spirit gathering pearl for now. It was as the white-haired old man said. That thing could only be used when breaking through to the martial king realm. Xiao Chen had oversimplified the problem earlier. It was not a problem of whether the dantian could contain the spiritual energy. Instead, it was whether the dantian could withstand the force of the river that seemed to fall from the 9 heavens. Only when one reached a bottleneck would the dantian require a large amount of vital qi to break through the bottleneck. At that time, the dantian's endurance would be very strong. No matter how much strength a cultivator used, they would not be able to break through. This was the meaning of the so-called bottleneck. Only at such a time could one withstand the impact of the spiritual liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls. The stronger the impact, the better. However, even at such a time, the danger was not small. Once he failed, he would most likely die. Xiao Chen guessed that not many people would dare to use the spirit-gathering pill. This was because the price of failure was too high. Xiao Chen did not believe that Lang Yu would have a way to use such a dangerous thing. Furthermore, demons were very cunning. How could he completely trust her words? He did not want to experience such a situation again. When Lang Yu saw Xiao Chen leave without even turning his head back, she thought that Xiao Chen felt that she had raised too many conditions. She quickly said, "I don't need a few conditions, just 3 conditions will do." Two is fine as well. Don't go. One should be fine, right? I'll tell you how to use the spirit-gathering pearl. You have to promise me 1 condition. Ling Yu chased after Xiao Chen. She said this somewhat angrily. Her face was red under the veil. Xiao Chen turned his head back and looked at Ling Yu suspiciously. He said, "Do you really know the correct way to use the spirit-gathering pearl?" Seeing that Xiao Chen was looking down on her, Ling Yu was unconvinced. She said, "Naturally, I know. I also know how to deal with the corpse demonic fish and witch fiends at the bottom of the sea. I was about to tell you about it, but you did not let me out. If you had asked me in advance, you would not have ended up in such a miserable state," Ling Yu muttered to herself. "I even helped you chase away a big problem." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Good, I believe you. State your conditions first." Conditions. What conditions should I state? Ling Yu felt somewhat anxious. The conditions cannot be too simple. Otherwise, he will know that I am helping him on purpose. It cannot be too difficult. If I cannot do it, he will definitely reject me. Damn it. Why is this fellow so straightforward? It is so difficult for me to think of a condition. Xiao Chen looked at Lang Yu strangely. She lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. He did not know what she was thinking. After a while, Lang Yu raised her head and asked depressedly, "I have not thought of it yet. What should I do?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. He only thought that the other party was trying to maximize her benefits. There is no rush. 3 days is enough for you to think about it. By then, my injuries should have more or less recovered. When Xiao Chen returned to his room, he placed the peak-grade spirit herbs that he had bought at the medicinal hall on the table. Then, he divided them into 2 categories. One was to replenish essence blood, and the other was to heal internal injuries. Internal injuries and replenishing essence blood could not be done at the same time. There was a sequence. He had to heal his internal injuries first before replenishing essence blood. Otherwise, if he forcefully replenished essence blood with his severely injured body, his weakened internal organs would not be able to endure the vigorous qi and blood. His injuries would worsen. When Xiao Chen saw the table full of spirit herbs, he felt a pang in his heart. 1 million medial-grade spirit stones was not easy to come by. Right now, Xiao Chen only had about 1.7 million medial-grade spirit stones in his universe ring. Of the 700,000 medial-grade spirit stones he needed for his cultivation, he only had 1 million left. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen picked up the dragon fragrance azure cloud pill on the table. He opened the bottle cap, and a dragon-shaped medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out. Xiao Chen took a gentle sniff and the dragon-shaped fragrance split into 2, entering his body and circulating around his chest. Then, It circulated in his chest and turned into a liquid that dripped onto his liver and spleen. It was like sweet nectar, instantly alleviating much of Xiao Chen's pain. A rank 9 medicinal pill truly lives up to its name. Just a strand of medicinal fragrance has such an effect. It is indeed worthy of the title of holy medicine. Xiao Chen revealed a joyful smile. Originally, he had many doubts about these medicinal pills. He was worried that he would not be able to recover completely within 3 days. Now, it looked like there would not be any problems. Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He took out the medicinal pill and swallowed it together with the 1,000-year-old sea cucumber. Immediately, Xiao Chen felt a strong sense of drowsiness and immediately fell asleep. During the night, the medicinal pill completely permeated Xiao Chen's internal organs. As he fell into a deep sleep, the medicinal pill anxiously healed his internal injuries. The next day, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stretched his legs. Then, he was shocked to discover that his internal injuries were already mostly healed. 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, it was worth it. Xiao Chen felt very carefree. All the depression from the pain was swept away. Chapter 521. After another 2 days, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were completely healed. His blood essence was strong and his qi and blood flourished. His face glowed, and he was in high spirits. He had completely recovered to his peak state. Dong! 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 There was knocking on the door. Xiao Chen calmed down. It should be Lang Yu. When he opened the door, he saw the alluring Lang Yu standing outside. She smiled and said, "I have thought of the terms." Xiao Chen nodded gently and asked interestedly, "What is it?" Lang Yu said softly, "Change the 1-year period to half a year." According to their initial agreement, Lang Yu needed to stay by Xiao Chen's side for a year to help him grasp the state of massacre. Now, 3 months had passed. If it was changed to half a year, there were only 3 months left. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said softly, 9 months. Help me for 9 months. At that time, regardless of whether I have grasped the state of massacre or not, I will let you go. Sure, 9 months it is. Contrary to Xiao Chen's expectations, Lang Yu did not try to haggle. She quickly agreed to Xiao Chen's terms and handed him an alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen received the alchemic recipe and took a look. There were many precious herbs recorded on it. According to a certain ratio, they could be used to make a special medicinal liquid, the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Lang Yu explained, the spiritual liquid in the spirit-gathering pearl is very vast. Only when one is a martial monarch and has cultivated their essence into quintessence can one withstand the impact. If one wants to absorb it when one is a martial king, one has to dilute the spiritual liquid with the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Then, fill the bathtub with clean water and sprinkle the petals of the heavenly demon flower. After you jump into the bathtub, you will be able to absorb it. Xiao Chen looked at the alchemic recipe carefully and frowned slightly. He said, "The things on this are not cheap. 1 bottle of the exquisite 7-aperture fluid costs about 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Lang Yu's expression was very calm. She said softly, "Cultivation requires resources. Without resources, you will not be able to get injured. Without resources, you will not be able to cultivate quickly. In the demonic world, only some of the royal clans know this alchemic recipe. In the demonic world, only the royal clans can afford it. You just need to buy the ingredients. I will make the exquisite 7-aperture fluid for you. Otherwise, the horrifying failure rate will make you bankrupt." Xiao Chen grasped the alchemic recipe tightly. He looked at Lang Yu and asked, "Lang Yu, I should believe you?" "Of course you have to trust me. Right now, there are powerful enemies who want to kill you. If you die, I won't be able to live either." Lang Yu spoke with an extremely serious expression. As she spoke, a faintly discernible air of nobility was being emitted from her body. 2 days later, Xiao Chen went to all the medicinal stores on the Divine Dragon warship. Then, he went to the free market for cultivators for a long time. Finally, he managed to gather 20% of the ingredients for the alchemic recipe. Xiaochen spent 1 million medial-grade spirit stones just like that. Even Xiaochen lamented his own squandering. In less than a week, he had spent 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Xiaochen hoped that he would be able to fulfill his wish. Otherwise, his losses would be too great. 1,000-year-old snake blood flower, dead sea mushroom, magic blood crystal, demonic monarch grass, poison stump fruit. Leng Yu was in her room, taking inventory of the various natural treasures that Xiaochen had bought. She carefully checked the quality of every ingredient. Her expression was very serious and meticulous. Furthermore, her eyes were very sharp and her methods were very experienced. She managed to find a few spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements. How can a snake blood flower be 1,000 years old? It can only be used for 900 years. When determining the age of a spirit herb, you cannot just look at its growth rings. The snake blood flower grows in the stomach of a snake for its first 100 years. Those 100 years do not count. You will have to buy another one. One of the dead sea mushrooms has already withered. The person who sold you used spiritual liquid to nourish it. After 12 hours, the spiritual liquid will be used up and it will be useless. The spirit herbs in Leng Yu's alchemic recipe were very rare. They were not recorded in the compendium of cultivation. Hence, Xiaochen fell for this trick. When Xiaochen heard Leng Yu's words, he did not feel uncomfortable. He made a mental note of it. He felt like he had learned a lot. Leng Yu sorted out the spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements. Then, she looked at Xiaochen and said unhurriedly, "You have to buy these again. You wasted 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Xiaochen swept the spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements into his universe ring. He said indifferently, "It is not really a waste. Naturally, I will make the person who cheated me pay double. Wait a little longer." Leng Yu did not have to wait for long. 4 hours later, Xiaochen returned, filled with killing qi. Then, he took out 2 sets of spirit herbs that he originally wanted to buy. "I will take my leave first. I will not disturb you from refining the exquisite 7-aperture fluid." Leng Yu stopped Xiaochen and said, "There is no need for you to leave. I need your help. Refining the exquisite 7-aperture fluid is not a secret. How much you can learn will depend on your own ability." Bang! Right after Leng Yu spoke, she waved her hand and a cauldron appeared in the air. The azure-black cauldron was about the height of 2 adults. It was very large and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Many talisman scripts were carved on it, giving off a spiritual light. At the top of the cauldron, there was a smooth, transparent, and crystalline mirror floating above the cauldron. Below the cauldron, there was a crystal board with a large formation carved on it. A small strand of white flame floated quietly in the center of the formation. All this was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. This was almost exactly the same as the cauldron that immortals use to refine medicinal pills and treasures in the compendium of cultivation. When Xiaochen looked at the pure and charming Leng Yu again, a huge wave stirred in his heart. Perhaps Leng Yu's identity was even more incredible than he had imagined. Xiao! The purple mark on Leng Yu's forehead glistened brightly. She flicked her finger and sent a beam of dim light at the crystal board. Boom! The white flame floating in the center of the formation exploded. The blazing flame started to burn intensely. However, the burning flame did not raise the surrounding temperature. Instead, a cold wind blew. Instead, it made one feel a chill. Xiaochen knew that this white flame was probably a high-ranked Yin-attributed flame. As for what kind of Yin-attributed flame it was, only Leng Yu knew. The raging golden light mirror floats above the cauldron. Originally, it could absorb the flames of the sun during the day and use it. However, this is the deep-sea battlefield. The sun is blocked by the demonic clouds. Hence, we need to borrow your purple thunder true fire. Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. A purple flame gathered in his right eye and turned into a purple dragon that swam into the raging golden light mirror. The transparent surface of the mirror instantly refined the purple dragon into a pure Yin-attributed flame. It gave off a dazzling golden light. Leng Yu opened the lid of the cauldron and placed the various ingredients into it. The sound of splashing water came from the cauldron. It looked like she had filled the cauldron with clean water in advance. Ling Yu placed the lid back on and pointed at the raging golden light mirror. Immediately, a beam of golden light shot out from the mirror and penetrated the barrier of the cauldron, entering the cauldron. At this moment, Ling Yu had already closed her eyes. As the yin and yang flames intertwined, she focused on refining the herbs in the cauldron. The purple mark on Ling Yu's forehead flickered. An ancient and noble aura came from her body, sweeping away her usual charm. After refining the herbs for 6 hours, Ling Yu opened her eyes again. A purple vertical eye opened in the depths of her eyes and gave off 2 beams of dim light. She started the final step of the refinement. Boom! The dim light vanished, and Ling Yu waved her hand. The lid of the cauldron fell off, and 2 streams of golden liquid leaped out of the cauldron. Under Ling Yu's instructions, the golden liquid entered a jade bottle that she had placed at the side. Then, Ling Yu carefully handed the bottle to Xiaoqin. The exquisite 7-aperture fluid is done. Take it. Remember, 1 bottle can only neutralize 3 spirit-gathering pearls. Any more will not do. Xiaoqin caught the jade bottle in his hand. He was not in a rush to leave. He stared at the cauldron with a fiery gaze and asked, "This cauldron can be used for refining, right?" Ling Yu was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiaoqin to know about this. She nodded and said, "Indeed, it can. However, what do you want to do? If you want to refine a magic treasure, you will need natural treasures. You will not be able to afford them." Xiaoqin did not say much. He took out the palm sword in his right hand and said, "Help me strengthen this secret treasure. I will pay for all the materials you need. If you have any requests, just let me know." Ling Yu received the flying sword that Xiaoqin handed over and looked at it carefully. Then, she nodded and said, "Secret treasures are slightly different from magic treasures. However, they are of the same origin. I can help you strengthen it. I will list out the materials, and you can think of a way to obtain them yourself. As for the conditions, there is no need for that. Just leave those cultivators seeking trouble for you to me. Only when you become stronger will I be able to stay by your side with peace of mind during these 9 months." When he was an inferior grade martial king, the palm sword had been Xiaoqian's trump card. When the palm sword was shot out from the palm, it could catch the opponent off guard and make it hard for them to dodge. Unfortunately, as Xiaoqian's cultivation increased, the palm sword became outdated. Its flying speed could no longer pose a threat to half-step martial monarchs. If Ling Yu could help strengthen it, that would be for the best. In the future, Xiaoqin could ask her for help on the blood flame shoes and black leather gloves. After receiving the list from Ling Yu, Xiaoqin took a quick look. The items listed were all rare ores such as black crystal, brilliant white steel, earth crystal, and magic blood crystal. They were all very expensive. Now, Xiaoqin only had about 700,000 or 800,000 medial-grade spirit stones to use. After he bought all the ores on the list, he would be left with about 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones is sufficient for me to cultivate to martial monarch. I should not think too much about it for now. I will think of a way to obtain more resources when I am a martial monarch. If I really cannot, I will just rely on the Haotian sect that Yu Chenxi is in. On the path of cultivation, the higher one's cultivation, the more resources one would need. This was especially so for genius cultivators. Without sufficient resources, they would not be able to bring out their potential. Thus, most genius cultivators had to rely on a strong sect. Only then could they afford to expend a horrifying amount of resources. With an idea in mind, Xiaoqin no longer hesitated. He went out and spent 400,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy all the rare ores on the list. Then, he handed them to Ling Yu along with the palm sword. After doing all this, Xiaoqin returned to his room and prepared to absorb the spirit-gathering pearls. There was a bathtub about half the height of a person in the room. It was already filled with clean water. Black heavenly demon flowers floated on the water. Chapter 522. Xiaochen took out a jade bottle and carefully poured out a third of the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. As the golden liquid dripped into the tub, the clear water in the tub immediately churned. Golden bubbles appeared continuously. The black petals of the heavenly demon flower floated on the surface, suppressing the spiritual energy in the water. None leaked out. By the time the exquisite 7-aperture fluid had completely melted into the water, the clear water had already turned golden. Xiaochen took out a spirit-gathering pearl and let it float in his palm. Then, he used the purple thunder true fire to refine it. Qi! Qi! The purple thunder true fire burned ferociously. Soon, the spirit-gathering pearl slowly melted. After a while, it turned into a ball of spiritual liquid floating in Xiaochen's palm. A vast amount of spiritual energy flowed out from the spiritual liquid, causing a cold wind to blow in the room. Xiaochen poured the spiritual liquid into the bathtub and waited quietly. The golden water quickly warmed up and steam rose from the bathtub. However, the spiritual energy did not leak out at all. The petals of the heavenly demon flower were like a formless and tight net, trapping all the spiritual energy in the golden water. When the golden water boiled completely, Xiaochen removed his clothes and leaped into the tub naked. Then, he sat down cross-legged. After one breath, the exquisite 7-aperture fluid entered Xiaochen's pores. It circulated around Xiaochen's body and opened all 300-odd acupoints. The spiritual liquid hidden in the golden water instantly found an entrance and surged towards Xiaochen's acupoints. Opening 300-odd acupoints was equivalent to splitting the might of the spiritual liquid into 300-odd portions. This way, the pressure on Xiaochen was significantly reduced. Xiaochen's face immediately lit up with joy. It was indeed useful. The heavenly demon flower prevented the spiritual energy from leaking out, and the exquisite 7-aperture fluid opened his acupoints. At the same time, it dispersed the spiritual liquid from the spirit-gathering pearl. Given this, Xiaochen could use the spirit-gathering pearl to cultivate without any danger. Boom! 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 The spiritual liquid flowed from the 300-odd acupoints in Xiaochen's meridians at the same time. It was like 300-odd rivers in his meridians, surging with boundless spiritual energy. Good timing. Xiaochen shouted in his heart, and the purple qi whirlpool quickly spun. More than 300 strands of surging heaven and earth spiritual qi immediately poured in and merged into the qi whirlpool before exploding. The energy of the spiritual light liquid wasn't used up all at once. Instead, it was used continuously, so the power of the explosion was completely within the range of Xiaochen's tolerance. After the explosion ended, the sparkling and resplendent purple qi whirlpool doubled in size, reaching a size that could only be achieved after a month of bitter cultivation. This made Xiaochen feel incomparably carefree. However, this was far from the end. The spiritual liquid contained in the golden water surged endlessly towards the more than 300 acupoints in Xiaochen's body. The speed of the purple qi whirlpool actually increased at a visible rate. Xiaochen was incomparably shocked, and he was so happy that he was speechless. The resplendent purple qi whirlpool was Xiaochen's cultivation. The larger the qi whirlpool, the higher his cultivation. In the past, Xiaochen would have to cultivate bitterly for at least half a month, using several thousand medial-grade spirit stones, before the qi whirlpool could grow slightly larger. However, today, it was slowly growing at every moment. How could such a fast speed not be incredible? Xiaochen thought excitedly in his heart. It's all worth it. What 1 million medial-grade spirit stones? What severe injuries? What narrow escape? In exchange for 10 times his cultivation speed, it was all worth it. This process continued for the time it took to brew a pot of tea before the spiritual liquid in the golden water slowly decreased. The color of the water also slowly became very clear. The 300-odd acupoints in Xiaochen's body quickly closed. The petals of the heavenly demon flower floating on the water were no exception, they all withered. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a bright light appeared in them. They were very bright in the darkness, like resplendent crystals. After a long time, they slowly faded away. Xiaochen felt his entire body filled with boundless energy. He could feel the purple liquid in the qi whirlpool. This round of cultivation was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. However, Xiaochen still felt that he was still a medial grade martial king. He still had not reached the bottleneck. My potential is really ridiculously scary. Unexpectedly, I have not reached the bottom yet. However, now that I have the spirit gathering pearls, I do not have to rush. I should be able to advance to superior grade martial king in 6 days. With such a vast foundation, once Xiaochen advanced to superior grade martial king, he felt terrified just thinking about it. Xiaochen thought of the evil moon pavilions by Zhan. That terrifying opponent could execute his killing move in an instant. The more he thought about that person's strength, the more afraid he became. However, you are dreaming if you want to use my head to repay the pavilion master's kindness. When I advance to superior grade martial king and completely grasp the state of massacre, I do not mind giving you a pleasant surprise. Xiaochen had a grave expression as he spoke with a cold and sinister gaze. The divine dragon worship occupied a vast and luxurious courtyard. There were fake mountains, flowing rivers, gardens, ponds, corridors, and jade pavilions. This was a courtyard that the Northern Sea's 4 young masters rented together. At this moment, the leader of the 4 young masters, the green-robed young master, was entertaining an honored guest in the Great Hall. It was the last disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion, by Zhan. The Evil Moon Pavilion was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. It was undoubtedly one of the great sects of this starry sky. Even the green-robed young master's clan paled in comparison. Furthermore, Bai Zhan's strength was unfathomable. Hence, the green-robed young master did not dare to slight him. Brother Bai Zhan, it has been 2 years since we last met. I did not expect that your cultivation has already surpassed mine. Bai Zhan smiled faintly at the green-robed young master as he picked up a wine cup and took a sip. When the wine cup in Bai Zhan's hand was emptied, a few scantily clad maidservants at the side immediately came over and refilled Bai Zhan's wine cup. This maidservant had a slender black tail on her back. The other maidservants all had slender black tails as well. The 5 or 6 of these scantily clad maidservants were all beautiful and charming Eros demons. The green-robed young master waved his hand and smiled. Brother Bai, don't laugh at me. At our cultivation realm, everyone knows that cultivation is not the only measure of combat prowess. I'm afraid that I am still not a match for Brother Bai. Bai Zhan smiled faintly and did not deny it. He said, this time, I came looking for you to ask you to help me kill someone. The green-robed young master gently swirled the wine cup in his hand. When he saw the swirling wine in the cup, he smiled faintly and said, speak, what do you want me to do? Bai Zhan slammed his wine cup heavily on the table and said softly, an advanced Eros demon. Bang! The green-robed young master crushed the wine cup in his hand. The wine turned into a straight arrow that broke through the roof and soared into the sky. The 4 directions of the boundless sea all had their own deep sea battlefields. The scions of these clans or great clans would undergo experiential training on these battlefields from a young age. They were no stranger to demons and did not fear them at all. They had strong wills and strong perseverance. There were even several strong cultivators who would go to the deep sea battlefields to subdue Eros demons as their pets. This was because Eros demons were extremely beautiful. Their body structure was no different from that of a human woman. Eros demons were also more skillful in bed than human women. They enjoyed it much more comfortably than regular women. There were even some who practiced dual cultivation, relying on yin to replenish yang to strengthen their own cultivation. Eros demons innately knew how to replenish yin by using a male's yang essence to cultivate. To these cultivators, they were excellent cauldrons. With yin and yang complementing each other, the effects were even better. It was much stronger than a regular yang essence technique. This green-robed young master cultivated the joyous yin-yang incantation. It was an incomplete dual cultivation technique from the ancient era. 2 years ago, he found it while exploring a remnant in the boundless sea. After the green-robed young master made up for it, he started cultivating it. By relying on yin to replenish yang, his cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 2 years, he caught up to the top genius of the boundless sea, Xianyuan Zhantian. The green-robed young master had gained boundless benefits from the Eros demons, tasting countless benefits. Hence, when he heard Bai Zhan mention an advanced Eros demon, his emotions surged and he could not control himself. The demons that came out of the spatial tiers would not appear unless there was a true demonic calamity. Even if there were, they would just come and take a look before leaving. The green-robed young master had once used the influence of the 4 noble clans in the shallow sea of the northern sea to search for an advanced Eros demon. After spending countless resources, there was no news at all. The green-robed young master looked at Bai Zhan with a fiery gaze and asked, "Brother Bai, are you serious?" "Indeed, I knew that you would take the bait." Bai Zhan smiled faintly and said softly, "What benefit do I get from lying to you?" Bai Zhan immediately told the green-robed young master about Xiao Chen's backer. Then, he mentioned that Xiao Chen had subdued an advanced Eros demon. The green-robed young master muttered to himself for a while. He was not in a rush to make a decision. Instead, he carefully considered the pros and cons. The 4 young masters all had strong clans behind them. They had received guidance from famous teachers since they were young. Aside from cultivation, they were very familiar with the conflicts of interest in the mundane world, as well as all sorts of crafty schemes. These people were very intelligent. For them to be able to achieve their current accomplishments, they were all very meticulous. How could the green-robed young master not tell them that Bai Zhan wanted to use him? However, this was a mutual use, each taking what they needed. The fact that the other party was able to tell Xiao Chen's backer in full detail showed his sincerity. If it was really as Bai Zhan said, then there was no need to fear too much. The Heavenly Extermination Union was indeed strong. However, this was the boundless sea. Their influence could not reach here. Furthermore, I will not use the strength of my clan. All I have to do is persuade the other 3 young masters. This will be a fight between the younger generation. The Heavenly Extermination Union will not be able to say anything. This way, I will settle the matter with the Heavenly Extermination Union. I will not bring any hidden dangers to my clan. People like them had to be careful with every move they made. Otherwise, if they lost their position as scions for the sake of an advanced Eros demon, the gains would not make up for the losses. Haha. In that case, many thanks to Brother Bai for the information. Tell me, what do you want me to do? After thinking about it, the green-robed young master felt that it was not a big problem. He chuckled and made his decision. Bai Zhan smiled faintly as though he had expected the other party to agree. He said softly, "I will not make things difficult for you. If there is an opportunity, kill Xiao Chen and hand over his head to me. If not, just subdue his Eros demon." Chapter 523. In reality, Bai Zhan did not care about Xiao Chen at all. Even if Xiao Chen comprehended saber intent, had exquisite saber techniques, and grasped 2 states at the same time, he would not be able to defeat Xiao Chen. However, there was still a difference of 2 cultivation realms between Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's cultivation had risen from the ground up. Along the way, he had consumed countless spirit pills and natural treasures. His cultivation technique was also a peak Earth-ranked cultivation technique of the Evil Moon Pavilion. In terms of cultivation conditions, he was far superior to Xiao Chen. On top of that, his aptitude was not inferior to Xiao Chen's in the slightest. At his peak, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party within 10 moves, not even giving the other party a chance to escape. However, there was an advanced succubus by Xiao Chen's side, which added some variables to the battle. He wasn't 100% sure that he could keep Xiao Chen here, so he had to get rid of the succubus by Xiao Chen's side before he could make a move. That was how he was. He wouldn't make a move unless he was 100% confident. Once he made a move, he wouldn't give his opponent any chance. The green-robed young master laughed loudly and said, "That would be for the best. If he is sensible, I can spare his life. If he is not, then don't blame me for being ruthless." This topic ended here. The green-robed young master asked Bai Zhan another question. "Brother Bai, you are one of the strongest people in the Great Jin Nation. Tell me, with my current strength, can I rank high in the Great Jin Nation? In the next 5-nation youth competition, should go and see if I can get into the top 10. In the past 5-nation youth competitions, the many outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea could not be bothered to participate. The rewards were not worth their attention. This was because there were similar competitions in the Boundless Sea. The rewards were no worse than the 5-nation youth competition. However, there were already rumors about this 5-nation youth competition. It was the budding era of geniuses. Heroes emerged in large numbers, the winds and clouds stirred. Geniuses from all walks of life gathered here, already drawing the attention of the last competition. Those who obtained the best rankings could enter the higher realms ahead of time. The mysterious upper realm held a fatal attraction for the many cultivators of the Boundless Sea. Naturally, the green-robed young master was no exception. Baijian could tell from Xiao Chen's tone that he was quite pleased with himself, as if he was determined to get into the top 10. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse him for overestimating himself. Even he didn't have much confidence in getting into the top 10. He really didn't know where this person got his confidence from. As everyone knows, there are 10 great sects in Dajin, and the direct disciples of each sect are top-notch geniuses. However, not many people know about the 8 noble clans of the Great Jin Nation, which are even more powerful. These clans have existed since the Tianwu dynasty. Some of these clans can even be traced back to the earlier period of the Tianwu dynasty. Each of these clans produced an Emperor Wu. The 10 great direct disciples and the disciples of the 8 great clans, that's a total of 18 people. In every 5-nation youth competition, the top 18 will be decided from among these 18 people. With your strength, you should be able to fight for the last 2 spots in the top 20. However, you don't have much hope because there are still many hidden talents in Jin Nation. There have also been some top geniuses in the 4 nations recently. With your strength, you can only make it to the top 30. Baijian also wanted to suppress this person's arrogance and prevent him from being too impudent. Thus, he told him the truth. When the green-robed young master heard Baijian's words, he felt somewhat embarrassed. The top 10 were the peak, the top 20 were first-rate, and the top 30 were second-rate. The green-robed young master smiled embarrassedly and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he talked about other things. With the attentions of the Eros demons, the two drank and chatted happily. The sky slowly darkened. Brother Bai, stay here tonight. I will discuss this with my brothers first. Not allowing Baijian to refuse, the green-robed young master forced Baijian to stay. A sinister smile appeared on his handsome face as he said to the Eros demons wearing revealing clothes, "You all better properly entertain Brother Bai tonight. If Brother Bai is not satisfied, be careful of my punishment." The Eros demons that the green-robed young master had subdued bowed slightly, revealing a large portion of their bodies. They smiled faintly and said in a soft and charming voice, "Master, rest assured. We will not disappoint young Master Bai." Seeing the green-robed young master leave, Baijian smiled coldly to himself. To think that he dares to practice an incomplete ancient cultivation technique without any qualms. This person is really bold. In the end, dual cultivation is an unorthodox cultivation technique. Furthermore, it is an incomplete cultivation technique. Sooner or later, this person will be blinded by his desires and sink into depravity. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Since ancient times, how many people who took shortcuts had a good ending? Baijian put down his wine cup and looked at the beauty surrounding him. He frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "You want to absorb my yang essence and use it to replenish your yang essence to pry into the profound martial techniques of the Evil Moon Pavilion? How can I not see through such a small trick? How foolish." Baijian quickly tapped with his index finger, and a light flickered. In an instant, he tapped 6 times. A finger mark appeared on the foreheads of the 6 Eros demons, and they slowly fell asleep. For the past 4 days, Xiaoqin had been focused on refining the spirit-gathering pearls, strengthening his cultivation to deal with the Evil Moon Pavilion's Baijian. However, Xiaochen did not know that the other party had already made a move against him. Furthermore, the other party was making use of Xiaochen's strength, using schemes to deal with him. Everything was linked together, forcing Xiaochen into a dead end step by step. After 4 days, Xiaochen had already used 4 spirit-gathering pearls. His essence cultivation had increased explosively. The purple qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian had become crystalline and translucent, giving off a resplendent light. Indistinctly, a faint crystal appeared on the qi whirlpool. That was a sign that the qi was about to solidify. In the end, the purple qi whirlpool was just qi. If it could completely crystallize, anyone who wanted to injure Xiaochen's heart veins or break his cultivation would have to put in a lot of effort. For spirit-gathering pearls. I can vaguely see the end of my cultivation as a medial-grade martial king. After absorbing 2 more spirit-gathering pearls, my potential as a medial-grade martial king should be completely tapped out. After Xiaochen finished cultivating for the day, he came out of the bathtub and put on his clothes. No matter how great one's potential was, it would be tapped out one day. Xiaochen had expected this day long ago. He did not show any dismay on his face. Instead, he was very excited. He had waited for this day for a long time already. After Xiaochen put on his clothes, he was about to go out when he saw a painting on the table. So, he stopped. Xiaochen had brought this painting out from the ancient desolate tower. Back when he broke out of the Scarlet Blood prison, he had obtained this painting. Everyone else's paintings had exploded. Only Xiaochen's painting remained intact. The painting had changed from the original Scarlet Blood Frost Flame to the current one. A lotus-shaped Scarlet Blood Frost Flame floated above a huge palm. The entire painting was very strange. Xiaochen had not been able to store it in his universe ring. Originally, he had forgotten about it. However, every time he entered the bathtub, he would have to remove his clothes. Only then did he discover this painting tied to his chest. I should go and ask Leng Yu. See if she knows what this is. It has been 4 days. She should have more or less finished refining my palm sword. After storing the painting, Xiaochen pushed open the door and headed for Leng Yu's room. Dong! 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 The door is not closed. You may come in. Xiaochen knocked on the door a few times and heard Leng Yu's melodious voice. When Xiaochen entered the room, the cauldron, which was as tall as 2 people, entered his eyes. There was an inattributed flame on the crystal board under the cauldron. The raging golden light flame mirror above his head also shone with a beam of golden light. The purple mark on Leng Yu's forehead glistened brightly. She stared at the cauldron and did not look at Xiaochen. It looks like this is not the right time. When Xiaochen saw this, he knew that he should not disturb her. So, he stopped and prepared to leave. Don't go. It is almost done. Just wait a little longer, Leng Yu said softly as she stared at the cauldron. Xiaochen stopped and casually sat on a chair at the side. Then, he watched with interest. Xiaochen felt anticipation in his heart. He wanted to know how strong the palm sword would become after Leng Yu tempered it. The people of the immortal sect used cauldrons to refine magic treasures and medicinal pills. Xiaochen was familiar with the compendium of cultivation and was very familiar with this. However, the secret treasures of the Tianwu continent were refined using cauldrons. Although secret treasures and magic treasures were similar, there were still differences. Xiaochen did not know if using the method of refining magic treasures to strengthen secret treasures was difficult for Leng Yu. The expression on Leng Yu's face became increasingly grave. A purple light flickered on her fair fingers. She quickly formed hand seals and the purple light flickered continuously, illuminating the room. Boom! After Leng Yu finished forming the hand seals, the lid of the cauldron suddenly opened. A 3-inch short sword flew out from the cauldron. A purple flame burned on the sword. Leng Yu shouted and the short sword immediately lengthened, becoming a 1-meter-long sword. When the sword trembled, it gave off a melodious hum. The gentle purple flame turned into strands of purple sword light and shot out from the sword. They flashed in the air and the temperature in the room immediately soared. Go! Ling Yu pointed and the sword flew at Xiao Qin. It was very fast, like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the tip of Xiao Qian's nose. He did not even have a chance to react. The instant the tip of the sword flew over, Xiao Qin clearly felt a dangerous aura in his heart. He nearly thought that he would be pierced through by this sword. When Xiao Qin felt the power of his bloodline in the sword, he smiled gently. He stretched out his hand and the sword hilt flew into his hand. With a thought, the sword quickly shrank to the size of a palm. Xiao Qin directed the palm sword to dance around the room. Everywhere the short sword passed, a fierce purple flame burned and there was a faint flicker of lightning. Not only was it faster, but its might was also much stronger than before. What was even rarer was that it now had its own attributes. It was no longer just a simple sharp blade. As Xiao Qin held the short sword in his hand, he had an extremely happy expression on his face. He said seriously, "It has been hard on you, Ling Yu." Ling Yu set up the cauldron and smiled gently. "It is not hard at all. Secret treasures are modified from magic treasures. They are mainly for cultivators without magic energy to use. They are a smaller version of magic treasures. I've used the materials you gave me to refine this palm sword. It's even tougher than your heaven-ranked soul weapons. Then, I attached a formation to it to increase the explosive power of the short sword. Finally, I infused all the lightning-attributed fire in the raging golden light flame mirror into it. This little secret treasure of yours has been reborn." Xiao Qin could not hide the smile on his face. He touched the smooth lightning patterns on the sword. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He said, "This can no longer be called the palm sword. You should give it a new name." Chapter 524. Ling Yu giggled and said, "I already thought about it for you. Even if you did not tell me, I would have told you." "What palm sword? That sounds awful. Let's call it the Thunder Fire Sword." Thunder Fire, good name. I will call it the Thunder Fire Sword." Xiao Qin fiddled with the Thunder Fire Sword for a while before reluctantly placing it back in his palm. After recovering his wits, Xiao Qin remembered the other purpose of this trip. He took out the painting and handed it to Ling Yu. "Take a look. Do you know what this is?" Ling Yu casually received the painting. At first, she did not care about it. However, after she unfurled the painting, her expression slowly turned grave. She said, "This is a void projection painting. Originally, it is blank. One can extract a scene from thin air and replicate it perfectly. This is a rare treasure even in the Kunlun realm." "Where did you get it? Did you get it from the heavenly pagoda?" "No, it is the ancient desolate tower. There are 9 floors in the tower. Every floor gives you some benefits. I obtained it on the 3rd floor." Ling Yu closed the painting and said, "That is the heavenly pagoda without a doubt. Each of the 3,000 great realms has a heavenly pagoda. Each realm has a different name. Thinking about it, this is the only place where you can obtain this void projection painting." Xiao Qin received the painting again. He did not dare to be interested in the origins of the ancient desolate tower. He asked, "What is the use of this void projection painting now?" Ling Yu explained, "Naturally, it is very useful. If you complete the blood sacrifice, you will be able to use the scarlet blood frost flame in this painting. If your mental energy is stronger, you can even suck in cultivators and trap them to death." "Isn't the painting in fake? How can it be useful?" Ling Yu explained patiently, "I already said that it is a perfect replication. What is real and what is fake? If I make a clone of someone with your memories, your personality, and your personality, they will be exactly the same as you. His height, weight, and appearance are exactly the same as yours. The martial techniques he practices are also the same as yours. That person is also called Xiao Qin. No one can see through him. Tell me, is he real or fake?" Xiao Qin pondered for a moment. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. Everything was the same. No one could tell the difference. Even if it was fake, it would become real. "Have you figured it out?" This is how the scarlet blood frost flame is replicated. Of course, that person must have held back when absorbing the scarlet blood frost flame. It is impossible for him to replicate the might of the scarlet blood frost flame completely. Otherwise, he would have overdrawn his mental energy and died. Xiao Qin nodded and said, I've thought it through. Do you have a way to help me refine it with a drop of blood? Hearing Leng Yu say this, Xiao Qin immediately became excited. If he could really use this scarlet blood flame diagram, his strength would increase significantly. Leng Yu shook her head and said, if you have magic energy, you can use your blood to refine it. However, it is very simple. You just need to drip your own blood on it. But without magic power, it will be difficult. This thing is a magic treasure, not for you warriors. Xiao Qin was extremely disappointed. He could only look at such a good treasure but could not use it. This was very depressing. Xiao Qin did have a secret technique for immortal cultivation. However, he could not build a foundation or form a core in this realm. How could he cultivate magic energy? The immortal secret technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, cultivated mental energy and not magic energy. However, if you still have resources, I can form the 10,000 magic gathering formation and forcefully help you condense some magic energy. At that time, you can use your blood to refine it. Xiao Qin muttered, how many medial grade spirit stones do I need to buy those resources? Leng Yu already had a basic understanding of the prices of goods in this world. She calculated in her heart and said, however, 20 million medial grade spirit stones should be enough. Xiao Qin gaped slightly. He had an astonished expression on his face. After that, there was no after that. Xiao Qin had obtained the 3 million medial grade spirit stones after a series of bitter battles and coincidences. 20 million medial grade spirit stones was too large a sum. Unless Xiao Qin was as lucky as Bai Lishi, he would not be able to obtain it. After he sold off all the demonic beast materials he had on him and added in the hundreds of thousands of medial grade spirit stones that he could barely gather 1 million medial grade spirit stones. Wanting to gather 20 million medial grade spirit stones felt like a pipe dream. However, Xiao Qin still asked Leng Yu for the materials needed for the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Although the chances were slim, it did not mean that there was no chance. Now that he had advanced to martial monarch, it was still possible for him to obtain 20 million medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Qin removed the blood flame shoes and the black leather gloves on his hands. Then, he handed them to Leng Yu and said, help me strengthen these two secret treasures. Tell me what materials you need. Leng Yu received the blood flame shoes and the black leather gloves and said, you should only have about 100,000 medial grade spirit stones left, right? To refine these two secret treasures, you will need at least 1 million medial grade spirit stones. I have my ways. Just write down the list. Xiao Qin received the list of materials from Leng Yu and glanced at it. Then, he decisively went out. Xiao Qin went to the market and sold off the demonic beast materials in his universe ring, the miscellaneous items he obtained from the other cultivators, and some secret treasures that he had no use for. Xiao Qin finally obtained 1,100,000 medial grade spirit stones. Then, he bought a long list of natural treasures and all sorts of rare ores. Xiao Qin had spent all 1,100,000 medial grade spirit stones in an instant. He was now truly a pauper. I have brought the items. I will come back to collect them 3 days later. Sorry for the trouble. Xiao Qin handed the list of materials to Leng Yu. He appeared very determined. With the thunder flame sword as an example, Xiao Qin believed that the blood flame shoes and the black leather gloves would give him a pleasant surprise. Even if he became a pauper, he would not care. Xiao Qin's strength would increase visibly. Only by doing this could he gain the strength to fight with Bai Zhan in a short time. Back in the bedroom, Xiao Qin took out the jade bottle containing the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Then, he slowly poured the golden liquid into the bathtub. Chi! Cracking sounds came from the bathtub. Soon, the clear water turned golden. Xiao Qin observed for a while, waiting for the exquisite 7-aperture fluid to completely melt. After the exquisite 7-aperture fluid completely melted, Xiaoqun took out a spirit-gathering pearl and refined it into a spiritual liquid. Then, he quickly poured it into the golden water in the bathtub. Xiaoqun closed his eyes and waited for a while. He knew that it was time. He stopped looking at the scene in the bathtub and started to take off his clothes. Now that he had experienced this several times, he did not need to be as careful as he was the first time. Xiaoqun leaped into the bathtub and sat down cross-legged. Soon, with the help of the exquisite 7-aperture fluid, all 320 acupoints in his body opened. The spiritual liquid that the spirit-gathering pearls turned into poured into Xiaoqun in an endless stream. He closed his eyes and familiarly refined this vast spiritual energy into his own cultivation. The purple qi whirlpool gave off a resplendent light. It spun wildly like a tornado, greedily absorbing this vast spiritual energy. The qi whirlpool slowly grew larger. Xiaoqun had only absorbed half of the spiritual liquid when the qi whirlpool stopped growing. Xiaoqun rejoiced. He knew that his bottleneck was approaching. If a regular person felt a bottleneck, they would be very upset. This was because once they reached a bottleneck, they would be stuck for at least a year and a half. It would be hard for them to advance their cultivation. If their mentality was not good and they did not have any natural treasures, they would be stuck at this bottleneck for 4 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years. However, Xiaoqun was not vexed at all. He had the spirit-gathering pearls. He had a foundation that ordinary people could not compare to. What was even rarer was that he had failed once. He knew that even if he failed when using the spirit-gathering pearls, he would only be severely injured. This was because he had 24 acupoints that he could open and close freely. As for the other geniuses, they did not have 20 acupoints. If they failed, they would die. Even if they had a spirit-gathering pearl, they would not dare to risk using it. The next day, Xiaoqun absorbed another spirit-gathering pearl. He had completely used up the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. This time, the purple qi whirlpool did not increase in size. However, the number of crystals outside the qi whirlpool increased slightly. Xiaoqun tried to cultivate again. Like before, his cultivation did not increase at all. The bottleneck between medial grade Martial King and superior grade Martial King had truly arrived. If I cultivated normally, I would need at least half a year to reach the bottleneck of medial grade Martial King. The 6 spirit-gathering pearls saved me half a year of time. The gap has shrunk again. Xiaoqun clenched his fist tightly as he spoke with a resolute expression. On this day, Xiaoqun did not do anything. He just lay on his bed and slept. The next day, he did not do anything either. He rested his mind and spirit, preparing to break through the bottleneck of superior grade Martial King in one breath. On the third night, Xiaoqun finally made a move. He got up from his bed. After sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights, his mind, qi, and spirit were completely replenished. Sitting on the prayer mat on the floor, Xiaoqun took out the 6 inferior grade spirit-gathering pearls from the universe ring and placed them on his head. Then, he used the purple fire to slowly refine them. Regular people only needed 3 spirit-gathering pearls to break through. However, Xiaoqun's foundation was much stronger than others. Naturally, it would be much harder for him to break through. He even worried that 6 spirit-gathering pearls would not be enough. After 7 or 8 minutes, the 6 spirit-gathering pearls had all turned into spiritual liquid. The leaking spiritual energy instantly spread throughout the room. A pure white mist shone on Xiaoqun, making him look very hazy. The white mist condensed on the ceiling beams, the vase, the table, and the bed. Immediately, drops of dew formed. This was dew formed from pure spiritual liquid. It was incredibly precious. However, at this moment, it filled Xiaoqun's room. At first, Xiaoqun took a deep breath and relaxed. Then, he controlled a clump of spiritual liquid and placed it on his Tianmen acupoint. The moment the spiritual liquid fell, it flowed along the main meridian. It was like a huge river carrying the force of tens of thousands of horses galloping. That force, that aura, it was like a magnificent army. It kicked up a cloud of sand as it surged over. No one could block the knight's sword. With his previous experience, Xiaoqun did not panic. He quietly waited for the moment he crashed into the barrier. Boom! In merely a moment, the spiritual liquid crashed into the purple qi whirlpool, creating an intense explosion. The unmoving bottleneck loosened slightly. However, it was only a slight loosening. The qi and blood in Xiaoqun's body surged as he endured the pressure. Xiaoqun roared in his heart, still not enough. Again. Boom! Another stream of spiritual liquid fell down and exploded with a bang. Not enough, again. Chapter 525. Xiaoqun had a grave expression. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips as he controlled the spiritual liquid to pour it down. He did not hesitate at all. Xiaoqun's expression did not change, he showed no fear. He was resolute and decisive. There was only one thought in his mind, to break through the bottleneck that ordinary people had been stuck for 10 or 20 years in one go. This was because Xiaoqun was not an ordinary person. He was not. He was a one-in-a-million genius. He was the white-robed bladesman who had never been defeated. He was the peak genius of this budding age of geniuses who could contend with the heavens. In this age of geniuses, geniuses from all walks of life were like the stars in the sky. There were countless heroes from all walks of life, like carps crossing the river. Cultivators were hot-blooded and had lofty aspirations. In this age of geniuses, they could endure the loneliness and the temptation. They dared to fight with the heavens, with the earth, with men. How could they show any fear? Boundless hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. They only asked the heavens one question: will I, Xiaoqun, reach the peak? If the heavens do not answer, then I will break the heavens. Will I, Xiaoqun, reach the peak? Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously in the qi whirlpool. The shock waves caused his internal organs to sustain severe injuries. However, Xiaoqun did not relax or have any intention of giving up. When the last clump of spiritual liquid fell into the qi whirlpool, the entire qi whirlpool exploded into primal chaos. Pure spiritual energy surged out and spread throughout Xiaoqun's body. He immediately felt refreshed. The injuries in his chest were all healed in an instant. Xiaoqun waited until the chaos slowly regained its clarity. He sank his consciousness into the purple qi whirlpool. At this moment, half of it was gaseous, while the other half was a crystalline purple crystal. Superior grade Martial King. I succeeded. Xiaoqun opened his eyes joyfully, and they gleamed. His eyes were as clear as crystal, they were incomparably bright in the white fog. Xiaoqun opened his mouth and sucked in all the white fog and spiritual dew in the room. The martial Tao is difficult. My path is even more difficult than that of ordinary people. However, I managed to break through to superior grade Martial King. Xiaoqun said softly with a faint smile on his face as he sensed the pure and explosive yuan qi within the purple crystal cyclone. Pushing open the door, Xiaoqun headed straight for Lang Yu's room. There were 2 refined mid-grade secret treasures waiting for him there. Lang Yu took out the black leather gloves from the cauldron. When she saw Xiaoqun enter, she immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations, you succeeded. You did not die from the explosion of the spirit-gathering pearls." Xiaoqun was in a good mood, so he did not mind Lang Yu's teasing. He took the black leather gloves and blood-flame shoes from Lang Yu and put them on. Xiao! Before Lang Yu could introduce the wondrous uses of the 2 new secret treasures, the 2 of them felt a chill descend from the sky at the same time. This chill passed through the windows and entered their bodies, making them feel very cold. Something's happened. Xiaoqun was shocked. The big event that he had predicted might really happen. The 2 of them quickly went out and looked up. They saw the distant horizon. A scarlet full moon had appeared at some point in time. It slowly rose and broke through the pitch-black demonic clouds, sending down a boundless light. Roar! 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 Loud roars came from the deep-sea battlefield, sounding like they could topple mountains and flip the seas. The sound waves were vast and mighty. Even from far away, they could feel the air trembling. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the rising scarlet moon in the sky and muttered, "Scarlet moon, this is a real scarlet moon. What's going on?" Len Yu's expression did not change. She said calmly, "This is the demonic spirit Scarlet Moon. Once a demon appears, its strength will increase significantly. The blood in its body will surge, becoming ferocious and berserk. It is very difficult to deal with." Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, "Then why are you not reacting at all?" Len Yu smiled and said, "What reaction can I have? However, when this light shone on me, my strength increased by at least 20%. What causes the demonic spirit Scarlet Moon to appear? Do you know what it means?" Xiao Chen asked Len Yu. She was an advanced demon. She should know some of the secrets behind this. When the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea returned to rest at the same time, Xiao Chen had already felt that something was wrong. Indeed, in less than half a month, this mysterious scarlet moon rose into the sky. Len Yu shook her head and said, "The demonic spirit Scarlet Moon exists in the starry heaven's end. During the demonic calamity, demons will use the blood of 10,000 virgins to summon the demonic spirit Scarlet Moon to strengthen the demons. If no one summons it, it will appear once every 3,000 years. After that, it will appear every month for about half a year. As for what it means, you will know very soon." At this moment, all the cultivators on the divine dragon warship felt that icy chill. They all rushed out of their rooms and were astonished when they saw the scarlet moon in the distance. Many figures leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the deep sea battlefield. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen followed the crowd and rushed forward as well. He wanted to see what was happening. The edge of the giant ship, which was also the direction of the bow, was already filled with people. As they got closer, they could hear the roars of the demon dwellers even more clearly. Xiao Chen floated in the air and looked ahead. He could not help but frown. 3 huge pillars of light soared into the sky from the 3 outpost islets in front. Talisman scripts appeared around the pillars of light, linking the formations on the 3 outpost islets together and forming a barrier flickering with blue light. Behind the barrier, there were countless demonic humans gathered. All 18 types of demonic humans had gathered together, and the number of each type of demonic humans was extremely large. The iron demons with the strongest defense were at the very front. They acted as meat shields among the demons. 4,000 iron demons lined up like a human wall. They blocked all the ancient demonic energy cannons from the 3 outpost islets with their bodies. Behind the iron demons was an unending chain of flaming clouds. The red flaming clouds were more than 5,000 meters long. Many fire demons stood on top of them, sending all sorts of strong attacks at the barrier. Behind them were ice devils, winged devils, ghost race, blood devils. All 18 kinds of devils were present. They gathered together and let out heaven-shaking roars. They were like an army as they ferociously attacked the blue barrier. Under the unceasing attacks, the blue barrier that supported the sky began to ripple like water mist. If this continued, the barrier would be broken sooner or later. Once the divine dragon warship was destroyed, the 3 outpost islets would fall, which would directly threaten the divine dragon warship. Once the divine dragon warship was destroyed, the 3rd-grade battlefield would go out of control. The millions of humans on the islands behind would have to migrate. The losses would be immeasurable. How can it be like this? The demons in the periphery and the inner area have all gathered together. All of them are at least 20% stronger than usual. This won't do. If this continues, the outpost islets will fall sooner or later. We will also lose the divine dragon warship. We will all lose our lives. Where are the divine dragon palace's people? Why do I not see them? Where did they go? Are you stupid? The elites of the divine dragon palace are all in the core islands, guarding the high-ranked demons. Otherwise, how would we have the opportunity to hunt demons in the periphery and inner area? Any high-ranked demon would be able to kill us. Xiao Qin was not the only one who thought of the consequences of losing the outpost islets. The many cultivators on the divine dragon warship thought of it as well. Xiao Qin, you are right. If we were still in the inner area, we would not be able to stand here. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Qin in the air, he immediately flew over. He said with a cautious expression, "What should we do? Should we retreat in advance?" I think several people are thinking the same thing. They are already making preparations. Xiao Qin looked around and discovered that this was indeed the case. The people at the front of the warship had already disappeared. These people had all flown into the air, their eyes flickering as they retreated far away. Such a phenomenon was no exception. There was life and death in the experiential training. However, there was still a chance of survival. If the outpost islets fell, the demons would attack. Under the illumination of the blood moon, there would be no hope of survival against the demons, whose strength had increased explosively. Furthermore, there was a large number of them. Furthermore, the survival of the Divine Dragon Palace did not have much to do with these people. It was not their own sect, so there was no need to throw their lives away. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He smiled faintly and said, "There is no rush. Although the inner sect experts of the Divine Dragon Palace are on the core islets, don't forget about the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters, the Western Sea's 7 knights, and the Eastern Sea's little dragon king. They are all half-step martial monarchs and above. 10 odd half-step martial monarchs are a significant force. I believe that the Divine Dragon Palace summoned them back for this." Bai Lishi analyzed the situation and felt that Xiao Chen's words made sense. He chuckled and said, "I was the one who panicked. If that is the case, this is a fortuitous encounter for us. To the weak, it would be pretty good if they could preserve their lives in such a dangerous situation. However, to the strong, as long as there was a chance to fight, the endless number of demons would be a large number of points, an endless source of wealth." Confidence appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. A faint light appeared in his eyes. He had a resolute expression and said calmly, "That's right. With so many demons, it would take a lot of effort to find them. Now that they are all gathered together, we can save a lot of effort. If this is not a fortuitous encounter, what is?" During the instant Xiao Chen spoke, a strong aura spread out from his body. Bai Lishi, who was beside him, immediately felt pressure. This was because Bai Lishi had just advanced to superior grade martial king. His essence was vast and pure, but he had not tempered it carefully. Hence, he could not control the spiritual energy as he wished. After a period of time, after tempering his essence, such a situation would not occur. Bai Lishi said in shock, "Xiao Chen, you advanced to superior grade martial king?" Xiao Chen had a deep gaze and a resolute expression. He nodded and said, "Yes, I just advanced. I already made a great vow on this battlefield. I will not leave until I advance to half-step martial monarch." Dong! 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 As the two spoke, the rumbling of horses' hooves came from behind. The neighing of horses mixed with the sound of hooves, sounding like thunder. When the sound reached everyone's ears, their minds buzzed. Their chi and blood surged involuntarily, and they had to circulate their energies to cover their ears. Chapter 526. What a strong horse! Unexpectedly, it can achieve such might with just its voice. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw a scarlet warhorse galloping over from the distance. The warhorse had a golden horn on its head and a ferocious, glowing red light in its eyes. The fur on its body glowed scarlet. As it galloped, its fur bounced up and down. There was a faint flicker of light. Along the way, there were countless blurry scarlet horse figures, making it impossible to determine the horse's true position. A person wearing purple battle armor and a purple dragon cloak stood on the warhorse. He held a 2-meter-long halberd in his hand. This person carried an overwhelming fighting spirit as he rushed to the bow of the warship. His sharpness was unstoppable. There seemed to be a formless tyrannical aura coming from his Tianmen acupoint, splitting the black demonic clouds above him in half. "It's the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian. That is his mount, a rank 8 mixed-blood demonic beast, the royal dragon horse. Startled cries came from the crowd. When they saw Xianyuan Zhantian arrive in an instant, they all made way for him, opening a path for him to jump off the warship without any obstruction. Bang! 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 The royal dragon horse stepped on the scarlet sea like it was on flat ground. Its 4 hooves kicked up a huge splash. There were no longer any obstructions when it leaped into the scarlet sea. The royal dragon horse moved at full speed, like a tornado. It instantly reached Mach 4 and arrived at the outpost islets in the blink of an eye. However, the royal dragon horse did not slow down at all. It continued to charge forward ferociously. Finally, the royal dragon horse roared ferociously and carried Xianyuan Zhantian through the blue barrier, landing among the iron demons. Bai Lishi muttered, "What an incredible fellow. He is going to start with the iron demons." Bang! After Xianyuan Zhantian leaped over the blue barrier, he held up the heavenly war halberd and thrust it forward. The halberd turned into an azure flood dragon and pierced into the iron demon's body. The iron demon's body was tougher than thousand-year-old frost iron. Yet, Xianyuan Zhantian easily pierced it. One could easily imagine how sharp this halberd was. A dazzling light exploded from the tip of the halberd. The iron demon's transformation suddenly exploded, turning into countless metal shards that fell like rain. At the moment of the explosion, 990 small cyan flood dragon auras flew out along with the iron scraps, dancing in the air. The royal dragon horse gently leaped up and carried Xianyuan Zhantian away from the 4,000-odd iron demons' encirclement. When its 4 hooves landed on the water, they kicked up scarlet waves. Bang, bang, bang. Xianyuan Zhantian had not gone far when he suddenly turned around. His heavenly war halberd flashed 9 times and the 990 small azure flood dragons immediately returned to the halberd. Continuous explosions rang out and 6 iron demons were instantly blasted into pieces. Surging shockwaves spread out, causing the iron demons in the rear to be thrown off their feet. Xianyuan Zhantian laughed loudly and rode the royal dragon horse, a soul-blood demonic beast, back. The royal dragon horse's speed was as fast as lightning. The fur on its body flickered with a dazzling bloody light. It left blood-colored afterimages in the midst of the iron demons, making it hard for others to capture its figure. Waves surged on the scarlet sea. Azure light flickered, and flood dragons roared ferociously. Countless iron demons were blasted into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, Xianyuan Zhantian charged in and out of the iron demons, sweeping through everything in his path. However, the iron demons could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Xianyuan Zhantian completely disrupted the iron demons' formation. The 1,000 ancient demonic energy cannons on the outpost islets finally revealed their ferocious side. Thousands of beams of light soared into the sky. Without the iron demons to block them, everywhere the beams of light passed, the demons were blasted into pieces. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Under the illumination of the scarlet moonlight, the rain of blood fell. Together with the thousands of demons, the scene was extremely majestic. These are ancient demonic energy cannons fired using superior-grade spirit stones. 1 shot would exhaust 100 superior-grade spirit stones. I estimate that they can fire 5 rounds at most. Leng Yu, who was at the side, pointed out the crux of the matter and calmly analyzed it. Shao Chen sighed softly, 5 rounds is enough. This Xianyuan Zhantian is really incredible. He managed to break through the iron demon's formation by himself. That is equivalent to turning the situation around by himself. Earlier, because of the iron demons blocking the ancient demonic energy cannons, the ancient demonic energy cannons on the outpost islets became mere decorations. The iron demons did not feel pain and had strong defenses. If the ancient demonic energy cannons struck them, they would just be wasting spirit stones. The gains did not make up for the losses. Leng Yu smiled and said, "What is so amazing about him? It is all thanks to that horse. Without that horse, no matter how powerful he is, if the iron demons surrounded him, he would still die." Shao Chen said calmly and objectively, the horse is amazing, but the man is even more amazing. When the man and horse work together, they are even more incredible. The title of Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King is indeed well deserved. That royal dragon horse was indeed incredible. Xiao Qin had heard from the others that it was a warhorse mixed between a spirit beast and a demonic beast, a mutated species. Its speed was astonishing. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he could only catch a blurry figure. He could not determine its exact position. If Xiao Qin could not even catch the Iron Demon's position in a fight, there would be no point in fighting. However, Xianyuan Zhantian's offensive power was even more amazing. Xiao Qin had a deep understanding of the Iron Demon's defenses and life force. There was no way he could kill them in one strike. With Xianyuan Zhantian's horrifying offensive power, he was worthy of the title of a peak genius. When man and horse worked together, he could sweep through all the geniuses of the younger generation. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "What's wrong? You just advanced to superior grade Martial King, and you already suffered such a setback. Brat, don't tell me you have lost your confidence." Xiao Qin shook his head and smiled. "Ha ha. It is encouragement, not a loss of confidence. Let's go, it is time for us to make an appearance." While Xiao Qin spoke, the ancient demonic energy cannons had already fired 5 rounds. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters, and the Western Sea's 7 knights all charged in. When the cultivators on the warship saw their opportunity, they all leaped out excitedly, charging towards the battlefield. When the warship approached the blue barrier, Xiao Qin and Bai Lishi split up. They each found a breakthrough point and charged over, searching for their own fortuitous encounters. This time, Xiao Qin chose to fight the fire demons that previously reduced him to a sorry state. Now that their strength had increased significantly, if he still could not defeat these fellows, then he would have wasted the past half-month of cultivation. Who? The moment Xiao Qin landed, 10 odd fire demons noticed him. Fireballs covered the sky and fell like rain. When Xiao Qin saw the fireballs falling, he quickly drew the lunar shadow saber. Essence gathered on the saber, forming a resplendent saber light. However, he did not rush to send it out. Bang! 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 Xiao Qin chopped every fireball flying at him in half. Xiao Qin felt that his attack speed was 20% faster than before. When facing the dense fireballs, Xiao Qin did not feel any pressure at all. He dealt with them very easily. With a thought, the saber light chopped the fireballs in half. The goal of your black leather gloves is to increase your attack speed. I have refined 99 spiritual wind formations for you. They are sufficient to increase your attack speed by 40%. Even after you become a martial monarch, they will still be able to increase your attack speed by 20%. Len Yu explained to Xiao Qin from within the spirit blood jade. So that's how it is. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. This way, it will be easier to deal with the fire demons. Xiao Qin did not move at all. He stood on the water and condensed a saber light on his saber, waiting for an opportunity. After a while, the relentless attacks of the fire demons finally paused. Xiao Qin seized this opportunity and did not hesitate to make his move. Glittering Wuxia. The light condensed on the saber instantly turned into a dense saber chi. Then, it flew at a fire demon in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp saber light seemed like it was going to cut the air in half, giving off a buzzing sound as it tore through the air. Flickering purple crystals flowed in the saber chi, making the saber chi look solid. It was much stronger than before. It was so fast that it disappeared. The fire demon that Xiao Qin locked onto did its best to dodge. However, one of its arms was still chopped off. I did not use saber intent or state for this strand of saber chi, and it already has such might. If I used both, its might would be 50% stronger. A scarlet light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he used the state of massacre. He stopped probing and started the real massacre. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, leaving afterimages in the air. He dodged all the explosive attacks of the fire demons. I used black crystals, magic blood crystals, brilliant white steel, 1,000 mountains frost iron, and 90 other rare ores to refine your blood flame shoes. More importantly, I completely infused the secret techniques on them. Now, your movement speed can maintain at Mach 4 at all times. Xiaochen entered deep thought. No wonder my speed is so ridiculously fast. It turns out that this is the reason. The advantage that the fire demons had over Xiaochen was completely lost. Their explosive attacks could not hit him, and their dodging speed could not match his attack speed. They could only passively take a beating. After 7 or 8 minutes, 15 fire demons died under Xiaochen's saber. They did not even have a chance to flee. It was a one-sided massacre. The fire demons do not have strong defenses. Their speed and attack speed cannot compare to mine, so I slaughtered them. This is reasonable. If I want to test out the true might of my saber chi, I have to find an iron demon. Furthermore, I have to find a high-ranked iron demon. After collecting the demon cores of the 15 fire demons, Xiaochen did not become complacent. He continued to analyze the situation calmly. Xiaochen swept his gaze across the chaotic battlefield and saw a group of cultivators surrounded by demons. Then, he fixed his gaze on them. There were all kinds of demons in that group. There were fire demons, ice demons, blood demons, and winged demons. However, the core was a high-ranked iron demon. Using the high-ranked iron demon as a shield, several dozen demons surrounded a team of 10. The human cultivators could not retaliate at all, they could only defend passively. If this continued, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Dang! 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 The weapons of the 3 cultivators at the front of the 10-man team shone brightly. All sorts of saber techniques hacked at the high-ranked iron demon, creating sparks. That high-ranked iron demon laughed loudly. Sparks flew everywhere, but it did not suffer any damage. Then, he charged forward in all directions, causing the troops to scatter without any order. The various demons circling above their heads rained down attacks on them, forcing the 10 to flee in all directions. Big brother, what should we do? We cannot break its defense at all. We should not have come to join in on the excitement. Originally, I thought that Xianyuan Zhantian lured away all the iron demons. Unexpectedly, we ran into a high-ranked iron demon here. Chapter 527. The leader of the group, a middle-aged cultivator, punched the iron demon back by more than 500 meters. When he saw the iron demon standing up as if nothing had happened, he said with an unsightly expression. Demons danced wildly, winds blew, and clouds churned. This was a feast for the strong but a grave for the weak. At this moment, the group of 10 was surrounded by the demons. They could not advance or retreat. The laughter of the demons filled their ears. I like that girl. Ha ha. Her skin is soft and tender. She will definitely be delicious to eat. Don't hurt her. I like that older fellow. He is chewy and has a high cultivation. After eating him, his strength will definitely soar. I want that fatso. He has a lot of oil. You have never eaten him before. You will never know how delicious he is. GGA. At this moment, the demons appeared to be very relaxed. They were like cats playing with mice, toying with the group of 10. When the 10 cultivators heard the words of the demons, their expressions turned increasingly unsightly. When they thought about how they were about to fall into the demon's stomach, they felt despair. Bang! Just at this moment, a saber chi infused with purple crystals and a saber intent with an inextinguishable sharpness streaked across the sky. The weapons of the bladesmen in the group of 10 buzzed when they felt the saber intense sharpness. They looked like they would struggle free at any moment. In an instant, 3 blood demons and a winged demon were sliced in half by this saber chi. Streams of black blood fell to the ground. Saber intent. Materialized saber chi. An expert is coming. Everyone's spirits jolted as they looked in the direction of the saber chi. They saw a white figure on the scarlet sea, flashing over quickly. The figure moved very fast, leaving behind white afterimages on the water. In a few blinks of an eye, he arrived before the group. A high-ranked blood demon circled in the air. A red light flashed in its eyes, and a greedy expression flashed in its eyes. What a strong chi and blood! If I consume it, I might be able to evolve again. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Seeing the demons swooping down from the sky, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and turned into 9 afterimages. 9 cool breezes blew across the calm sea. The cool breeze concealed Xiao Chen's overwhelming killing intent. Even the weapon in his hand disappeared in an instant. Cool breeze, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Bang! The 9 figures merged together. Before the 9 demons behind Xiao Chen could react, a bloody mark appeared on their foreheads. A purple light appeared, and the bloody mark split the demons in half. Kill him. The other demon dwellers were both shocked and enraged. They surrounded Xiao Chen and locked him down with killing intent. When the other cultivators on the water saw this, they immediately paled. No matter how strong you were, once you were surrounded by a large number of demons, only death awaited you. It's over. This youth is too careless. If he had worked together with us, we would have been able to kill our way out, the middle-aged cultivator leading the group of 10 said with a pale complexion after seeing his life extinguished in an instant. However, reality startled everyone. The white-robed bladesman, who was entangled in the air by the demons, did not show any signs of panic despite all the powerful attacks coming at him. The white-robed bladesman brandished his saber and his white robes fluttered. Not only did he receive all the attacks, but he even launched a sharp counterattack, dazzling everyone. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Suddenly, Xiao Chen shouted and executed a move that he had not used for a long time, disordered dance of 1,000 years. In that instant, Xiao Chen's figure flickered in the air like a phantom. Strands of purple crystalline saber chi danced around chaotically. Bang! By the time Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and landed back on the Scarlet Sea, half of the demons surrounding him had died. The purple crystalline saber chi had chopped the demons into several pieces. Not even their bones remained as they died in the Scarlet Sea. This person is a genius cultivator. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Unexpectedly, aside from the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan, there was another genius cultivator. Xiao Chen glanced at the stunned crowd. He frowned slightly and said, "Still not leaving?" When the group heard Xiao Chen's words, they were slightly stunned. When they understood that Xiao Chen was helping them, they quickly nodded and said, let's go. We will leave immediately. Many thanks, young hero. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Iron Demon, scatter them. None of them can escape. The old blood demon leading the group ordered coldly with a sullen expression as he looked at the group below. Xiao. The Iron Demon pushed off the water with his feet. He did not use any technique as he shouted and dashed on the water. He was like a surging train charging at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he said in a frosty voice, "Scram." Xiao Chen kicked out and merged his essence and vital qi. A surging force burst out and the Iron Demon flying over was knocked back like a cannonball. It tumbled for a kilometer before it stopped. The 10-man team quickly took advantage of this opportunity to flee in the direction of the 3 outpost islets. They no longer dared to interfere in this situation. Let's deal with this group of demons first. Later, I will go and find that high-ranked Iron Demon as an experiential training. Xiao Chen looked coldly and emotionlessly at the remaining 50 demons in the sky. A red light flickered in his eyes, but his heart remained calm. This was the effect of the state of massacre. By maintaining calm and slowly increasing the might of the state of massacre, one day, one would be able to grasp the state of massacre and not fall into depravity. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted, and the murderous intent that he had been suppressing in his eyes surged out. The horrifying murderous intent seemed to solidify the air. The demons in the air paused for a moment. They were astonished in their hearts. This human cultivator's killing intent was more than twice as strong as theirs. Taking advantage of the moment the demons were stunned, Xiaochen flew up. His crystalline saber chi contained saber intent. In the blink of an eye, he chopped 3 demons in half. Boom! 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 As the demons died one after another, an invisible red light surged towards Xiaochen's forehead. This caused Xiaochen's state of massacre to become even more condensed. The killing intent was like a viscous substance spreading in the air, causing the remaining demons to slow down significantly. It felt like with every step they took, a boundless killing intent poured into their minds, putting great pressure on their minds. As the might of the state of massacre increased, the lives of the demons died under Xiaochen's saber. The desire to massacre permeated the demons unknowingly. Kill, kill, kill them all. The more you kill, the stronger you become. You should feel the charm of massacre now. Look at these demons. Before the state of massacre, they could not even last 10 moves. Similar thoughts raged in Xiaochen's mind like a storm, bursting out continuously, trying to make him lose himself in the state of massacre. The desire to massacre descended once again, trying to pull Xiaochen into an abyss of massacre that he would never be able to escape from. Leng Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, sighed silently. She had already made her preparations to leave at any moment. In her opinion, the path that Xiaochen wanted to take was too difficult. There was almost no chance of success, it was a path of no return. The Scarlet Throne was an ancient secret treasure. It was incredibly mysterious. As the number of massacres increased, its strength would soar continuously. There was almost no limit to its growth. As a martial king, Xiaochen wanted to subdue that power. This was too ambitious. However, this time, Leng Yu was somewhat surprised. After the deaths of the 50-odd demons, Xiaochen did not fall into a state where he could not extricate himself. The red light in Xiaochen's eyes faded away, replaced by clarity. He allowed the killing intent from the demons' corpses to turn into a red light and enter his forehead. Then, he calmly headed for the iron demon in the distance. Dang! A purple saber light gathered on the saber as Xiaochen chopped at the fleeing iron demon. The saber blade created a series of sparks on the high-ranked iron demon's body. However, it did not cause any substantial damage. The high-ranked iron demon's defense is indeed strong. Now that its strength has increased greatly, even with 50% of my strength, I still cannot leave a mark on it, Xiaochen muttered to himself as he withdrew his saber and looked at it. Roar! The iron demon roared and punched at the muttering Xiaochen with its huge fist. Xiaochen tilted his body slightly and casually dodged the iron demon's attack. Then, he hacked at the iron demon from behind. Chi! Chi! This time, Xiaochen's saber cut the high-ranked iron demon's body, leaving a 3-centimeter-long mark. I need 70% of my strength to break its defense. 100% should be enough. Xiaochen turned around and quickly spun around on the Scarlet Sea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the iron demon, which had run 100 meters away. Then, he did not hesitate to hack down with his saber. Pa! The saber light flickered. Xiaochen used 100% of his strength and easily chopped off the iron demon's right arm. Try condensing more saber intent. The high-ranked iron demon was like a puppet in Xiaochen's hands. It cried out in frustration, but it could not do anything about it. Bang! The lunar shadow saber flickering with purple light instantly stabbed into the high-ranked iron demon's chest. With the support of the saber intent, the saber easily penetrated the iron demon's chest. The iron demon did not feel any pain. It roared ferociously and punched at Xiaochen's head. With a thought, a steady stream of purple crystalline essence poured into the saber. Xiaochen shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The surging yuan qi instantly exploded. When the high-ranked iron demon's cold fist was only half a centimeter from Xiaochen's head, its entire body shattered, turning into countless pieces flying into the air. Xiaochen waved his hand and casually grabbed a piece of the iron demon's corpse. It was about the size of his palm and as hard as steel. It felt cold to the touch. The power of Xianyuan Zhantian's halberd could also shatter the iron demon into pieces. However, the pieces were like powder. Xiao Chen was far from comparable to this. I already used 100% of my strength in this attack. I even solidified my saber intent and state of massacre. However, the might of the explosion is far weaker than Xianyuan Zhantian's. Qi! Qi! Xiao Chen casually crushed the piece of metal in his hand into powder. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. It looks like I can only reach that level after advancing to half-step martial monarch. This high-ranked iron demon allowed me to gain a better understanding of my offensive prowess. Suddenly, Leng Yu's astonished voice came from the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen, you successfully grasped the state of massacre? Xiao Chen nodded. Then, he shook his head and said, I can't be considered to have grasped it yet. I can only say that I got a feeling for it and gained some understanding of it. Perhaps the essence of the state of massacre is not death or destruction. There is another meaning to it. Chapter 528. Leng Yu asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Xiao Chen said indifferently, without massacres, there would be no new order in this world. Winter passes and spring comes. The spring wind blows away the boundless cold of winter and brings the beginning of reincarnation to the world. Everything revives, and the flowers bloom with the warmth of spring. Hence, the essence of massacres is not death or destruction but rebirth. Just like my earlier massacre. While I slaughtered the demons, I saved 10 of my human companions. This is the will of life. Leng Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, was extremely astonished. In her long life, this was the first time she had heard of such a strange theory. Xiao Chen actually comprehended the even more profound state of life from the state of massacre. There were countless states in the world. However, there were some states that were publicly recognized as higher states. For example, massacre, destruction, ruin, lust, illusion, despair, pain, and so on. Above the higher states, there were 4 publicly recognized peak states: life and death, yin-yang, and space-time. After Xiao Chen said this, he suddenly gained some comprehension. He finally realized what the 4-season saber technique Spring Thunder lacked. It lacked a strand of killing qi. For the sake of verifying his guess, Xiao Chen looked around and found the place where the demons were the most ravaged. Then, he killed his way there. Killing qi surged in Xiao Chen's mind, and his eyes turned scarlet. Every time a saber light flashed, a demon died at Xiao Chen's hands. However, Xiao Chen's heart was calm. He started to comprehend the state of life through massacres. He entered a state of selflessness. Big brother, is this the brat you were talking about? He does not seem very strong. Although his aura is long and continuous, he is only a superior grade martial king in the end. At some point in time, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters had gathered 3 kilometers behind Xiao Chen. They stared at Xiao Chen, who was fighting a demon to the death. The one who spoke was the blue-robed young master. As he looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen, he did not seem to care. I alone can deal with such a person. Furthermore, Big Brother is a great perfection half-step martial monarch genius cultivator. However, the Zishan young master on the far right shook his head slightly and said, Third brother, you are oversimplifying things. He comprehended the state of massacre and saber intent at such a young age. How could he be so easy to deal with? In terms of one-on-one combat, apart from Big Brother, none of us can say that we have a 70% chance of winning against him. The green-robed young master withdrew his gaze. He now had an understanding of Xiao Chen's strength. He revealed a cruel smile and said, however, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Let's go, there is nothing more to see. Come back in 3 days to take his life. On the castle-like divine dragon warship, Fengbuyu, who was in charge of this level 3 battlefield, stood in the void and gazed at the distant blood moon. Beside him was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He muttered, when the blood moon appears, the divine weapon will appear. There will be a blue dragon breaking through the 9 heavens. 5,000 years ago, the old Dragon King left these 3 sentences before he died. He said that this was a great opportunity for the Divine Dragon Palace and that the Blue Dragon Palace would appear one day. Now that the Blood Moon has appeared, it might be true. Feng Buyu withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Don't overthink this. It is not the first time a blood moon has appeared in the history of a demon. Even the divine weapon has to guard the sex luck. Who would take the risk to come here? We just need to guard this divine dragon worship and do what we are supposed to do." His Majesty, the Dragon King, did not take this prophecy too seriously. The white-haired old man had a grave expression as he said, "Even so, before a sage dies, there is a chance that he can jump out of the world and see through time and space. We have to be on guard." Feng Buyu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. His Majesty, the Dragon King, has already made arrangements. This matter is rather mysterious. It is better to believe it than not." The gazes of the two did not shift from the outpost islets to the frighteningly large number of demons. They only looked at the blood moon in the distance, as though they did not care about the demons at all. When the sky turned bright, the distant blood moon slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. The demons, who had gone berserk for most of the night, left behind countless corpses before retreating like the receding tide. Before the blue barrier, all the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they sat down on the surface of the sea, panting heavily. However, the eyes of the cultivators outside the barrier were filled with excitement. Although it had been a tough night, they were filled with excitement. Although it had been a tough night, their gains were equivalent to half a month of hard work. Their points soared rapidly, sufficient to exchange for countless good things. There were even some cultivators who broke through bottlenecks that they had been stuck at for many years in this intense battle. The smiles on their faces became even more radiant. Some people rejoiced while others were worried. While the strong were enjoying the feast of the demon wave, there were even more weak cultivators who left behind a large number of corpses on the surface of the sea. There were still many severely injured cultivators on the outpost islets, feeling sad and depressed. The most dazzling person in this battle was undoubtedly the Eastern Sea's little Dragon King, Xianyuan Zhantian. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, he was like the rebirth of a war god, using his own strength to turn the situation around. Equally dazzling were the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan. The number of demons that died at their hands exceeded 2,000 in one night. Once again, everyone felt the horrifying power of genius cultivators. Xiao Chen's results were equally gratifying. The number of demons that died at his hands reached 2,000. Unfortunately, he was far away from the crowd. Furthermore, with the dazzling genius cultivators, no one noticed him. When Ling Yu sensed Xiao Chen's clarity, she came out of the spirit blood jade. She said softly, "Congratulations, you have taken another step closer to grasping the state of massacre." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He looked into the distance and sighed, "I am just 1 step short. Even if I did not succeed, I might not be able to take this step in my lifetime. I have to strike while the iron is hot. Let's go." Hence, as everyone rushed back to enjoy their victory and return to the divine dragon worship, Xiao Chen quietly set off to continue hunting demons. He was neither happy nor sad, calm and indifferent. 2 days later, Xiao Chen, who was only 5 kilometers away from the core island, had just killed a group of peak high-rank blood demons. However, he suddenly discovered that in front of him, there was a young martial artist in white clothes blocking his path. This was a crucial moment for Xiao Chen to comprehend the state of massacre. He did not want to cause any trouble, so he changed directions. However, he discovered a blue-robed cultivator blocking his way. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and ignored him. He changed directions again, heading north. However, his path was blocked again. It was a cultivator in green. Looking to the west, there was also another cultivator blocking his way. These 4 people had already blocked off all his paths of escape when he was hunting the demons. The Northern Sea's 4 young masters. After Xiao Chen saw the appearances of these 4 people, he could not help but feel suspicious. He could not remember when he became enemies with these people. The green-robed young master looked at Ling Yu, who was beside Xiao Qin. She wore a black and white robe and had a veil covering her face. His eyes immediately lit up. The green-robed young master had subdued many Eros demons and cultivated the joyous yin-yang incantation. He could not be more familiar with Eros demons. He could tell who she was with one look. The green-robed young master's lips curled up in a sinister smile. He said softly, "You are Xiao Qin, right? I have long heard of the great name of the white-robed bladesman. Now that I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Xiao Qin did not like the aura of the other party. All the more, he did not like the other party using such a method to block him. He did not have a good impression of this person. Xiao Qin said expressionlessly, "Whether I am or not, it has nothing to do with you. Don't block my way. Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you speak to my big brother like that? This is the boundless sea, and we are the northern sea's 4 young masters. With one word, we can make it difficult for you to move. You'd better be smart. What status do we have? What status do you have?" When the 4th-ranked white-robed young master heard Xiao Qin speak like that, he could not help but berate him. The green-robed young master smiled faintly and waved his hand to stop the white-robed young master. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Naturally, I can let you go. Hand over the Eros demon beside you, and I will give you 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones." After all, the other party was the Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief. The green-robed young master did not want to blow the matter up. It would be best if he could use spirit stones to settle this. The endless ocean was not like the continent. It might lack other things, but it definitely did not lack spirit stones. Xiao Qin remained unmoved and said calmly, "Not interested." The green-robed young master did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you think it is too little? I will add another 1,000,000. If 2,000,000 is still not enough, I will add another 1,000,000. At the side, Ling Yu's heart tightened involuntarily. She looked up at Xiao Qin with some worry in her eyes. She knew that 3,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones was a large sum. Many martial kings would not be able to accumulate such a sum in their entire lives. In particular, Xiao Qin was currently penniless and was in urgent need of spirit stones. It was hard to say whether he would agree or not. When Ling Yu heard the other party offer 3,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones without hesitation, Xiao Qin was stunned. He revealed a self-mocking smile. He did not know when he would be able to use money to slap the other party's face. When the green-robed young master saw Xiao Qin's reaction, his eyebrows twitched. However, he understood something else. He said, "Hee hee. I understand what you mean. I will give you 3,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In addition, I will give you 2 Eros demons." Xiao. 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 The green-robed young master waved his right hand. Right after he spoke, 4 Eros demons with seductive figures and revealing clothes appeared on the surface of the sea. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He took half a step back without anyone noticing. In an instant, 3 sharp killing intents locked onto him. As long as Xiao Qin moved half a step, the attacks that they had prepared would topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They would attack him without hesitation. When the green-robed young master saw the situation, his face sank. He said in a cold voice, "Don't have any other thoughts. I have already tolerated you enough. Don't be so shameless when I give you face." Xiao Qin raised his eyelids slightly. There was a deep and calm look in his eyes. He seemed to hear the faint sound of a saber. "How boring. Do I need you to give me face? Ka-ca." Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the lunar shadow saber turned into a red bolt of lightning. It left the scabbard and gave off a resplendent beam of light as it charged at the green-robed young master. Chapter 529. Ling Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. The green-robed young master was mildly astonished. He had not expected Xiao Qin to take the initiative to attack them under such circumstances. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had chosen him as the breakthrough point. The green-robed young master could not help but smile coldly to himself. How reckless. Unexpectedly, he dares to try and break out of my encirclement. I will block you first. When the other three surround you, you will be like a bird in a cage. Let's see how you fight back. Boom. Boom. The green-robed young master assumed a defensive stance. His surging essence spread out, causing the scarlet water behind him to churn endlessly and kicking up huge waves. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Just as his saber was about a meter away from his opponent, he moved his feet and executed the blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chen's position immediately changed. The wukuei breaks the heavens, which he had prepared for a long time, instantly flew at the unprepared white-robed young master. The scarlet light on the saber elongated quickly, moving as fast as lightning. Clearly, the white-robed young master had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a miraculous movement technique. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen could change his position in an incredible manner. The white-robed young master was startled. When he saw the sharpness of the scarlet light and its might, he subconsciously dodged to the side. After finding the breakthrough point, Xiao Chen immediately scattered his saber technique and quickly flew forward. The green-robed young master flushed red in anger. He looked at the white-robed young master and scolded, "What are you doing?" At the crucial moment, such a situation occurred. Would it kill you to block? The white-robed young master felt embarrassed at his own actions. He did not dare to retort. He lowered his head and said, "It's my fault. However, this brat cannot run fast. He will not be able to escape our grasp." The green-robed young master looked at Xiao Chen's back and said coldly, "Cut the crap." After him. The four of them soared into the air and executed their movement techniques. They quickly chased after Xiao Chen. Of the four, the green-robed young master was the strongest. He was also the fastest. He chased after Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen felt the green-robed young master following closely behind him, he did not immediately use the blood flame shoes. Instead, he followed the green-robed young master at a leisurely pace. Against four half-step martial monarchs, Xiao Chen knew that he had no chance of victory. Hence, he wisely chose to leave. He would not joke around with his life. If the green-robed young master was the only one chasing him, Xiao Chen would not have to worry too much. He could give the green-robed young master an unforgettable surprise. The other party's cultivation was very deep, already a great perfection half-step martial monarch. However, Xiao Chen could tell that this person cultivated an unknown cultivation technique. Although his cultivation realm was high, his essence was not very condensed. Furthermore, it was incredibly vast, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. The four young masters chased after him. As time passed, the gap between the green-robed young master and the other three young masters widened. This fellow's speed is too fast. We can't catch up to him. Let's just wait here for Big Brother's news. The white-robed young master stopped and panted slightly. He said, "Big Brother is already a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Capturing an insignificant superior-grade martial king should be easy. Even if something unexpected happens, he will be able to escape unscathed. Let's not waste our energy." The three of them chased after Xiao Chen at full speed, exhausting their essence. The other two thought about it and agreed. So, they stopped and rested where they were, using spirit stones to recover their essence. The green-robed young master, who was chasing alone, did not care about the other three falling behind. Although he valued Xiao Chen's strength, he did not treat him as a true opponent. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was slowing down. This put the green-robed young master in a very good mood. The difference in cultivation is too great. A superior-grade martial king cannot compete with me in terms of essence. Xiao Chen, if you stop now and beg me for mercy, I will give you a chance to back out. The green-robed young master's arrogant voice came from behind. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and turned around, doing as the green-robed young master said. The green-robed young master revealed a sinister smile. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Your essence is insufficient. Now you know fear, right? Kneel and beg for mercy." Hand over the arrows, demon, and I will spare your life. The purple crystalline chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body spun quickly. A surging and pure essence filled his entire body. Instead of getting angry, Xiao Chen laughed. He found the person before him very laughable. When the green-robed young master saw Xiao Chen's strange smile, he felt uncomfortable. He shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at? I will say it again. Kneel and beg me for mercy. Only then will I spare your life." Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. His gaze turned icy as he said, "I am laughing at you. You fell for a trap. Even at death's door, you are still arrogant and ignorant. How laughable." Towards the end, Xiao Chen unleashed his state of massacre without holding anything back. A cold wind blew on the surface of the sea, and a red light spread out. The air turned viscous, solid and oppressive. The scarlet sea was extremely calm, like ice, not moving at all. The green-robed young master, who faced the attack head-on, suddenly felt his mind buzz. His thoughts turned chaotic for a moment. Everything he saw, thought, and heard was despair, pain, massacre, and death. All sorts of negative emotions exploded in his mind. What a powerful state of massacre! The green-robed young master was horrified. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain caused his eyes to clear up. However, this instant of distraction was sufficient for Xiao Chen to seize many opportunities. By the time the green-robed young master recovered his senses, the surging saber in Xiao Chen's hand was already less than a meter from his face. This startled the green-robed young master. He quickly executed his movement technique and retreated. However, he discovered that his movement technique, which could normally move 100 meters in an instant, was greatly weakened in this red light. He could only bring out about 50% of his usual strength. Left with no choice, the green-robed young master quickly drew out a vast amount of essence from his dantian and gathered it in his palm. It formed a jade-green ball of light and shot out. Bang! The crystal-like purple saber chi shattered the jade-green ball of light the moment it came into contact with it. The saber light struck the green-robed young master and sent him flying. On the surface of the water, the green-robed young master wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. His expression was one of extreme disbelief. In a contest of essence, the green-robed young master had defeated him. Even though the emerald green ball of light was something he had condensed in a hurry and wasn't his true strength, it was still impossible for him to unleash it. However, it was more than enough to block an attack from an upper grade. After all, there was a huge gap between their realms. However, reality slapped the green-robed young master in the face. Not only did the jade-green ball of light fail to block Xiao Chen's attack, but it also failed to block it. Instead, he was defeated by a single blow from Xiao Chen, causing him to suffer quite a few light injuries. More importantly, his momentum had fallen to the bottom. This kid is really troublesome. Boom, boom, boom. However, Xiao Chen did not give the green-robed young master much time to think. After his move succeeded, he immediately charged over with surging killing intent. The green-robed young master no longer dared to be careless. He brought out his state of water and used all his might to resist Xiao Chen's attack. The two started fighting on the surface of the water. When the shockwaves crashed into the boundless scarlet water, walls of water dozens of meters tall appeared. Splash! Splash! The scarlet water fell continuously. From a distance, it looked like it was raining blood around the two. The green-robed young master grew increasingly alarmed. Xiao Chen's crystal-like essence was much denser than his own. When the green-robed young master exhausted 10% of his essence, he would need to exhaust 40% or more before he could barely block the other party's attack. No, I cannot let him continue clashing head-on with me. If this continues, I will exhaust all my essence before he does. I have to end this quickly and escape first. Then, I can use a big move to decide the victor. The green-robed young master analyzed the situation anxiously. Originally, he planned to use his advantage in cultivation and vast essence as a foundation to drag out the other party. However, How could he have imagined that Xiao Chen's essence was so dense and pure? If he competed with Xiao Chen in exhaustion, the green-robed young master might end up losing. Berserk Flood Dragon roars. After the green-robed young master made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He threw a palm strike, and an intense wave surged up on the Scarlet Sea. The wave was about 3 meters tall. The green-robed young master grabbed and pulled. Immediately, a flood dragon broke out of the scarlet wave and charged at Xiao Chen with bared fangs and brandished claws. However, the green-robed young master did not intend to see the results of the battle. After he executed the berserk flood dragon roars, his figure flashed backward, preparing to break away from Xiao Chen. He directly used a big move to end this battle. As long as he could use that ultimate move, he would be able to use it. Even if his opponent was an inferior grade martial monarch, the green-robed young master was confident of knocking him back. It would be even easier to deal with Xiao Chen. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Break for me. Xiao Chen shouted. When he saw the scarlet flood dragon roaring ferociously, his expression did not change. He did not have any intention of retreating. He immediately executed the Wuxia shakes the heavens and clashed head-on with it. The scarlet Wuxia tree descended from the sky and crashed into the flood dragon. However, the flood dragon did not explode immediately. Instead, it opened its jaws and swallowed the tip of the scarlet Wuxia tree. This flood dragon is interesting. It is different from the mysterious phenomenon that I normally use my essence to gather. It is even more agile. Unfortunately, I do not have time now. Otherwise, I could toy with it. A strange light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He quickly formed a hand seal with his left hand, and the scarlet Wuxia tree surrounded by boundless lightning suddenly exploded. The flood dragon disappeared without a trace. A huge pillar of scarlet water soared into the sky. Xiao Chen leaped up and passed through the screen of water. He looked around and saw the green-robed young master forming hand seals. As the green-robed young master moved his hands, a crack appeared in the demonic clouds above him. A beam of golden light pierced through the demonic clouds and shone on the dark deep-sea battlefield. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen moved like a dragon tail whip, creating a strong wind. He moved in an arc and charged at the green-robed young master, filling the sky with saber lights. Damn it! I nearly succeeded. The green-robed young master scattered his hand seals. He had no choice but to fight Xiao Chen again. Chapter 530. The green-robed young master tried to find an opportunity to escape several times. However, Xiao Chen blocked him every time. Although he did not know what that strange move was, for it to be able to break the demonic clouds, it was definitely very powerful. Hence, the green-robed young master could not give Xiao Chen a chance to execute it. The scarlet saber light contained an eternal and inextinguishable saber intent. Together with the terrifyingly dense crystalline essence, Xiao Chen's saber technique was extremely sharp. In the green-robed young master's eyes, Xiao Chen's figure had already disappeared from his vision. All he could see was saber light. However, it was an eternal and inextinguishable saber light with a sharp edge. The body was like a saber, the intent was like a saber. Such a saber technique had no weaknesses. Bang! The green-robed young master made a mistake. Xiao Chen immediately opened a bloody wound on his chest. Blood spurted out. Berserk Flood Dragon's Rage, seeing that the green-robed young master wanted to use that move to force him back, Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed soared and instantly reached Mach 4. 5. The green-robed young master raised his saber light and broke the green-robed young master's move. In the process, he suffered significant internal injuries. The green-robed young master's complexion turned ashen. He already wanted to retreat, he did not want to waste time here. In the past, when he fought with cultivators of the same generation, he would always end them within 10 moves. With his strong cultivation and vast essence, he could suppress others with force. With the aid of the joyous yin-yang incantation, the green-robed young master's essence was frighteningly large. Even veteran half-step martial monarchs could not compare to him, not to mention the young cultivators of the same generation. However, this time, the green-robed young master met with someone even more powerful than him. The green-robed young master, who had always suppressed others with force, finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by force. The green-robed young master could not advance or retreat. He did not have enough time to execute all sorts of strong martial techniques. His opponent did not do anything but clash head-on with him. If the green-robed young master hesitated for even a moment, the saber chi would hack him in half. Even if he was unwilling, he could only brace himself and face it head-on. I cannot drag this out. If I do, I will not even have a chance to escape. I have to make a decision now. The green-robed young master's thoughts raced like lightning. His eyes flashed with determination. With a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, 10 Eros demons appeared on the surface of the sea. Their figures were seductive, and they stood between the two of them. Stop him. Without my order, no one is allowed to run. The green-robed young master finished speaking and ran away without looking back. Just as the 10 Eros demons were about to execute their charm technique, Ling Yu flew out of the spirit blood jade. She stood there and said softly, I'll help you block this group of Eros demons. You go and chase. Xiao. The purple mark on Ling Yu's forehead gave off a resplendent light. An ancient and noble aura unique to demons spread out from her body. They immediately felt a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. They scattered their charm techniques and prostrated themselves on the surface of the sea. They had panicked expressions as they looked at Ling Yu in fear. Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He spread out his spiritual sense and sensed the direction in which the green-robed young master had left. Then, he immediately gave chase. Xiao Chen had to catch up to this person. Otherwise, given this person's strength, if he let him go, there would be endless trouble in the future. If that happened, Xiao Chen would no longer have a foothold in the Eastern Sea. He would have to end his experiential training early. If the result was worse, the green-robed young master would find a martial monarch elder of his clan to ambush Xiao Chen. If that happened, his life would be in danger. A scarlet state of massacre appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. As the killing intent rose in his heart, it became even denser. So. Xiao Chen activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed reached Mach 4.5, breaking through the limits of a martial king. Xiao Chen was like a white shadow moving quickly on the surface of the sea. He was simply too fast. As a result, a shockwave formed behind Xiao Chen. It was 10 meters tall and extended for several kilometers. This was why Xiao Chen had not grasped such speed yet. If he advanced to martial monarch, or if his blue dragon cloud soaring art improved, he would not have caused such a commotion. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen, who was moving at full speed, saw the green-robed young master's figure. The green-robed young master was flying miserably on the surface of the sea. He looked like he was in a panic. When the green-robed young master was within a kilometer of him, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. The shockwave behind him slowly descended, creating a hua-la-la sound. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and burned all his vital qi, not holding anything back. Azure smoke immediately came out from his Tianmen acupoint. Finally, it rushed into the sky and gathered on the demonic clouds. Then, it started burning ferociously. Heaven-burning claw. Xiao Chen shouted, and the burning azure clouds immediately turned into a huge dragon claw descending from the sky. A resonant dragon roar resounded. It seemed like an ancient blue dragon was hiding above the azure clouds. What fist technique is this? There is actually a dragon's might. The green-robed young master's vision was filled with an extremely huge azure dragon claw. The dragon claw carried the power to burn the heavens as it descended from the sky. The horrifying dragon's might made one feel irresistible. The green-robed young master was astonished. He had felt such a feeling from Xianyuan Zhantian before. However, he had not expected it to happen to Xiao Chen today as well. The green-robed young master did not have any time to think. He shouted and forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart. Then, he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Immediately, 5 huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea. The wave in the west knocked the green-robed young master far away. The green-robed young master reacted very quickly. However, he was still too slow. A horrifying wound appeared on his back. Burning the heavens fist. When Xiaoqun shouted, he quickly pulled back the dragon claw that had entered the sea. Then, it turned into a dragon fist and punched at the green-robed young master. Xiaoqun did not hold anything back with this punch. He burned all the remaining vital qi in his body. It could be said to be a punch at the peak of his physical body. Boom! The dragon roar resounded again. This time, the green-robed young master, who had just gotten up, did not have a chance to react. The dragon fist struck his back. The green-robed young master became like a sandbag as he flew through the air in a parabola. When he landed on the water, the huge impact kicked up a huge wave. The green-robed young master's back had all broken. His internal organs were damaged. He had completely lost his ability to fight. Furthermore, this was because he had a vast amount of essence. If he did not have enough essence to protect his body, this punch would have pierced through him. Xiaoqun nodded in satisfaction. Although he had known that the stronger the vital qi, the stronger the burning the heavens would be, he had not expected it to be this strong. Xiaoqun grasped the lunar shadow saber on his belt with his left hand. Then, he slowly walked over to the green-robed young master. Ta! Ta! At this moment, the Scarlet Sea was calm. When the blood flame shoes stepped on the water, they gave off rhythmic footsteps. To the severely injured green-robed young master, it sounded like a death knell. As the footsteps got closer, the green-robed young master thought about many things. He was young and dissolute. He had outstanding talent and wandered the world freely. He was a talented youth. In the future, he would control the northern boundless sea and become a true overlord. His future was limitless. If he died at the hands of Xiaoqun, he would be too dissatisfied. I beg you, don't kill me. I'll give you 10 million medial-grade spirit stones. I don't want your Eros demon anymore. I'll give you 100 Eros demons. Let me off this time. When the green-robed young master felt Xiaoqun's cold and emotionless killing intent and death approaching, he could no longer remain calm. He tossed aside his dignity and threw himself to the surface of the sea, begging Xiaoqun for mercy. He promised all sorts of benefits, looking extremely tempting. Xiaoqun remained unmoved. He lowered his head and looked at the green-robed young master in a sorry state. He said expressionlessly, "Who told you that I have an advanced Eros demon?" A look of anticipation flashed in the green-robed young master's eyes. He said quickly, "If I tell you, will you not kill me?" Ah! An intense miserable cry resounded. It was Xiaoqun drawing his lunar shadow saber and chopping off one of the green-robed young master's arms. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to tell me or not?" The green-robed young master clenched his teeth and said, "No. Unless you agree to let me off, I will not tell you even if I die." Xiaoqun frowned slightly. He was not good at torturing people or lying. Since the green-robed young master was not willing to speak, then he could only give him a quick death. The green-robed young master raised his lunar shadow saber and was about to make a move. When he saw the determination in Xiaoqun's eyes, he said in a fluster, "Don't do it. I'll tell you. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Jean told me. He even told me everything about you in detail. I thought about it for a long time before I decided to make a move." Xiaoqun paused for a moment. Then, he nodded gently and said, "Oh, you can die now." The green-robed young master only managed to say one word before his head separated from his body, flying through the air. The green-robed young master's eyes were wide open. He died with a remaining grievance. If he had not been in a hurry to succeed, the 4 brothers would have worked together. How could they have given Xiaoqun the opportunity to kill him? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in life. As the green-robed young master's head fell into the water, the famous green-robed young master of the Northern Sea fell at Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at the green-robed young master's decapitated body. He did not think too much about it. Killing such a person would be problematic. However, not killing him would only result in more problems. Since he had to kill him, he could not hesitate. A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He muttered Baijian's name in his heart. He had not expected this person to have such means. Unexpectedly, Baijian had colluded with the Northern Sea's 4 young masters to deal with him, borrowing strength to fight. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. This kind of person is much more terrifying than the green-robed young master. Not to mention the difference in strength, just his thoughts are terrifying. Xiao! Xiao! Ling Yu quickly arrived at Xiao Chen's side. She looked at the green-robed young master's corpse and suppressed the shock in her heart. She said, "I asked the other 4 Eros demons. This person cultivates an evil cultivation technique called the joyous yin-yang incantation. He relies on harvesting yin to replenish yang to raise his cultivation. That's why he targeted me. However, he took the wrong path. The joyous yin-yang incantation lacks the most important link, the yin and yang complement. So, although his cultivation increased very quickly, his essence is impure and cannot be refined. There is no quality to speak of." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He had not expected such a miraculous cultivation technique to exist in the world. However, he did not believe that there were any shortcuts in the martial Tao. Even if there were shortcuts allowing one's cultivation to soar in a short time, it would not increase one's combat prowess. The green-robed young master before him was a good example. Chapter 531. Xiao Chen felt that Baijian was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, his combat prowess was at least 2 grades higher than the green-robed young master's. Xiao Chen squatted down and removed a superior quality jade spatial ring from the green-robed young master's finger. Then, he tossed it to Ling Yu and said, "Take a look and see what's inside. Help me tidy it up. I have something to do." Ling Yu caught the spatial ring and watched as Xiao Chen left quickly. Then, she asked loudly, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to kill someone. Don't follow me." Xiao Chen waved his hand and did not turn his head back. The cool breeze carried his calm voice to Ling Yu's ears. Above the Scarlet Sea, the yellow-robed young master, the white-robed young master, and the blue-robed young master used spirit stones to recover their essence. After 2 hours, the medial-grade spirit stones in the 3's hands were completely drained, turning into useless rocks. Their essence had also been completely replenished. The blue-robed young master was the first to open his eyes. He said somewhat worriedly, "Why is Big Brother not back yet? Did something happen? Should we go and take a look?" The yellow-robed young master shook his head and said, "No. With Big Brother's strength, he should have no problem dealing with that brat. Even if something unexpected happens, he should be able to escape." The white-robed young master mocked, "That's right. That brat must have gotten lucky and consumed some natural treasures, resulting in his essence being more abundant. However, compared to Big Brother, he is nothing. We just have to wait here for Big Brother's good news." Just at this moment, a handsome cultivator in azure with an extraordinary aura suddenly appeared in the 3's vision. He carried a white-robed bladesman on his shoulder as he walked over unhurriedly. When the white-robed young master saw the situation, he could not help but laugh loudly. "I already said that Big Brother would not have any problems. Now that we captured this brat alive, I have to torture him properly." Xiao Chen's earlier attack had embarrassed the white-robed young master. When he saw the green-robed young master carrying Xiao Chen back, he immediately became very excited and ran over. The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly followed behind the white-robed young master. "Big Brother, let me play with this brat," the white-robed young master said with a sinister expression. The blue-robed young master behind the white-robed young master looked at the smiling green-robed young master and suddenly felt that something was amiss. When the blue-robed young master saw the smiling green-robed young master, but not say anything, he felt that something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. After hesitating for a while, he decided to check. In the end, he was given a huge fright. The green-robed young master before him did not have any cultivation at all. He was just an ordinary person. That demonic aura and majestic aura were all faked. Fourth brother is in danger, that's fake. When the blue-robed young master saw the fainted Xiao Qin, who seemed to have lost all his strength, he quickly shouted, "Don't worry, young Master Lan." The white-robed young master was stunned, feeling somewhat confused. He turned his head and asked, "What's going on? What are you saying is fake?" Xiao. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the originally soft and lifeless Xiao Qin suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber at his waist. It was drawing the saber. A cold light flashed past like lightning. The white-robed young master did not even have the chance to turn his head around to look at Xiao Qin again before his head left his neck and flew into the air. Kacha! The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master quickly drew their weapons and retreated 100 meters. The blue-robed young master looked at the green-robed young master, who was still smiling evilly, and asked sternly, "What did you do to my big brother? You're talking about him? He's just a puddle of blood. The real green-robed young master is naturally dead." Xiao Qin glanced over and pointed at the so-called green-robed young master. That fresh physical body immediately turned into a stream of blood and merged into the vast sea. This was the life bestowal spell that Xiao Qin was extremely familiar with. When the blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master saw the green-robed young master turn into a pool of blood, they were astonished. They had not expected such a strange martial technique to exist in the world. The yellow-robed young master shouted sternly, "Xiao Qin, do you know what you're doing? You killed 2 of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. Even the Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief cannot protect you." Xiao Qin said calmly, "If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people want to kill me, I will kill them myself." The 4 young masters had to die. Otherwise, if any of them managed to escape, the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans could kill them without a care for the consequences based on their testimony. The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master exchanged glances. Then, they took advantage of the time when Xiao Qin spoke to attack at the same time. Mountain and river sword. Ghostly face saber. The blue-robed young master held a sharp sword. The sword gave off a mysterious phenomenon, materializing mountains and rivers on the ground. He used the sword as a brush to paint the landscape. The sword seemed to incorporate the surrounding space into the painting. As for the blue-robed young master, he was the painter of the painting. However, the yellow-robed young master held a thick saber in his hand. He sent out a saber chi with a ghostly face surging with black chi, flying at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had been on guard against the sudden attacks of the 2. Naturally, he did not panic when facing their attacks. Of the 2's killing moves, the blue-robed young master focused on the mysterious phenomenon. He wanted to use his boldness to paint the landscape, trapping Xiao Qin in the painting. The yellow-robed young master focused on mental attacks. He used a secret technique to condense his essence and mental energy into a ghostly face, dealing mental damage to the opponent's soul. The attacks of the 2 had their own specialties. They were about equal, there was not much difference. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin came up with a countermeasure. He decided to break the blue-robed young master's mysterious phenomenon first. If the mysterious phenomenon was forcefully broken, the blue-robed young master would not have any combat prowess for a while. In order to truly paint the landscape, incorporating the mountains and rivers into the brush, one had to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, one had to have a complete holy weapon. Unfortunately, the blue-robed young master did not have either. He had only scratched the surface. This gave Xiao Qin the opportunity to break it. Wuxia breaks the heavens. A red light appeared on the saber. As the Wuxia tree above finished growing, the light instantly extended a long distance. It soared into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. Crunching sounds rang out. The mysterious phenomenon was broken. the painting that the blue-robed young master wrote shattered. The 5,000 kilometers of mountains and rivers, the picturesque landscape, crumbled on its own. The painter no longer had the energy to paint. Pu ci. The pale blue-robed young master vomited a mouthful of blood. He could not believe it. Although the blue-robed young master knew that Shaoqin had vast essence, he had not expected that there would be such a huge difference between him, a half-step martial monarch, and a superior-grade martial king. If the blue-robed young master had known of such a difference, he would not have executed the mountain and river sword technique. Shaoqin broke the blue-robed young master's mountain and river sword with one saber strike. However, the yellow-robed young master's ghostly saber chi had already arrived. When the ugly ghostly face was only 1 meter away from Shaoqin, it suddenly opened its mouth and cackled strangely. Sound waves spread out in all directions. The sound waves were piercing and invaded Shaoqin's mind. Countless evil spirits appeared in his sea of consciousness, corroding Shaoqin's mental energy. The golden deity in his sea of consciousness gently swung its sword. The countless evil spirits immediately turned to ashes. They did not pose any threat to Shaoqin. Break. A red light spread out in Shaoqin's eyes as he completely unleashed the state of massacre. He executed an arc-light chop and instantly chopped the ghostly saber chi in half. A scarlet arc circled Shaoqin's body. Then, it trembled and moved to Shaoqin's back, preparing to launch a sneak attack on the yellow-robed young master. When the sneak attack failed, the yellow-robed young master knew that he could not defeat Shaoqin. So he decisively retreated. However, how could Shaoqin give him a chance to escape? Back then, even someone as strong as the green-robed young master had died to Shaoqin. The yellow-robed young master was clearly weaker. How could he be a match for Shaoqin? After 100 moves, the yellow-robed young master could no longer hold on. Wounds of various sizes slowly appeared on his body. Many crystalline electric currents crackled in the wounds, worsening the yellow-robed young master's injuries. After another 50 moves, Shaoqin found a huge opening and killed his opponent. Shaoqin swept his gaze across the surface of the sea. Soon, he saw the blue-robed young master, whose mysterious phenomenon had been broken, walking on the surface of the sea with much difficulty. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. A huge dragon seemed to appear on the surface of the sea. It swung its tail, and Shaoqin kicked up a strong wind. Then, it moved in a long arc and arrived before the blue-robed young master in an instant. Die. Without giving the other party any chance to speak, Shaoqin raised his saber and chopped down, sending a head flying. Just like that, Shaoqin used 30% of his strategy, 20% of his courage, and 50% of his strength to kill the famous Northern Sea's 4 young masters, one after another, falling in this vast scarlet sea. After killing these 4 people, Shaoqin's essence had not been exhausted yet. There was still a third of his essence left in the crystalline chi whirlpool. The benefits that Shaoqin gained from using the secret technique, the 12 spirit-gathering pearls, were now clear for all to see. However, Shaoqin did not let down his guard. He extended out his spiritual sense and scanned the area continuously. Shaoqin's figure moved around the surroundings, carefully checking the area several times before he felt more at ease. By the time Shaoqin landed, Lingyu had already rushed over. She had already taken the spatial rings of the other 3 young masters. Lingyu was connected to Shaoqin through the spirit blood jade. They could sense each other's aura. Shaoqin did not find it strange that Lingyu found this place. Shaoqin used the purple thunder true fire to burn the 3 corpses to ashes. Then, he quickly said to Lingyu, "Have you sorted out the things in the spatial rings? We cannot stay here for long. We need to leave quickly." Lingyu smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be anxious. These 4 people are already dead. No one knows that you killed them. Furthermore, the things in the spatial rings are all treasures." Shaoqin did not reply. He only walked in front silently. He felt that Bai Zhan definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. That person was like a venomous snake. If he did not bite you, it would be fine. However, if he bit you, you would die for sure. Even though Xiao Qin had already checked the area several times and did not find anyone else in the surroundings, it was still best to leave quickly. In the spatial rings of the four of them, there is a total of 5 million medial-grade spirit stones and 70,000 superior-grade spirit stones. There are also some other materials. If converted into spirit stones, there should be at least 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. As Lin Yu walked behind Xiao Qin, she reported the things that she had sorted out. Chapter 532. When Xiao Qin heard that there were so many spirit stones, he did not find it strange. There were many spirit veins in the boundless sea. Furthermore, they were of high quality. Aside from the resources at the bottom of the sea, the four great clans controlled the trade between the northern sea and the continent. The wealth they brought was astronomical. There are some rare ores in the rings of these four people. They can be used in the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Adding in the spirit stones from earlier and the points you have already obtained, if you exchange them all, you should barely be able to activate the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Xiao Qin paused for a moment and quickly stopped. He said, "Enter the spirit blood jade first. I will rush back to the divine dragon warship at full speed." Lin Yu felt it was strange. She asked, "Is there a need to rush? Didn't we agree to go a little deeper?" Xiao Qin changed his direction and started to rush back. He said slowly, "I have already decided. My next destination will be the island in the core of the battlefield. It is good to make some preparations. If one were to ask what was the most dangerous place in the deep sea battlefield, it would naturally be the island in the core. However, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Even if the people of the northern boundless sea's four great clans rushed over and suspected Xiao Qin, they would not expect him to go to the island. Xiao Qin would wait until the commotion died down before going out. By then, he would have passed this crisis. A long time after Xiao Qin and Lin Yu left, a hole suddenly appeared in the space where they had been. The evil moon pavilion's Baijian emerged from it. As Baijian stood in the air, he held a crystalline mirror in his hand. The scene shown in the mirror was the scene of Xiao Qin killing the four young masters. This fellow's perception is really strong. If not for this void battle armor, it would have been discovered. Baijian looked away from the mirror and looked in the direction that Xiao Qin had taken. He muttered to himself, "I am not surprised that he managed to kill the four young masters. However, I did not expect him to win so easily. I have to make a quick trip to the northern sea." The scions of the four great clans were all killed. Ha. Even if you advance to martial monarch, you will not have any chance of surviving. Baijian's plan was closely linked. Whether the four young masters succeeded or not, Xiao Qin was already in dire straits. From the moment the green-robed young master agreed to make a move, Baijian had thought of all the possibilities and came up with a countermeasure. On the castle-like divine dragon warship, there was an independent and remote courtyard. Lin Yu crushed a superior-grade spirit stone into powder and carefully drew a complicated formation in the courtyard. Xiao Qin pushed the door open and entered. Then, he carefully closed the door. Lin Yu raised her head and asked, "Have you bought everything?" With a thought, Xiao Qin took out a large pile of rare ores from the universe ring. He nodded and said, "I do not have many things. However, I did as you said and bought some substitutes. Take a look and see if they are all right." After Lin Yu spoke, she did not say anything more. She placed the items on the various nodes of the formation. After everything was done, Lin Yu took a breather. Then, she said, "After I recover, I can activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation and help you condense some magic energy. Then, we can conduct the blood sacrifice and completely grasp that scarlet blood frost flame diagram." 3 days ago, when the two of them returned to the divine dragon warship, Xiao Qin had started to purchase all sorts of materials. He had sold off all the four young masters' wealth in a low-key manner. After that, he spent another 2 days and finally settled everything today. After 15 minutes, Lin Yu finished resting. She got Xiao Qin to enter the center of the formation and sit down cross-legged, preparing to activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation. The purple mark on Lin Yu's forehead flickered. An ancient and noble aura spread out from her body once again. Ling Yu took a deep breath and flicked her finger, sending out 6 sparks. The sparks landed on the lines made of spirit stone powder. Boom! The entire formation burned, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. All the ores on the nodes of the formation ignited. Then, they turned into 108 beams of starlight and flew into Xiao Chen's forehead. As the beams of starlight entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, all of Xiao Chen's mental energy surged and burned, turning into a huge clump of golden liquid. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's body also gave off tens of thousands of strands of golden light, turning him into a golden man. Ling Yu quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The 10,000 magic returning to origin formation on the ground spun, and all sorts of lights intertwined. Xiao Chen's figure turned blurry as he stood in the golden liquid in his sea of consciousness. The golden liquid in his sea of consciousness continued to condense, condense. As the golden liquid was continuously compressed, Xiao Chen felt that his mental energy did not weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. After an unknown period of time, the golden light on Xiao Chen's body slowly faded. The light of the formation also slowly weakened. That clump of golden liquid was finally compressed to the size of a strand of hair. Then, it floated out of Xiao Chen's forehead. The hair-sized golden liquid flowed with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire courtyard like it was daytime. Fortunately, this place was very remote. Otherwise, such a mysterious phenomenon would attract countless cultivators to come and take a look. Xiao Chen, do it quickly. This is your magic energy. It can only last for 4 seconds, Ling Yu said quickly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said quickly, understood. Ling Yu had already told Xiao Chen how to use this strand of magic energy to carry out the blood sacrifice. Using some skill, Xiao Chen cut the tip of his index finger. A drop of blood flew out and merged with that strand of golden magic energy, entangling with it. 4 seconds passed in merely 2 breaths of time. Xiao Chen did not dare to delay any longer. He took out the scarlet blood frost flame painting from his bosom and waved it, quickly unfurling it. Ding! The instant the painting unfurled, the strand of magic energy infused with Xiao Chen's blood landed on the painting. The 4 seconds were up. Xiao Chen suddenly felt excited. As he looked at the painting floating quietly in the air, it felt like the painting had come to life. This feeling was very miraculous. It was different from the feeling of a secret treasure. A secret treasure only had a mental connection. However, this scarlet blood frost flame painting was a magic treasure. It required a connection between one's mind and blood. This scarlet blood frost flame painting was already a part of his body. Xiao Chen issued a command in his heart, and the unfurled scarlet blood frost flame painting immediately turned into a beam of dim light and entered Xiao Chen's chest, merging with his blood. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved his right hand. The painting instantly appeared in his hand. Ling Yu walked over and said, Xiao Chen, this scarlet blood frost flame painting is now your magic treasure. It is different from a secret treasure. If the magic treasure is destroyed, you will suffer mental damage of varying degrees. You do not have magic energy. Compared to a regular immortal cultivator, you will suffer mental damage several times more. Xiao Chen stood up to indicate that he understood. He had already comprehended that magic energy relied on mental energy. It was similar to how essence was transformed from quintessence to martial monarchs. Thus, if a strand of magic energy was damaged, it would result in mental damage many times over. Due to the rules of this world, Xiao Chen could not transform mental energy into magic energy. However, that did not mean that he would not have a chance in the future. Xiao Chen did not look at the various wonders of the scarlet blood frost flame painting. He put it away and said cautiously, let's go. We should head for the core island now. Ling Yu's eyes revealed some shock. She said, ever since you killed the 4 young masters, you seem to be in a rush. Xiao Chen revealed a helpless expression. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to. Such a mental state is not suitable for cultivation. However, Baijian is too much of a threat. I originally thought that he would sneak attack me after the 4 young masters made their move. However, he did not. There is definitely something strange going on. Biyao would not place all his hopes on the 4 young masters. He definitely knows what kind of person that green-robed young master is. He is just a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. Len Yu was very intelligent. She quickly figured out the crux of the matter. She said, "You are afraid that he will inform the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. However, he does not have any evidence. The 4 noble clans will not be able to do anything to you." Xiaoqun shook his head slightly and said, "Sometimes, there is no need for evidence to kill someone. All that is needed is suspicion. It is not easy for me to determine what kind of people the 4 noble clans are. So, it is best to be more cautious. Let's go." When Len Yu heard this, she entered deep thought. She recalled some of her own experiences and immediately felt the same way. In the sky above the eastern boundless sea to the northern boundless sea, Biyao operated the void battle armor with all his might. He entered the void and moved at Mach 15. Without the obstruction of air in the void, a cultivator's speed could be tripled. If they had a secret treasure, their speed could be doubled. The void battle armor was an inferior grade secret treasure. There were only 3 superior grade secret treasures in the entire Evil Moon Pavilion. One of them was in Bijao's hands. This clearly showed Bijao's position in the Evil Moon Pavilion. If this secret treasure was activated at full power, it could only be used once every half a year. However, it could be used continuously for 7 days. The Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master had given it to Biyao to protect his life. Once he entered the void, unless a sage changed the natural laws, even a peak martial monarch would not be able to do anything to him. I have already flown for 2 days. In another 4 hours, I should be able to reach the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance. Biyao calmly calculated the flight time in the void. He smiled and said, Xiaoqun, you forced me to use the void battle armor. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself." After Xiaoqun left the huge divine dragon warship, he rushed through the night, heading for the most dangerous place in the 3rd grade battlefield, the island core. Along the way, Xiaoqun also explored the various wondrous uses of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost diagram. The Scarlet Blood Flame Frost diagram's predecessor was the Void Projection diagram. Naturally, its first wondrous use was to capture objects. Xiaoqun could capture any demon he saw into the diagram and trap them. After using it a few times, Xiaoqun discovered that capturing an enemy into the diagram was very taxing on mental energy. Furthermore, there were many limitations. First, he could not capture an enemy beyond 500 meters. Second, he had to be strong. If the enemy he wanted to capture was much stronger than him, it would be very difficult to do so. The second wondrous use of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost diagram was, of course, the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. Xiaoqun could summon out the flame in the diagram to defend against enemies. Chapter 533. Xiaoqun could also use the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame to create blood flame beasts to fight against enemies. However, Xiaoqun's current strength was limited. The blood flame beasts that he could summon were only as strong as martial saints. They could only be used as cannon fodder. Aside from this, what interested Xiaoqun even more was the hand holding the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. If he guessed correctly, that should be the arm of an Emperor Wu. He didn't know how much of Emperor Wu's strength this arm could bring out. Even if it was only 1/10, it would be enough for Xiaoqun to do whatever he wanted. 1 week later, the most dangerous place in the level 3 battlefield, the outline of the core island appeared in Xiaoqun's vision. The clouds above the island seemed to be dyed with layers of black ink. It was pitch black and thick. There was not a trace of light on the island. It was truly dark. The core island had another name among martial artists, Nirvana Island. According to legend, when the divine phoenix was about to die, it would experience the torment of raging flames and a painful test. Once they passed the test, they would be refined and reborn within the flames. This was the phoenix's nirvana. The cultivators who were about to step onto the core islands were undoubtedly prepared to die. They were prepared to go through layers of trials and tribulations. Once one passed the test, one would similarly be reborn and obtain a sublimation. That was why this island was called Nirvana Island. Nirvana rebirth. Xiao Qin muttered, there is still half a year left. I have to advance to half-step martial monarch. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, Xiao Qin walked towards Nirvana Island with a resolute gaze. What Xiao Qin did not know was that there was a heated discussion going on the divine dragon warship at this time, and the center of the discussion was him. Inside the hall, a few old men watched a scene projected in the air. The scene showed a white-robed bladesman with a calm expression and scarlet eyes killing the Northern Sea's green-robed young master. After that, he plotted to kill the white-robed young master. Finally, he fought 1 against 2 and killed the yellow-robed young master and blue-robed young master. Just like that, the 4 young masters of the Northern Sea all died at this person's hands. Several elders from the Northern Sea Alliance sat on the chairs and tables in the hall, their faces ashen. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen this scene, he still felt humiliated every time he saw it. The scion of one of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans actually died at the hands of a great Qin nation bladesman. Furthermore, that bladesman was only 20 years old. The scene stopped at the back of the white-robed bladesman and Leng Yu leaving. Baijian smiled faintly and withdrew the returning light mirror. Elder Feng, do you believe that we have evidence now? An elder of the green-robed young master's clan, Ao Feng, said sinisterly. Feng Buyu frowned slightly. As the person in charge of the level 3 battlefield, he did not have much of an impression of Xiao Qin. After all, there were tens of thousands of martial artists here. It would be difficult for him to remember all of them. Since Feng Buyu did not have any impression of Xiao Qin, there was no need to bother. Just as Feng Buyu was about to speak, the white-haired old man beside him looked at Baijian and said, "Young hero Bai, this is very strange. Since you were behind using the returning light mirror and watched as the 4 young masters were killed, why did you not make a move to save them?" Feng Buyu did not have any impression of Xiao Qin. However, this white-haired old man left a deep impression on him. Back when Xiao Qin was a medial grade martial king, he was able to rank in the top 10 of the point ranking. Thus, this white-haired old man was certain that Xiao Qin was not a simple person. Now that something like this happened, the white-haired old man's first thought was that something was wrong. When the white-haired old man asked this question, the people of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans all looked at Baijian suspiciously. Baijian did not show any panic on his face. Clearly, he had expected this question. He replied calmly, "At that time, I did make a move. Unfortunately, this person's strength was too heaven-defying. In less than 10 moves, he severely injured me. Helpless, I could only rely on the void battle armor to hide in the void. That was how I managed to avoid this calamity." No one could find any fault with his explanation. Even if they could, they would not be able to find any fault with it. Even if they could, the people of the 4 noble clans would not be willing to find out. Now that the noble clan scion was dead, what they needed to do was find the murderer. Furthermore, they needed to make the murderer die a horrible death to protect the face of the Northern Sea Alliance's 4 noble clans. Actually, the truth was not important. As long as they could resolve this matter perfectly, it would be fine. Between Baijian and Xiao Qin, one was the first disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master and the other was a lone ranger without a sect. It was clear who to believe. The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze from Baijian and said indifferently, "It is common for cultivators to kill each other on the battlefield. Our divine dragon palace will not interfere. We cannot set a precedent. Hence, we will not help you use the point medallion to locate this person." Feng Buyu felt somewhat depressed. Why was the white-haired old man so protective of Xiao Qin? However, at this moment, the 2 of them were on the same side, so it was not convenient for him to ask. He could only see the leader of the 4 noble clans, Ao Feng, saying apologetically, "We cannot break the rules. If others know that we are using the point medallion to track them, no one will come to our eastern sea to participate in the experiential training. I can represent the Divine Dragon Palace in not interfering with your private actions. The Divine Dragon Palace will remain neutral in this matter. Ao Feng's expression turned hostile. He stood up and snorted coldly, remember what you said. Remain neutral. Let's go. After Feng Buyu saw the people of the four noble clans leave, he turned to the white-haired old man and said, you seem to know that Xiaoqin. The white-haired old man nodded and said, back then, that Xiaoqin left a deep impression on me. After that, I looked into his information and discovered that he has the Heavenly Extermination Union backing him. It is best that we do not get involved in this mess. Feng Buyu nodded and said, the Heavenly Extermination Union is indeed a super sect. Unfortunately, this person caused too much trouble. Otherwise, would not mind helping him out, giving the Heavenly Extermination Union some face. This time, the four noble clans sent out a total of 8 people. All of them were martial monarchs. For 8 martial monarchs to deal with one Xiaoqin, it was easy to imagine how much importance the Northern Sea Alliance placed on Xiaoqin. Outside the hall, Ao Feng frowned and said, young Master Bai, do you know where that brat is hiding? We should deal with him quickly so that we can return. Bai Zhan shook his head and said, I do not know. However, there is no need to rush. His points are frighteningly high. He will definitely come back and use them to exchange for items. You just need to wait for him. When the 8 martial monarchs heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they were martial monarchs, it would be very difficult to search for a person in the vast sea. It would take a lot of time and effort. The cultivators who dared to step onto Nirvana Island were mostly great perfection half-step martial monarchs. There were many peak half-step martial monarchs like Sun Guangquan. Xiao Chen's overall combat prowess, including his secret treasures, was equal to a great perfection half-step martial monarch. He was qualified to step onto this Nirvana Island. However, he could not go too deep. When Xiao Chen's feet touched the surface of the sea, he felt his limbs stiffen. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness also felt an even stronger pressure. What strong mental pressure! No wonder Sun Guangquan chose this place to open his sea of consciousness. With such a strong pressure, it would be much easier to open the sea of consciousness here than outside. Xiao Chen moved around a little, allowing his limbs, blood, and body to get used to the environment of Nirvana Island. Nirvana Island was dark. The environment was very complicated. There were bushes, rocks, and everything else was in a mess. There was no pattern to it. There is a peak superior grade fire demon 2,000 meters away. It sensed you and is heading towards you. Leng Yu, who was beside Xiao Qin, could see very far with her purple eyes in the dark night. In this place, mental energy was suppressed. Leng Yu's eyes were more useful than Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Xiao Chen stopped moving, and his blood surged. He said with some anticipation, a peak superior grade fire demon. Let's see what kind of opponent I will face in my first battle on Nirvana Island. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen also saw that peak superior grade fire demon. The flame on its head looked sinister in the darkness, like a ghost fire. Xiao Chen grasped his saber hilt with his right hand. His fighting spirit soared, and his essence surged. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. A surging energy surged around him, and his aura rose continuously. A peak superior grade fire demon was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The only thing it lacked was that it could not learn all sorts of martial techniques and cultivation techniques like humans. As low-grade demons, they could only rely on their innate techniques to fight. This gave Xiao Chen the opportunity to kill it. Boom! 3 huge fireballs flew in 3 arcs in the dark night, heading for Xiao Chen. That peak superior grade fire demon had taken the initiative to attack. The speed of the fireball was extremely fast. It reached 3.5 times the speed of sound. Xiao Chen bent his body slightly and rushed forward with wide strides. Bang! The fireballs on the left and right clashed, shattering the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. A deep pit 10 meters wide instantly appeared in the ground. Chop! Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and moved like scarlet lightning in the dark night. He brought out the state of massacre at full power and split the fireball above him in half. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Chen shouted, and his figure wavered. He split into 9, hiding the killing intent in the air and turning into 9 cool breezes that blew away. When the cool breeze blew, the air, which had been frozen by the state of massacre, immediately flowed happily. The peak fire demon squinted. It knew the might of this move. The ground under Chen's feet exploded. As the shock wave surged, it instantly tossed the peak fire demon into the air. The instant the fire demon soared into the air, Chen's 9 figures merged back under his feet. The killing intent that filled the air, which had disappeared for a moment, suddenly burst out and crushed the countless rocks that the shock wave kicked up into powder. This saber strike had missed. What an intelligent fire demon. Unexpectedly, it knew how to use such a method to suddenly raise its speed. After Chen's attack missed, he quickly took advantage of the situation and chased after the fire demon in the air. The best way to deal with a fire demon was naturally to get close and kill it with one saber strike. Of course, that was assuming one could reach the fire demon alive. Bang! 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 The fire demon in the air continuously grew taller. It moved its hands skillfully, sending huge fireballs at Chen like a machine gun. The interval between each fireball was no more than 2 seconds. When seen from a distance, the fireballs looked like a fire snake biting Chen. Chapter 534. The solid crystalline saber light flickered continuously as Chen chopped the fireballs flying at him in half. Then, he calmly calculated the distance between him and the fire demon. Another 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. I'm there. Blue dragon tail whip. Hu Chi. Suddenly, Chen's body moved in an arc, like the tail of a huge dragon. A strong wind blew as Chen arrived beside the fire demon in front. The peak fire demon's face was filled with astonishment. Its expression changed drastically. Clearly, it had not expected Chen to have such a strange movement technique. Ka-cie. The saber light flashed. Before the peak fire demon's horrified eyes, Chen chopped it in half at the waist. After extracting the demon core from the fire demon's chest, Chen slowly landed on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and started to digest the killing intent that this fire demon gave him. After a while, Chen opened his eyes again. His gaze was clear, and the killing intent had completely vanished. The killing intent of a peak blood demon is indeed strong. This kind of test will allow me to perfectly grasp the state of massacre. Nirvana Island, I will definitely rise from the ashes on this Nirvana Island. In the following days, Ling Yu acted as Chen's eyes, helping him detect the demons in advance and determine their strength before deciding whether to kill them or not. Chen knew his own limits. He did not venture deeper into the island, only killing some peak demons in the periphery. Time slowly went by. On this island, where there was no day or night, Chen cultivated, killing and killing. Every day, he repeated the monotonous and dull life. Just like that, 5 months passed in a flash. During this time, the blood moon appeared 3 times. All the high-ranked demons on Nirvana Island went berserk. In the core of the island, the elite disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace and peak half-step martial monarchs from all over fought a bitter battle with the demons. Compared to the battle on the outpost islets, the battle on the outpost islets paled in comparison. For the first time, Chen clearly understood that this was the core of the entire battlefield. At this time, the demons would gather at the core area to attack the Divine Dragon Palace's camp. This gave Chen an opportunity to sneak over without being discovered by a large number of demons. Hence, every time the blood moon rose into the sky, Chen would watch the battles of these peak half-step martial monarchs. From there, he would learn all sorts of martial techniques and benefit greatly. What made Chen even happier was that he saw Sun Guangquan among the group of peak half-step martial monarchs. This senior's cultivation was much more refined than before. He was one step closer to becoming a martial monarch. On this day, Xiao Chen lured over 5 top-tier fire demons in one go. He only used 10 moves to end the lives of these fire demons at the same time. A large number of red glowing spheres surged towards Xiao Chen's forehead. The pleasure of killing filled his whole body, but Xiao Chen's heart was calm, and there was no sign of him sinking into desire. Now, Xiao Chen could see things very clearly. His grasp of killing had become more skillful. He knew how to guide the desire to kill in his heart. Xiao Chen skillfully extracted the demon cores from the demons. Then, he asked calmly, "Leng Yu, how long have we been on the island?" 5 months and 16 days. Why? Xiao Chen muttered, "Let's go. It's time to go back." Xiao Chen's cultivation path had its ups and downs. After fighting for close to half a year, he had already reached the limits of his body. He was still young and did not need to risk his life like those peak martial monarchs in the core area of the island. This was because they did not have much lifespan left. Perhaps this was their last chance to advance to martial monarch. They had to risk their lives. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. They could not afford to waste their time here. That would be a great regret. When Xiao Chen walked out of the island and stepped onto the Scarlet Sea, he suddenly felt his entire body relax. His entire body felt very comfortable. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen understood the reason behind this. After being under the mental pressure of the island for a long time, the mental pressure had decreased significantly. It would be strange if he did not feel relaxed. The originally dark Scarlet Sea now looked very bright in Xiao Chen's eyes. It looked like my eyes had benefited from being in the dark for a long time. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw that Xiao Chen's reflection in the Scarlet Sea looked much older. After half a year of killing and experiential training, all the tenderness on his face was gone. When Xiao Chen looked at himself in the water, his heart skipped a beat. He had not looked at himself seriously for a long time. When he looked at himself seriously, he suddenly discovered that he had grown so much. Xiao Chen muttered softly, "It's been 4 years. I did not expect 4 years to pass in the blink of an eye." Xiao Chen had already been in this world for 4 years. 4 years ago, he did not know if he would have imagined that he would have such accomplishments today. "What do you mean by 4 years?" Leng Yu, who was at the side, asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chen did not answer Leng Yu's question. He raised his head and looked ahead. His gaze seemed to be able to see far into the distance. He said, "Someone is coming." Leng Yu raised her head and looked. Indeed, there was a small team of 9 people riding valiant royal blood horses at the limits of her vision. Clearly, their destination was the Nirvana Island behind Xiao Chen. The auras of these 9 people were very strong. They were all small perfection half-step martial monarchs. The person leading them was a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. This person wore azure robes and had a handsome and elegant appearance. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He looked very similar to the green-robed young master. "The 2 of you, stop right there," the leader suddenly shouted as he passed by the 2. That person's tone was very tyrannical. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Royal blood horses could travel on water and were very fast. They were very expensive and could only be found in the boundless sea. Furthermore, there was no market for them. They were very difficult to buy. These 9 people each had a horse. Their origins were definitely not simple. Xiao Chen thought for a while before turning around and asking, "What's the matter?" The cultivator in azure smiled faintly and looked at Leng Yu, who was beside Xiao Chen. He said, "Get your woman to remove her veil for me to take a look." Xiao Chen frowned and did not say anything. He only placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. "Brat, don't be so untactful. Do you know what kind of person my young master is?" "Ha ha. My young master just wants to take a look. It's not like you will die. If my young master takes a liking to you, you will be able to make a meteoric rise," the middle-aged cultivators behind the cultivator in azure said. When Leng Yu saw that Xiao Chen could not sense it, she nodded slightly. She understood what Xiao Chen meant. The purple mark on Lang Yu's forehead flickered with light. Her eyes released strands of pink light. The 9 people riding on the royal blood horses immediately felt dazzled. Their blood started to boil as they entered a hallucination. Ka-ca. The lunar shadow saber was drawn at lightning speed. Then, Xiao Chen's figure wavered and turned into 9 afterimages. He executed Qin Yun Peak's secret technique, the clear wind chop, hiding a boundless killing intent in the gentle breeze. The cultivator in azure clothes reacted the fastest. He only used half a second to wake up from the hallucination. He slapped the back of his horse, and its speed increased explosively. In an instant, he flew more than 500 meters. However, a clone still managed to leave a bloody wound on his chest. Electricity flickered in the wound, and saber intent surged. The saber chi surged wildly in his chest, causing the cultivator in azure clothes immense pain. The other 8 people were only startled awake after Lang Yu's charm technique for a second. Just as they were about to make a move, they discovered a cool breeze blowing on them. Suddenly, a saber light appeared, and a surging killing intent burst forth. That killing intent was boundless, like a surging flood or a surging sea. The few of them had never felt such a vast killing intent before. In that instant, their bodies seemed to lose the ability to move. Before he could pull out the weapon in his hand, a stream of blood spurted out from his neck, and his head flew into the air. 1 second was sufficient for Xiao Chen to do many things. When the cultivator in azure clothes in the air felt Xiao Chen's surging killing intent and horrifying strength, he felt incredibly shocked. All the more, he did not expect Xiao Chen to be so decisive, killing him without saying a word. You are ruthless. If you have the guts, don't return to the divine dragon worship. I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea. Bang! The 9 figures merged back into one. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and watched the cultivator in azure clothes disappear into the distance. He did not give chase. Should we give chase? Lang Yu asked. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, there is no need. He is just a profligate son of a rich family. There is no need to bother with him. After cultivating on Nirvana Island for the first half of the year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already risen to peak superior grade Martial King. He only needed 6 more spirit-gathering pearls to break through to half-step Martial Monarch. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once he became a half-step Martial Monarch, he would not need to fear anyone under Martial Monarch. Xiao Chen did not fear such a greedy profligate son of a rich family. He could use miraculous medicinal pills and natural treasures to raise his cultivation. However, without tempering, what was the use of that? The 2 of them mounted a royal blood horse each and galloped forward. The royal blood horse was not as fast as a cultivator. However, it had great stamina. Without resting, it could travel day and night. It was very suitable for traveling long distances. The 2 traveled day and night. After 4 days, the 3 outpost islets appeared before their eyes. This place was already at the edge of the battlefield. There were many cultivators coming and going. Xiao Chen and Lang Yu, who rode on the royal blood horse, stood out from the many cultivators walking on the surface of the sea. They attracted many gazes. This was especially so for Lang Yu. Although she wore a fur coat and a veil, her exquisite figure, her exposed eyes, and her naturally bewitching aura made it clear that she was a beauty with one look. The veil added a sense of mystery to Lang Yu's aura. Everyone wanted to know what she looked like when she removed the veil. Xiao! Suddenly, 4 figures flew out from the outpost islets. These 4 people wore robes of 4 colors, green, yellow, white, and blue. They were the same as the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. They were all peak small perfection half-step martial monarchs. The 4 landed on the water and blocked Xiao Chen's path. The cultivator in green that Xiao Chen met a few days ago smiled coldly and said, I said it before. If you dare to return to the divine dragon worship, I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea. 4th brother, this is the person you were talking about. He is not even a half-step martial monarch, yet he managed to injure you to such an extent, the cultivator in white on the left said. The cultivator in green said angrily, I was careless. I already said I was careless. The girl beside him is very strange. Don't look at her eyes. Chapter 535. Seeing the four people blocking Xiao Chen and Leng Yu's path, the cultivators passing by all gathered over curiously. Someone offended those four fellows again. They are probably in trouble again. Half a year ago, the Northern Sea's four young masters mysteriously disappeared. These four people call themselves the new Northern Sea's four young masters. In the past few battles of the Blood Moon, their performances were very eye-catching. Now, they are even more famous than the previous four young masters. Xianyuan Zhantian taught the four of them a lesson previously, but they did not change. They are still very arrogant. Some time ago, they even snatched a month's worth of our team's harvest. What can we do? They are the direct descendants of the Northern Sea's four noble clans. The previous four young masters are probably dead. In the future, these four people will be the ones in charge of the Northern Sea. As the group discussed, Xiao Chen gained a better understanding of the situation in the past half a year. It looked like no one knew that he was the one who killed the Northern Sea's four young masters. Or perhaps the Northern Sea's four noble clans did not publicize this matter. Regardless of which it was more beneficial to Xiao Chen. The cultivator in green did not let Xiao Chen off. He said, Brat, if you are smart, you will immediately send the woman beside you over. Give me 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, and I will let you go. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not agree to such conditions. The warhorse galloped, kicking up splashes on the Scarlet Sea. Then, Xiao Chen charged over. Opposing blood sword. Breaking blade saber. Wind dragon burst. Iron fire fist. The four people smiled coldly and soared into the air. Four different states spread out in the air. Their auras merged as they executed their killing moves, preparing to work together to severely injure Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with these four people. He drew his lunar shadow saber and executed his strongest move while on horseback. Wuxia moves heaven. Under the guidance of Xiao Chen's saber intent, scarlet electric lights flickered continuously in the pitch-black demonic clouds in the sky, quickly gathering together. A kilometer in the sky, the thunderclouds formed a scarlet Wuxia tree. The tree grew rapidly, wildly absorbing the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings. Soon, leaves flourished, and a row of divine trees covered the sky. The divine Wuxia tree grew several hundred meters tall. Clang 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 clang. When the divine Wuxia tree completely formed, everyone present felt like the entire sky was shaking. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have undergone some sort of change. The four of them suddenly discovered that no matter how they moved, they could not move at all. For a moment, they were panicking to the extreme. What's going on? What kind of martial skill is this? The scarlet divine Wuxia tree descended from the sky and instantly shattered the killing moves that the four just executed. All sorts of lights and essence flew everywhere. This move was unavoidable. Back when Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial king, he used this move to defeat Xie Ziwen, a peak superior grade martial king. Now, his cultivation and slaughter intent had more than doubled, and his strength had increased greatly. Even an inferior grade martial monarch would not dare to clash head-on. These four relied on medicinal pills to raise their cultivation. How could they block it? Bang! In an instant, the scarlet divine Wuxia tree crushed the four's essence barrier. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the Scarlet Sea, unable to get up again. After defeating the four in one move, Xiao Chen ignored them. He sheathed his saber and rode the royal blood horse to the divine dragon warship on the surging Scarlet Sea. Damn! Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? He defeated the Northern Sea's four young masters in one move. He is already on par with Xianyuan Zhantian. Indeed, I have never heard of this person in the top 10 of the point ranking. This fellow did not even say a word, but he gave off a very tyrannical feeling. He is even more tyrannical than Xianyuan Zhantian. When the people at the side saw Xiao Chen leave, their shock was indescribable. It was hard to imagine that there was a youth on the same level as Xianyuan Zhantian in the deep-sea battlefield. On the divine dragon warship, Xiao Chen brought Leng Yu to the exchange room. He had been stuck at peak superior grade Martial King for a long time already and urgently needed spirit-gathering pearls to break through. The moment Xiao Chen entered the hall, he immediately felt a few sneaky gazes directed at him. After a few glances, Xiao Chen ignored them. The point ranking was still very crowded. Xiao Chen casually glanced at the rankings. Xianyuan Zhantian was still in first place. Bai Zhan had been pushed to fourth place. The second and third places were occupied by the leaders of the Western Sea's 7 knights and the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. As for Xiao Chen's own ranking, he did not even see the 50th place. So, he could not be bothered to look at it. The strength of the demons on Nirvana Island could not be compared to the demons outside. Thus, it was understandable that Xiao Chen's points rose slower. However, the benefits he gained were much greater. Without a doubt, the experience he gained from sparring with the strong was incomparable to that of the weak. Wait for me here. I'm going to the exchange room, Xiao Chen instructed Leng Yu, who was beside him. After queuing for 15 minutes, Xiao Chen entered the exchange room for the second time. When the white-haired old man saw Xiao Chen enter, his calm expression immediately changed. Shock appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his calm. Xiao Chen took out his jade pendant and went straight to the point. 8,000 points. Help me exchange for 6 spirit-gathering pearls. As for the remaining 2,000, help me exchange them for superior-grade spirit stones. The white-haired old man received the jade pendant and looked at it. There were indeed 8,000 points. Then, he handed out the jade pendant and smiled. Little friend, you might be disappointed. The spirit-gathering pearls have already been exchanged. Xiao Chen frowned and asked, why? The white-haired old man explained, the Divine Dragon Palace only has one martial sage. How could they have so much time to refine spirit-gathering pearls? They can only refine 100 a year. That was indeed the case. Refining spirit-gathering pearls would exhaust a martial sage's life cultivation. There would definitely be a limit to how many spirit-gathering pearls he could refine. Xiao Chen could not help but feel disappointed. Without spirit-gathering pearls, he might need another half a year to break through his bottleneck. If he was unlucky, it might take even longer. However, I can help you exchange for 6. Use your 8,000 points. The white-haired old man changed the topic and took out 6 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to receive the white-haired old man's spirit-gathering pearls. He muttered to himself for a while before asking, Senior, why are you helping me? The white-haired old man handed the spirit-gathering pearls over and smiled. Ha ha. Are you afraid that I will harm you? You are someone who even dared to kill the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. Do you not even have this bit of courage? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His expression did not change. However, he tightened his grip on his saber. He said, Senior, don't speak nonsense. The 4 young masters are powerful people. How can I afford to offend them? You are not going to admit it? The Evil Moon Pavilions by Jean already used the returning light mirror to record the scene of you killing the 4 young masters. Currently, the hall is filled with the Northern Sea Alliance's spies. The news of your appearance has probably already been sent to the North Sea by the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. In an hour, the North Sea Alliance's elders will be sent over by the ancient teleportation formation. If I were you, I would definitely take my things and leave immediately. The white-haired old man laughed softly as he spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Chen's face sank. He carefully put away the spirit-gathering pearls and quickly stood up. He said, Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I will repay this kindness in the future. Bai Zhan indeed had a backup plan. Unexpectedly, his plan was very detailed. Back then, regardless of whether the Northern Sea's 4 young masters succeeded or not, they still forced me to a dead end. However, 1 hour is sufficient for me to leave for a long time. After leaving the exchange room, Xiaochen looked around. When he found Ling Yu, he quickly walked over and said, "Come with me. Let's leave this place quickly." When Ling Yu saw Xiaochen's hostile expression, she knew that something had happened. She quickly followed behind Xiaochen. Immediately, Xiaochen moved quickly in the large hall, pushing aside all the cultivators in his way. He did not stop at all. This infuriated the people around him, causing them to curse at him. However, Xiaochen just ignored them. However, after walking for less than 5 minutes, someone appeared in front of Xiaochen. This was the person that he did not want to see the most. Biyao. Xiaochen said sullenly as he revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. Within the crowd, Biyao stood upright with his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly and said, "White-robed bladesman, why are you in such a rush? Where are you going? You have not been back for half a year already. Are you not going to rest?" Xiaochen did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He said sullenly, "Move aside." Biyao raised his eyelids slightly and remained silent. He did not move at all, showing no intention of moving aside. Xiao. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and his figure flashed. A strong wind blew as he prepared to move past Biyao. In another hour, the elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans would arrive. Xiaochen did not want to waste time with Biyao. If there were any grudges, they could settle them later. Biyao moved his feet slightly and blocked Xiaochen. He said indifferently, "If you want to leave, ask me first." Who? Xiaochen moved back and soared into the air. Biyao pushed off the ground and blocked Xiaochen again. This repeated 4 or 5 times. Even when Xiaochen used his clones, Biyao managed to block Xiaochen at the last moment. After Biyao blocked Xiaochen's way again, the rage on Xiaochen's face vanished. He moved back slightly and gently landed on the ground. He said calmly, "This is the last time. Are you leaving or not?" Biyao shook his head and said, "Are you threatening me? I don't think you have the qualifications to say that." The two of them looked at each other and their auras rose continuously. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew on the calm ground. The surrounding people all felt that something was wrong. They quickly moved to the side, leaving an empty space for the two of them. Biyao was very famous. He was the only peak genius of the great Jin nation to come here. After half a year, almost everyone knew about him. They all felt that his strength was unfathomable and that he was a true genius cultivator. As for Xiaochen, he had disappeared for half a year. Very few people remembered him. Who is this person? He just defeated the new Northern Sea's 4 young masters at the outpost islets. Why is he fighting with Biyao now? Biyao is not someone that the Northern Sea's 4 young masters can compare to. He has been ranked in the top 5 for a long time. His strength is not just for show. There might be a good show to watch. This person does indeed have the strength to challenge Biyao. The surrounding people discussed the situation, waiting to watch a good show. Xiaochen placed his right hand on his saber hilt. A murderous intent spread out in his eyes. His eyes turned scarlet as he stared at Biyao, waiting for a lightning-quick strike. Hua! Just at this moment, faint golden lines suddenly appeared in the great hall where the exchange room was located. The lines quickly connected together, forming a complicated formation. Strands of spiritual energy flowed out continuously from it. Chapter 536. An ancient teleportation formation. One teleportation costs 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. What is going on? Someone exclaimed when he recognized the formation. Bijao's expression relaxed. He looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen was already a dead man with only 1 hour left to live. There is no time, I cannot wait any longer. Dong! 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 Xiaochen bowed slightly and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Suddenly, he started running. A strong wind blew as he ran. Bijao's gaze turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "How reckless. You actually dare to make a move against me. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped significantly. Baijan stretched out his hand from behind him and a huge ice palm suddenly appeared. It pressed down on Xiao Chen. Break! There was a flash of purple light as Xiao Chen drew his saber. A surging killing intent surged out like a flood. The huge ice palm was chopped in half just like that. It shattered into countless ice shards and fell to the ground. When Baijan saw Xiao Chen break out of the ice, he was astonished. Shock appeared in Baijan's eyes. Half a year ago, Xiao Chen had to use his trump card to break this move. Now, he dealt with it with one saber strike. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Xiao Chen's figure wavered and split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared, and the killing intent that filled the air suddenly vanished. As the cool breeze blew, it drifted towards Baijan. The torrential killing intent suddenly vanished. The frozen air also relaxed. The surrounding people were all astonished. What a fellow! His control over his killing intent has reached a level where he can control it freely. I can control it freely as well. However, my killing intent is not on the same level as his. This fellow is quite strong. Baijan was slightly astonished as well. It was hard to imagine that in less than half a year, Xiao Chen had grown to such a level. However, I have not been standing still for the past half a year. Baijan did not lose much confidence in himself. He still believed that he would have the last laugh. Furthermore, he only needed to last for 1 hour. At that time, the 8 martial monarchs would be enough to kill Xiao Chen in an instant. 1,000 flaming palm. Baijan shouted angrily as he moved his hands, which were behind his back. The surrounding cold air suddenly surged intensely, becoming incomparably hot. The transition between the concepts of ice and fire was as pure as fire and as smooth as flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. Countless flaming palms descended from the sky. The flaming palms were so real that the lines on the palms could be seen clearly. Each thread was extremely lifelike. Bang, bang, bang. The palm landed on the ground, creating a deep crater. The special deck of the Divine Dragon warship could not withstand the power of the flaming palm. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently, causing them to lose their footing. Xiao Chen's 9 figures moved like the wind, moving between the flaming palms. Not a single one of them touched him as he rushed towards Baijan. Just as the 9 figures approached, they merged together. An overwhelming killing intent that had been silent for a long time surged out. A saber light flashed as Xiao Chen hacked down. Morning Ice Soul Palm. Baijan shouted and the flaming palms in the air gathered towards Baijan's hand like raindrops. They formed a bone-chilling palm imprint. Fire and ice instantly switched. Bang! The saber light struck the palm imprint and a surging shockwave immediately burst out. The surging essence on the saber exploded out. Baijan's complexion paled as he was knocked back 100 meters by this saber strike. He had a surprised expression on his face. He had actually lost in a contest of essence. Pa! Pa! Baijan sent out 2 palm strikes in the air. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. A cold wind howled with 1 palm strike and a surging heat wave with the other. Xiao Chen was immediately sandwiched between the 2 extremes of ice and fire. He felt very uncomfortable and his movements slowed down. Baijan's combat experience was very rich, the 4 young masters could not compare to him. When he saw Xiao Chen reveal an opening, he immediately took advantage of it. His figure flashed and he sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen's body from the side. This palm strike contained the energy of ice. It was bone-chilling, invading Xiao Chen's meridians and blood. Boom! Baijan laughed maniacally and swung his left hand. However, his left hand contained a boundless energy of fire. Close combat had rendered Xiao Chen's saber useless. Baijan was prepared to take down Xiao Chen in one spurt of energy and trample on him. This was a good plan. However, Baijan did not know that Xiao Chen's close combat techniques were no weaker than his saber techniques. Berserk Dragon Fist. A resonant dragon roar resounded and an azure dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's left hand. Then, he sent out a dragon fist. When the fist and palm collided, sparks flew everywhere. Xiao Chen's horrifying strength exploded out. Baijan felt his arm go numb, and he lost all feeling. This punch knocked him back 10 meters in midair. However, Xiao Chen did not move back at all. He gently swung his lunar shadow saber and drew a scarlet arc. Electricity flickered on the arc as it blocked Baijan, who was charging forward again. The two of them exchanged blows in midair. Horrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, startling the surrounding cultivators. Baijan's combat techniques were very good. When he realized that his essence was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, he immediately changed his strategy. Using the two extremes of ice and fire, he clashed with Xiao Chen. For a short period of time, he was not at a disadvantage. The two of them executed their killing moves in midair. All sorts of martial techniques appeared, giving off resplendent lights. They were evenly matched in midair. It was extremely intense. However, as time passed, Baijan slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's state of massacre was simply too strong. The killing intent seeped into Baijan's bones, slowly affecting his performance. At first, it did not affect him much. However, as time passed, his mental state started fluctuating. When Baijan attacked, he could not control himself and revealed an opening. Xiao Chen caught hold of it and a horrifying saber wound appeared on his body. At some point in time, Xianyuan Zhantian, who was riding on his royal dragon horse, appeared in the crowd. He watched the two fighting in midair with interest. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes and the Western Sea's 7 knights were also attracted by this exciting battle. They all stopped to watch, occasionally commenting on it. Baijan took some time to glance at the transportation formation in the air. He saw that 8 figures had already appeared in 8 different locations on the transportation formation. When the 8 figures solidified, the people on the other side would be completely transported over. I can't wait any longer. If I drag this out, I will lose for sure. Baijan executed a big move and forced back Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly pulled himself out and soared into the air. He looked at Xiao Chen and said sternly, "Do you dare to decide victory or defeat in one move?" Xiao Chen brandished the saber in his hand and pointed it at Baijan. He said softly, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Baijan shouted ferociously, and the spiritual energy of ice and fire gathered and merged. Ice and fire were two extremely conflicting attributes. Under Baijan's control, they actually merged and formed a huge whirlpool in front of him. It looked very strange. The whirlpool contained both the berserk of raging flames and the cold of ice. When the two attributes merged, they formed a new energy. Countless ice shards and sparks instantly spewed out of the whirlpool. The energy of the ice shards and sparks was startling. When the ice shards struck the surrounding people, severe wounds immediately appeared on their faces. They felt incomparably painful, like they had been cut by a knife. This startled the others. They quickly brought out their protective essence. When the sparks and ice shards struck the protective essence, they immediately gave off bang, bang sounds. Ice and fire oppose each other. This is the law of nature. How could they merge? This is too inconceivable. How did this move work? I can't figure it out at all. Xianyuan Zhantian's expression changed slightly as well. After a while, he muttered, "So that's how it is. It is not a true merger. Instead, it forms a delicate balance. Once the balance is broken, it will erupt with horrifying energy, dealing a fatal blow to the opponent." The leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes continued, "Ice and fire cannot coexist. Forcefully merging them will only result in great destruction. Before he makes his move, he suppresses this destructive force, allowing his opponent to bear the brunt of it." What a brilliant idea. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Baijan truly lives up to his reputation. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak genius of the great Jin nation, the leader of the Western Sea's Seven Knights side. His tone was filled with admiration. When the experts present saw Bai Zhan's move, they all nodded in agreement. They all retreated a few hundred meters. Even Xianyuan Zhantian was no exception. This was because they could already imagine how destructive this move would be. If they were struck by the aftershocks, they would not feel good. Die. Raging ice flame wave. Bai Zhan pushed his hands forward ferociously. The whirlpool of ice and fire in front of him immediately turned into a spiraling, two-colored light. It spun continuously as it flew at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Originally, he was prepared to use Wuxia moves heaven to deal with his opponent. However, when he saw Bai Zhan's raging ice flame wave, he immediately knew that Wuxia moves heaven would not be able to withstand this destructive force. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He muttered to himself, "I'll use that move. I'll use the power of heaven and earth to deal with the destructive force of your raging ice flame." Xiao Chen circulated the four-season saber technique in his meridians. A cold wind blew in the surroundings. Amid the cold wind, the crowd seemed to see snowflakes drifting down. Ice sealed the surrounding for thousands of kilometers. It was a boundless cold. All the creatures in the world entered hibernation. This is strange. Why do I feel like it's late winter? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Amid the cold wind and falling snowflakes, Xiao Chen's saber suddenly moved. A clap of thunder resounded. The thunder contained a desolate killing intent. When the thunder roared, all the cold wind and snowflakes instantly disappeared. Instead, a spring breeze caressed their faces, and all living things came back to life. They all woke up from their hibernation state and began to chirp. This move was the first move of the four-season saber technique, the spring saber. Xiao Chen took the meaning of spring thunder. It carried a killing qi, commanding all the beasts in the world to cry out in unison. A surging energy burst forth from the saber along with the roar of thunder. This was the power of heaven and earth. After winter came spring, the cycle of the world was unstoppable. A boundless energy spread out from the saber. This was the pure power of heaven and earth. The cycle of the four seasons, the end of winter and the arrival of spring. Xiao Chen used the spring thunder as a guide to infuse this cycle into his saber technique. A surging energy surged out. Chapter 537. The shock wave formed by the fusion of ice and raging flames could no longer maintain its balance. It exploded like a berserk dragon or a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. A strong wind blew and countless chaotic energy flows appeared in space. Several of the cultivators did not retreat too far and were struck by the chaotic energy flows. They immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood, their complexions turning extremely pale. The power of the fusion of ice and fire is truly startling. The others quickly retreated another 100 meters, feeling even more astonished in their hearts. However, just as the shockwave was about to reach Xiao Chen, it was broken by the power of the world on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao! A sharp saber light turned into a spring breeze, splitting the cold shock wave in half. As the spring breeze blew, all sorts of birds and beasts cried out. Everything came to life. The power of the world turned all the chaotic energy flows into nothingness. That ferocious shockwave was slowly dispelled by this saber strike. What saber technique is this? I can actually feel the power of the world. Unexpectedly, the shock wave of ice and raging flames was completely dissipated. It did not have any effect at all. When everyone saw such a strange scene, they were shocked. Xianyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's four heroes, and the others all frowned. They did not understand what was happening. The spring breeze formed by the saber light did not lose its momentum. Before Bai Zhan's horrified gaze, it arrived before him and struck his chest. The energy contained in the wind immediately surged out. Bai Zhan did his best to block, but he felt like he was facing the world. That energy was astonishingly strong. Pu Ci. After a while, Bai Zhan's defense broke. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Then, he landed heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Xiaochen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He felt somewhat dizzy. After checking himself, he discovered that he had exhausted a significant amount of essence and mental energy. Unexpectedly, this move exhausted a large amount of mental energy and essence. Drawing the power of the world into saber technique was indeed not that easy. Xiaochen shifted his gaze to the ancient transportation formation and ignored Baijian. The elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans were his true threat. As for Baijian, he could no longer stop Xiaochen. The bitter cultivation on Nirvana Island for half a year was no joke. Xiaochen soared up and pointed his saber at the ancient transportation formation. He needed to destroy the transportation formation. Otherwise, if 8 martial monarchs attacked together, he would not have any chance of surviving. You want to destroy the transportation formation? Dream on. Baijian, who was lying on the ground, was in a sorry state. He no longer had his earlier calmness. He roared ferociously and charged at Xiaochen. Xiaochen frowned slightly, feeling extremely furious in his heart. You, Baijian, have tried to kill me time and time again, using all sorts of schemes to force me to stay on Nirvana Island for half a year. He had schemed to make Xiaochen offend the Northern Sea's 4 great clans, forcing him to end the experiential training early. Now, he had come to obstruct him again and again. Did he really think that Xiaochen had killed someone? Xiaochen sheathed his saber and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and burned his vital qi as he punched. Bang! A dragon fist descended from the burning azure clouds in the sky. It was like a meteor crashing down. It instantly struck Baijian's head and smashed him to the ground. Xiaochen's hands did not stop moving. He turned his fist into a claw and opened the dragon fist. A blue dragon hidden in the clouds gave off a resonant dragon roar. The dragon claw descended from the sky and pressed down on Baijian, who had just stood up. Cracks spread out on the ground, and Baijian fell with a bang. Hu Qi. Xiaochen's figure flashed and he quickly arrived before the hole. He stretched out his hand and pulled Baijian up. Baijian's entire body was in pain. When he saw Xiaochen pull him up, he sent out an ice palm. Xiaochen kicked and the force in his leg exploded forth. He shattered the huge ice palm with a bang. Baijian was knocked back again. Who asked you to play tricks? Today, I will beat you up. I don't care if you are the last disciple of the evil moon pavilion. Since you want to kill me, I will repay you tenfold. Bang! 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 Xiaochen's figure flashed as he activated the blood flame shoes. His speed was very fast as he punched and kicked Baijian. Baijian did his best to block, but it was to no avail. Baijian was severely injured by Xiaochen's spring thunder chop. Then, he suffered from the burning the heavens. How could he block Xiaochen's attacks? Xiaochen beat him up in the air until he did not even look human. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Void battle armor. At the critical moment, Baijian had no choice but to take out his trump card. A light flickered on his body, and a crack appeared in the space behind him. He quickly hid in it and fled in a sorry state. Ha ha ha. Xiaochen, so what if you fight to your heart's content? The transportation formation will be ready soon. The 8 martial monarchs of the 4 noble clans will come out together. You are destined to die. When I completely merge the ice and the raging flame and ascend to the position of Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, I will kill my way to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Your friends and family will suffer a fate worse than death because of you. I want you to die in peace. The crack in space slowly closed, and Baijian's roars came from within. Xiaochen remained expressionless. He waved his right hand, and when the crack closed completely, the thunder fire sword in his palm shot out. A miserable cry came from the crack. Chi! Chi! The thunder fire sword circled around in the air and shrank back to the size of a palm. Then, it landed in Xiaochen's hand. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the blade. You were stabbed in the chest. I hope you are still alive. Xiaochen returned the thunder fire sword to his palm. Then, he flew to the top of the ancient transportation formation with a grave expression. The lines on the formation gave off a resplendent light. At this moment, the 8 figures looked very solid. They would soon break out of the formation. Could this transportation formation be used to deal with him? What exactly did this person do? Unexpectedly, he provoked the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans into activating the ancient transportation formation to deal with him. First, he killed the Northern Sea's new 4 young masters with 1 saber strike. Then, he defeated the evil Moon Pavilion's Baijan. It is such a pity for such a genius to fall. Why is he not running quickly? What is he doing there? Does he think he can break the transportation formation? With the 8 martial monarchs working together, there would be no surprises. Even someone as strong as Xianyuan Zhantian would not survive. When the people below saw the resplendent transportation formation, they all felt it was a pity. The transportation formation required 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones to activate. Once it was activated, even a martial monarch would find it hard to break. Xiaochen's gaze turned grave as he continuously scanned the formation with his spiritual sense, searching for the flaws of the formation. The compendium of cultivation had a lot of knowledge and introduction regarding formations. Xiaochen was more familiar with formations than anyone else. If it was a complete formation, he would not be able to break it with his strength. However, if it was not a complete formation, it would be hard to say. I found it. It is indeed as I expected. How can an ancient formation be so easy to fix? Xiaochen muttered as he focused his gaze on a certain node in the formation. A painting flew out of Xiaochen's body. He held it in his right hand and unfurled it with his left. The lotus-shaped scarlet blood frost flame floated out of the palm in the painting. Under the control of Xiaochen's spiritual sense, it quickly descended towards that incomplete node. When everyone saw the scarlet blood frost flame descend, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is this? Qi. When the scarlet blood frost flame landed on that node, the scarlet flame immediately burned intensely. The extremely complicated and resplendent formation started to tremble. The entire space started to shake, and suddenly, the world started to spin. The huge divine dragon warship started to shake as well, and everyone started to panic for no apparent reason. Ka-ca. The weakest node finally broke under the burning of the scarlet blood frost flame. Like dominoes, cracks began to appear on the formation. Kacha. An ancient transportation formation, something that seemed to be a mythical transportation formation, actually shattered right before everyone's eyes. The 8 corporeal human figures also gradually became illusory and ethereal. They flickered incessantly and finally disappeared one by one. Xiaochen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, "It's over." Boom! Just as Xiaochen was about to withdraw the scarlet blood frost flame, the final figure in the formation flickered wildly. Before the formation completely vanished, it turned into a real figure. A martial monarch green-robed old man had teleported over at the last moment. Ignorant child, you killed the 4 inheritors of my Northern Sea clan's clan head. Do you really think you can deceive everyone? Bang! The green-robed old man punched. A fist made of quintessence smashed the scarlet blood frost flame into lotus petals with a "pa" sound and sent it back into the painting. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. He was so fast that no one could catch him with their eyes. In an instant, he arrived before Xiaochen. Then, he sent a sharp kick at Xiaochen's head. When the green-robed old man kicked, the surrounding wind howled. The air around his feet spiraled, forming an intense storm. The aura of this kick was startling, shocking everyone. Bang! Just as Xiaochen's hand touched the handle of the lunar shadow saber, the kick landed on his chest. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood. The quintessence in his feet surged wildly into his body. The quintessence that surged out from the crystal chi whirlpool immediately vanished without a trace. It could not resist at all. The quintessence swept through Xiao Chen's meridians and rushed into his chest. His internal organs immediately turned into a mess. Xiao Chen felt something sweet in his throat as he vomited another mouthful of blood. Quintessence was quintessence. No matter how pure and vast Xiao Chen's essence was, he could not resist it. The difference between the two was like the difference between wood and steel. No matter how hard wood was, how could it compare to steel? After struggling for a while, Xiao Chen quickly stood up. He pushed off the ground and activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed instantly broke through Mach 4. He grabbed Leng Yu and rushed forward. When Leng Yu saw the pale Xiao Chen, she said worriedly, "Are you all right? I have a way to deal with him. Don't say anything." There was not much fluctuation in Xiao Chen's tone. However, there was an irrefutable meaning in his words. Chapter 538. The green-robed old man in the air revealed shock in his eyes. He had used 50% of his strength in this kick. Even a peak half-step martial monarch would be severely injured by this kick. However, Xiao Chen still had the strength to stand up. Not only that, but he was even able to run so fast. What a strong physical body. The green-robed old man laughed maniacally. However, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are just a martial king. Die. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. It was like he teleported and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he stored up some energy and gathered his quintessence at his feet. The surrounding air turned into a whirlwind that moved quickly under his feet. At this moment, even the wind was sucked in by the green-robed old man. It was like this was an order that no one dared to disobey. Xiao Chen seemed to have eyes behind him. He did not even bother to look. Instead, he turned around and kicked. Since Xiao Chen was not as fast as the green-robed old man, he could only predict his movements. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen's kick landed on the green-robed old man's foot. He vomited another mouthful of blood and flew back again. He spun in the air and dissipated the force of the kick. Then, he continued flying forward. The first time, you did not even see my footsteps. This time, you managed to predict my movements and even borrowed my force to flee further. The green-robed old man's face sank. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he quickly gave chase. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, turned his head to take a look. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. With a thought, an overwhelming purple flame shot out from his right eye. The green-robed old man was flying too fast. He was hit in an instant. His clothes and hair were immediately set on fire. Pooh! A strong quintessence burst out of the old man's body. The purple flame burned for a breath of time before it was completely extinguished. The old man's clothes were burned to tatters. His hair gave off strands of black smoke. He looked very miserable. The green-robed old man was not injured. However, he was extremely angry. A bona fide martial monarch was reduced to such a state by a junior. Damn it! I will definitely kill you today. Intense sonic booms resounded in the air. The green-robed old man pushed his movement technique to its limits. In a few breaths, he arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He raised his hand and shot out the thunder fire sword in his palm. Then, without even looking, he turned around and ran. The purple flames on the thunder flame sword burned slowly. After Leng Yu refined the thunder flame sword, its speed and might increased by more than 4 times. The explosive force within 100 meters could reach Mach 5 or more. The sword did not miss its target. The azure-robed old man had just arrived in front of Xiao Chen when the thunder fire sword arrived before him, startling him. Chi! The sword blade didn't give him any time to react before it shot towards him. At this moment, it was obviously too late for him to use the Zhen Yuan shield again. At this critical moment, the old man could only tilt his head to the side. The thunder fire sword, which was as fast as a meteor, brushed past his cheek. The sharp chi on the sword's edge left a shallow wound on the left side of his face. With this delay, Xiaochen managed to escape again. Furthermore, Xiaochen left a wound on his face. After being continuously played by a junior, the old man was so angry that smoke came out of his head. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Damn it, damn it." Bang! Bang! He stomped heavily on the ground twice, causing the entire ground to tremble. The surrounding people were shaken to the point where they swayed left and right. This showed how much force was contained in that stomp. "I don't believe I can't catch you." The green-robed old man shouted angrily and chased in a straight line. Some of the buildings in front of him were directly smashed into pieces. Xiaochen's spiritual sense locked firmly on the azure-clad old man. Even without looking behind him, he could sense the other party's every move. Xiaochen gently floated down and put Leng Yu down. Then, he turned around and faced the old man. He opened the 24 acupoints on his arms and the 2 blue dragon tattoos moved quickly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the green-robed old man saw Xiaochen stop, looking like he wanted to block him, he smiled in disdain. He opened his right palm and condensed quintessence. His palm immediately lit up with a resplendent light. It was incomparably dazzling. Roar! Roar! 2 resonant dragon roars resounded. The blue dragon tattoos on Xiaochen's arms came to life. They left his arms and turned into 2 realistic dragon chi. They roared ferociously and charged forward, baring their fangs and claws. The dragon roars resounded and dragon might spread out. The blue dragon seemed real as it glared angrily at the green-robed old man. Unexpectedly, a trace of fear flashed in his heart. Bang! Bang! The 2 dragons intersected and crashed into the green-robed old man's palm. A surging energy burst out and formed a circular azure shockwave that spread out rapidly. Several cultivators were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The green-robed old man was astonished. He unconsciously retreated several steps. By the time the shockwave dissipated, Xiaochen had fled far away with Leng Yu. This white-robed bladesman is very powerful. He managed to dodge several times. His opponent is a martial monarch. If I were facing a martial monarch, I would have to admit defeat before the fight even started. How could I still have such fighting spirit? Martial monarchs have already refined their essence into quintessence. They are on a completely different level from us. It is surprising that this white-robed bladesman could last for so long. He might have really managed to escape. When the surrounding cultivators saw Xiaochen force back the green-robed martial monarch again, they discussed in astonishment. When the green-robed old man heard these words, it was like a slap to his face. His face, which had been charred by the purple thunder true fire, could not help but tremble. The green-robed old man narrowed his eyes and watched Xiaochen flee quickly. He was thoroughly enraged. His clothes fluttered continuously as a strong wind blew behind him. The aura of a martial monarch soared wildly. Come back. The green-robed old man opened his right hand and a strong whirlwind appeared in his palm, heading for Xiaochen. This time, the green-robed old man did not hold back at all. The quintessence in his body surged as he brought out his full strength. The whirlwind quickly caught up to Xiaochen. An irresistible suction pulled Xiaochen back step by step. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Xiaochen did his best to resist. However, his body still moved back uncontrollably. This was the result of the huge difference in strength. No matter what technique he used, he could not dodge it. Enough. Xianyuan Zhantian, who had been watching from the side for a long time, could no longer stand it. He spat out 2 words and rode on the mixed-blood royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and charged over. The purple cloak on Xianyuan Zhantian's back fluttered continuously. An azure flood dragon spiraled around the heavenly halberd, carrying a boundless aura. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, made his move. The green-robed old man's face sank. He did not dare to be careless against this halberd. The whirlwind in his palm stopped and he sent a palm strike to meet Xianyuan Jiantian's halberd. Bang! When the green-robed old man's palm strike landed on the halberd, the spiraling flood dragon immediately shattered into tiny purple flood dragon chi. A surging quintessence spread out from the halberd. The royal dragon horse neighed and raised its front hooves. It looked like it would fall at any moment. Xianyuan Jiantian pressed down hard and the royal dragon horse's hooves fell back to the ground. In the end, it managed to withstand the peak strike of a martial monarch. The green-robed old man looked at Xianyuan Jiantian and shouted angrily, "Xianyuan Jiantian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Xianyuan Jiantian, who was on the horse, snorted coldly. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, the palm strike from the old man was not easy to deal with. "I just can't stand you bullying the weak. You are already so old, yet you keep making a move against a junior. The funniest thing is that you have never succeeded. I feel embarrassed for you." The old man's complexion turned ashen. He looked at Xianyuan Jiantian with a hostile gaze. He said coldly, "Didn't the Divine Dragon Palace's people instruct you? This brat killed the scions of our Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. The Northern Sea Alliance will not let him go." Xianyuan Jiantian mocked, "To think you are not embarrassed to say that. One person killed the scions of the 4 noble clans. That means he is just trash. What qualifications does such trash have to lead the Northern Sea Alliance? So what if he is killed? You." The green-robed old man pointed at Xianyuan Jiantian. He was so angry that he could not speak. "I will not waste my breath with you. I only have one question. Are you using your status as the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master to stop me?" Xianyuan Jiantian brandished his heavenly war halberd and smiled. "Why the need to use the Divine Dragon Palace to suppress me? I am me. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. If you want to make a move, just come and try." "Ha ha. I have long heard that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king is arrogant and ignorant. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself. I will show you the difference between a martial monarch and a martial king." The green-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. He stood upright with his hands behind his back, and a murderous intent slowly brewed in his eyes. Dong! 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 7 young cultivators wearing silver battle armor walked out of the crowd. They were the Western Sea's 7 knights. The leader looked at the green-robed old man and smiled coldly. "How awe-inspiring. You are only an inferior grade martial monarch at the age of 60 or 70, yet you dare to put on airs? We, the Western Sea's 7 knights, want to see what kind of martial monarch you are. When the younger generation fights, life and death are always up to fate. The older generation is not allowed to interfere. We, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, want to see how capable you are." Another 4 handsome young men and women walked out of the crowd and looked at the green-robed old man with a fiery gaze. Xiao Chen's expression was somewhat flabbergasted. Xianyuan Jiantian, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, and the Western Sea's 7 knights were actually helping him at such a crucial moment. The sudden reversal of the situation also surprised the other cultivators. However, after thinking about it, they understood. The times had changed. The geniuses of the younger generation all had their own common ground. In this era, if the older generation did not abide by the rules, they would make a move. This made Xiao Chen understand what era he was in. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed proved that he was a genius cultivator as well. If Xiao Chen fell like that, the other genius cultivators would feel it was a pity. The green-robed old man looked at the group of people. Then, his aura exploded out, forcing everyone to take a step back. He said coldly, "Is there any use in numbers?" There was an insurmountable gap between martial monarchs and martial kings. Even with so many half-step martial monarchs working together, they might not be a match for the old man. Chapter 539. When Xiao Chen was a superior grade martial saint, he could kill an inferior grade martial king. He could also easily escape from a medial grade martial king. However, when one reached martial monarch, it was very different. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even an inferior-grade martial monarch could sweep through any genius cultivator without any pressure. The changes brought about by refining essence into quintessence were not something a martial king could comprehend. What if I am included? Just as everyone felt a huge pressure, an indifferent shout came from the air. The voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a saber or sword. A sharp saber intent accompanied this voice as it came from the sky. It immediately pushed back the green-robed old man's aura mercilessly. Wang! 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 The two auras clashed in the air, and the sound of battle rang out. It was like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing against each other. The sounds of battle rang out endlessly. The green-robed old man's aura was pushed back. Finally, it was pushed back into his body. The surrounding youths of the boundless sea immediately felt the pressure on them vanish. They felt much more relaxed. When they looked up, they saw a figure holding a saber in the air. He drew a long scarlet line behind him, drifting up and down with the wind. That person raised his head slightly, and the scarlet line behind him quickly returned to his body and infused into the saber. Then, he hacked at the green-robed old man. Chi! Chi! A scarlet saber light came from the saber and turned into a strand of saber chi. Everywhere the saber chi passed, space split in half, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Saber intent. This is a martial monarch bladesman. The green-robed old man's expression changed greatly. Panic appeared in his eyes. He sent out two surging storms and quickly fled, moving as fast as lightning. You think you can run? That bladesman smiled faintly and casually tore space with his saber. The two storms were like a painting being torn into pieces. A scarlet light flickered. The bladesman was even faster than the green-robed old man, so he quickly caught up. The green-robed old man turned around helplessly. The two of them quickly fought each other in the air. They were so fast that the onlookers could only see two blurry afterimages. Cracks spread out in the sky. The entire void was torn apart by the battle between the two of them. Pitch-black spatial cracks could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, there were unlucky cultivators who were swept by the cracks. Without the slightest chance to react, they were torn into two halves by the cracks. Everyone paled in fright and quickly moved away. Bang! A green figure spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His entire body was covered in horrifying saber wounds. Blood flowed incessantly from the wounds and dyed his green robe crimson. The bladesman stood proudly in the air. His saber hummed as he looked coldly at the azure-clad old man on the ground. Damn it! The green-robed old man cursed and looked at Xiao Chen with resentment. He got up and fled in a sorry state. The bladesman in the air glanced at the fleeing azure-robed old man and did not give chase. His saber flashed, and a scarlet beam shot out. The green-robed old man, who was still running, suddenly fell down. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and fresh blood gushed out. The bladesman's figure flashed and landed by Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Big Brother Sunday." This person was the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. After cultivating for so long on Nirvana Island, he finally broke through his bottleneck and advanced to martial monarch. From now on, he no longer held the title of the strongest half-step martial emperor. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, had risen from the ashes. He would once again shake the ancient desolate land as a martial monarch. Sun Guangquan sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. "We are all brothers. You are too polite. I'll bring you away." As Sun Guangquan spoke, he exuded a sharp light, inspiring boundless confidence. If he said he could bring you away, then he could bring you away. No one could stop him. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Xianyuan Zhantian, who was on a horse. Then, he exchanged a glance with him. Then, he swept his gaze over the outstanding talents of the boundless sea. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen brought Lang Yu and left with Sun Guangquan. The leader of the Western Sea's 7 knights, Wuxia, watched as Xiao Chen and the others left. He smiled gently and said, Xianyuan Jiantian, do you regret it? The people you let go might stop you in your tracks in the next 5-nation youth competition. Xianyuan Jiantian rode on the royal dragon horse and changed directions. He said indifferently, ha. If you really think that, then I can only say that you are too boring to be my opponent when I unify the boundless sea in the future. The lips of the leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes curled up. As he watched Xianyuan Jiantian ride into the distance, he smiled and said, Wuxia, this fellow is as arrogant as ever. He does not care about us at all. Wuxia shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. He said, he has the capital to be arrogant. If he can defeat the Black Dragon group, it would not be a big deal for the Western Sea's 7 great sects to submit to him. 3 days later, on a small island, this place had already escaped the control of the Black Dragon group and the Divine Dragon Palace. Sun Guangquan said to Shao Qin, I'll send you off here. I have to go first. I have something to do in the ancient desolate land. Shao Qin nodded to indicate his understanding. He had to return to the Great Qin nation, and Sun Guangquan had to return to the Great Chu nation. The two of them were heading in different directions, so they could not travel together. After Sun Guangquan left, Shao Qin took out the spirit blood jade on his chest and tossed it to Len Yu. He said, according to our agreement, you can go now. When Len Yu heard this, she felt it was strange. She was not in a rush to catch the spirit blood jade. She said, if you really let me go, then don't you want to know my true identity? Shao Qin exerted some force and forced the spirit blood jade floating in the air into Len Yu's hand. He smiled and said, what does that have to do with me? All I need to know is that you are Len Yu. I'm leaving. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Shao Qin waved his hand and left without looking back. After a long time, he disappeared from Len Yu's sight. The waves churned in the vast boundless sea. Shao Qin flew in the direction of the Great Qin nation for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he found a suitable island to stop at. This was a desolate island. Aside from some rocky mountains and all sorts of trees, there were no living creatures. There were no spirit beasts, demonic beasts, or cultivators. The entire island was silent. The island was not large. Without moving, Shao Chen's spiritual sense could clearly detect every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every river on the island. Very good. There is indeed no danger. I will advance here. Shao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and muttered to himself. Advancing was an extremely dangerous matter for cultivators, demonic beasts, or spirit beasts. Putting aside the difficulty of advancing, the external conditions required absolute silence and no one to disturb them. After Shao Chen parted with Len Yu, he found several islands along the way. However, he gave up on all of them. There were either demonic beasts or spirit beasts on those islands. There were also some lone cultivators out on experiential training. During the process of advancing, Shao Chen had to be extremely focused. If he was disturbed at a crucial moment, the consequences would be dire. Failing to advance was a small matter. The most dangerous was a regression in cultivation or an injury to one's meridians. This would affect a cultivator for life. After finding a tall and sharp rock, Shao Chen used his palm as a saber and flattened it. Then, he sat cross-legged on it. Shao Chen took out 6 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from the universe ring and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Having experienced using the spirit-gathering pearls before, Shao Chen did not feel nervous this time. He circulated his essence and made the 6 spirit-gathering pearls float above his head. Then, Shao Chen closed his eyes and used the purple thunder true fire to burn them. Under the heat of the purple thunder true fire, the 6 spirit-gathering pearls melted into a spiritual liquid. Strands of spiritual energy leaked out uncontrollably. A white fog quickly spread out. After a while, the entire desolate island was covered in this spiritual fog. Above the sea, it looked hazy. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Shao Chen took a deep breath, and the semi-solid crystal qi whirlpool spun continuously. Then, a ball of spiritual liquid fell down. The instant the liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls touched Xiao Chen's head, it immediately flowed down from his Tianmen acupoint. It flowed along the meridians in his body like a surging river, carrying a boundless force as it flowed down. Bang! When the spiritual liquid landed on the qi whirlpool, it immediately produced an intense explosion. Xiao Chen's face turned slightly red as he endured the surging essence in his body. Under the impact of the spiritual liquid, the bottleneck had already loosened. However, it was still far from enough. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen released 3 balls of spiritual liquid in one breath. The essence in his body surged endlessly, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. His internal organs had suffered some damage. I moved. Just a little more. Just a little more and I will be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen's mind was firm. He was not frightened by his injured internal organs. He merged the last 2 balls of spiritual liquid together. A drop of spiritual liquid was like a waterfall. A ball of spiritual liquid was like a large river. When 2 balls of spiritual liquid were combined, it was like the vast sea. After the spiritual liquid merged, it fell very quickly. Before Xiao Chen could react, the crystalline purple qi whirlpool exploded. Xiao Chen's dantian turned blurry. Boundless essence surged through his body like 10,000 horses galloping. Xiao Chen quickly opened the 24 acupoints on his arms. Boom! Dragon roars resounded without end. 24 strands of dragon qi burst out of Xiao Chen's body and smashed the surrounding mountains into dust. Xiao Chen's dantian was chaotic with clouds lingering around it. He felt somewhat nervous. He did not know if he had succeeded or not. When the clouds scattered and the sun came out, Xiao Chen's consciousness immediately sank down impatiently. He looked above his dantian and saw that Xiao Chen's true essence had already appeared. He saw a crystalline whirlpool above his dantian, giving off a resplendent light. It had completely transformed from a vaporized state into a solid crystal. That whirlpool was made of crystal. Boom! With a thought, the crystal whirlpool spun wildly. Instantly, a surging energy spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and leaped into the air. His body hovered in midair and he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A crystalline saber qi flickering with electric light spewed out from the saber. The saber qi struck a mountain in front. The peak of the mountain immediately shattered and turned into dust. Amidst the boundless dust, purple electricity crackled and flickered. Half-step martial monarch. I succeeded. When Xiao Chen saw the might of his casual saber strike, he was extremely excited. The smile on his face did not fade for even a moment. Xiao Chen chased relentlessly, putting in a lot of effort. He endured the loneliness that ordinary people found unbearable, giving up on worldly glory, splendor, and wealth. Chapter 540. After working hard for 4 years, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those peak geniuses who had surpassed him by many years. In the Jianghu continent, from the 4 great empires to the ancient desolate land, then the great Jin nation, then the boundless sea. From today onwards, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those people. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he no longer had to fear any genius cultivators under martial monarch. However, this is just the beginning. Whoever becomes a martial monarch first will be able to seize the initiative and become the main character of this era. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground and quickly calmed down. He muttered to himself, there are still 9 more months to the 5-nation youth competition. I still have to go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Mo City to settle some things. I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend the 4-season saber technique here. Even if my cultivation is strong, I will need a martial technique that matches it. The spiritual fog covering the island slowly scattered. Xiao Chen was stunned. At some point in time, 10 odd adamantine crocodiles had crawled out of the water on the shore of the desolate island. The adamantine crocodiles were rank 8 spirit beasts. They were 2 meters tall and more than 100 meters long. They had strong limbs and could walk on land for a short period of time. They must have been attracted by the spiritual fog that spread out earlier. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Good timing. I just advanced to half-step martial monarch. A rank 8 spirit beast is qualified for me to test my saber." Spring Thunder Chop. Xiaochen circulated his energy for the 4-season saber technique. Soon, pure white snow appeared in the sky, materializing the state of late winter. As spring thunder roared, a boundless power of the world surged out from the saber. Winter passed and spring came. The cycle of the world was unstoppable. The spring wind turned into saber chi and swept across. A gentle sound rang out, and 10 odd adamantine crocodiles were instantly chopped in half. Xiaochen sheathed the saber in satisfaction. He said softly, "The spring thunder is just a guide. The true killing intent is hidden in the warm spring wind. This move is sufficient to be my trump card. When the spring wind blows, it hides a hidden killing intent. When summer is hot, I will use fire as a guide. When the sun is high in the sky, it will burn everything." Inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind. He immediately thought of the state of summer, the second move of the 4-season saber technique. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. So, he quickly tested it out. The spring wind dispersed, and the scorching sun hung high above their heads. The pitch-black lunar shadow saber suddenly released a resplendent light. It was like a raging inferno burning continuously. It was as dazzling as a miniature sun. "Burning to desolation." Xiaochen shouted angrily. The dazzling saber radiance directly chopped down on a small mountain. The raging flames on the saber transformed into a ball of fire. Like a meteor falling to the moon, it crashed down with a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. When the fireball landed on the mountainside, the mountain peak immediately split open. The raging flames spread out, and the remaining half of the mountainside was like a tree, burning non-stop. Good, good, good. This move will be called burning to desolation. As expected, inspiration is needed. Once inspiration arrives, this move will succeed in just one try. Xiaochen said excitedly as he looked at the blazing flames that covered the entire mountain range. "In that case, what should I use for autumn?" Bai Shuihe used the wind of autumn. Rustling autumn wind, sweeping away all the fallen leaves. Using the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, I will use it to destroy the enemy. However, I already used the wind in spring. I cannot repeat it. What should I use for autumn? Aside from the wind, what else can bring out the feeling of autumn the best? Inspiration was something that was too fleeting. At this moment, Xiaochen did not have any inspiration. He could only bury his head in thought. The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and scattered, the tides rose and fell. The days on the desolate island passed one by one. Soon, 1 month passed. During these days, Xiaochen immersed himself in comprehending the 4-season saber technique. After practicing the spring thunder chop and burning to desolation for thousands of times, Xiaochen was already very familiar with them. With just a thought, he could execute them immediately. However, Xiaochen's comprehension of the third move, autumn, was still a mess. He had no clue where to start. Bai Shuihe's rustling autumn wind left a deep impression on Xiaochen. It had already formed an imprint in his mind, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Aside from wind, it was hard for him to think of anything else that could represent autumn. Rustling autumn wind. Rustling autumn wind, but why is the autumn wind rustling? Xiaochen casually swung his saber and circulated the 4-season saber technique. The saber hummed, and an autumn wind blew. Wherever the autumn wind passed, the huge boulders would shatter inch by inch and turn into dust as the wind blew. The boulders would disappear. This won't do. If I do not comprehend it on my own, no matter how strong it is, it will be hard to improve it. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and frowned heavily as he shook his head. Placing his saber by his side, Xiaochen lay on the ground and looked at the clouds in the sky. Then, he entered deep thought again. Rustling autumn wind, why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? Rumble. At some point in time, the white clouds in the sky slowly scattered. Churning dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared. Dee-da! Dee-da! A drop of rain landed on the tip of Xiao Chen's nose. Immediately, a chill seeped into his nose, startling him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt excited. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? It just varies from person to person. When the trees withered and the autumn wind blew, it swept away all the fallen leaves. It was cold and tyrannical, without a trace of emotion. This was Bai Shuihe's comprehension. However, autumn was also cool and refreshing. The scorching summer was unbearable. When autumn arrived, how could one not be filled with anticipation? How could one feel rustling? Rumble. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a drizzle, which had been brewing for a long time, fell from the sky. Soon, Xiao Chen's clothes were soaked. However, he did not feel cold at all. He only felt refreshed. Autumn rain, this is my Tao, my saber. Bai Shuihe, you are the esteemed Emperor Wu, the sage of the saber. Since you comprehended the rustling autumn wind and swept away all the fallen leaves, in that case, Xiao Chen will use the autumn rain as a guide to compete with you. Amid the heavy rain, Xiao Chen was completely drenched. However, he had a carefree expression on his face. He laughed loudly because he had finally thought it through. The essence in Xiao Chen's body circulated according to the four-season saber technique circulation method. The saber moved with his heart, slowly dancing in the rain. As the saber moved, the surrounding rain was drawn over, forming a thin curtain of water behind the saber. When Xiao Chen felt the energy of the rain on the saber, he rejoiced. The aura that he had gathered in his body gathered on the saber and burst out. A saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber. Thousands of raindrops filled the sky behind the saber intent. They quickly gathered together. Unexpectedly, all the rain in the sky was drawn over by this saber. Finally, it formed a rippling saber chi with a chilling intent. The saber chi flew quickly, skimming over the surface of the sea. The vast sea immediately split in half, just like that. The saber intent was gentle and tranquil, making one feel very comfortable. It was like seeing a refined fairy, all the heat in one's heart would vanish. However, the might of the saber could even split the seawater. It was no weaker than Bai Shuihe's rustling autumn wind. It's done. This gentle saber move shall be called fated person in autumn waters, then. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The rain, which had already stopped falling, started pouring down again. Time passed by slowly. 1 month passed peacefully once again. Xiao Chen continuously familiarized himself with the 3 moves that he had already comprehended: Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, and Fated Person in Autumn Waters. The state of each move was completely different, they were unique. They were all Xiao Chen's own comprehensions and experiences. The four-season saber technique originated from the four-season saber technique but was stronger than anyone else's. The four-season saber technique still had 2 moves left. They were the winter saber technique and the cycle of 4 seasons. Xiao Chen also needed to comprehend them on his own. If he followed Bai Shuihe's path, Xiao Chen could immediately perfect the four-season saber technique. However, that would be meaningless, he would just be ordinary. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it for now. It is already not easy for me to comprehend 3 moves. This four-season saber technique is too much of a test of luck and comprehension. For the past 30 days, Xiao Chen had been thinking about the last 2 moves. However, he had not made any progress. He had already wasted 2 months, he did not have much time left. The matters of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Shao clan in Mo City would take up a lot of time. There was only half a year left until the 5-nation youth competition. He could not keep thinking about it. On this particular day, the sky cleared up, and the sun shone down. On the desolate island, Xiao Chen practiced the first 3 moves of the four-season saber technique. Then, he sheathed his saber and started his journey. Xiao Chen flew quickly through the clouds. The wind whistled past his ears, and his long hair and clothes fluttered continuously. Now that Xiao Chen was a half-step martial monarch, he could travel continuously in the air. At 4 times the speed of sound, his speed was incomparably fast. White clouds were constantly left behind by him. 7 days later, the pass to the Jianghu continent, Thunder King Valley, appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to fly over. However, when he saw the inextinguishable immortal will of thunder in the air, he changed his mind. With the help of the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chen had already cultivated the state of massacre to its limits. Now, he could no longer improve it by killing people. He needed to comprehend it himself. However, Xiao Chen's state of thunder was still at great perfection. It was still far from the limits. The inextinguishable will of thunder in Thunder King Valley might be a fortuitous encounter for him. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen descended from the clouds and headed for the 2 sides of Thunder King Valley. There were many people comprehending the state of thunder in Thunder King Valley. Furthermore, they were all half-step martial monarchs. When they saw Xiao Chen appear, they all frowned. Every time that inextinguishable immortal will of thunder appeared, it would follow a predetermined path, moving slowly through the air. All the good spots along this route had already been occupied by others. Furthermore, comprehending a state required a quiet environment. Furthermore, the fewer people there were, the more effective it would be. If there were too many people, it would affect one's comprehension. Hence, it was not easy to remain in Thunder King Valley. The people who had already gone up did not welcome newcomers. They could even be described as hateful. Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the valley and observed carefully. He discovered the direction in which the immortal will of thunder and the churning dark clouds was moving. Chapter 541. Xiao Chen looked at the corresponding spots on the path and discovered that there were no good spots. However, he could make do with it. After thinking for a while, he walked over. Where did this junior come from? Don't you know the rules? Do you think that place is something you can do? A black-clothed old man angrily rebuked. Another old man continued the conversation and said in an indifferent tone, "Just stand there. Only when one of us succeeds in comprehending it can you take over that person's position. This is the rule of the Thunder Emperor Valley." Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He said indifferently, "Does it mean that no one has comprehended it? Do I have to keep standing there?" The black-clad old man who spoke first closed his eyes and did not look at Xiao Chen. He said, "That's right. You just have to wait for a year or so." Wait for a year or so? What kind of joke is this? How could Xiao Chen have that much time? Xiao Chen continued walking forward without stopping. The black-clad old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from them. He said in a cold voice, "Take another step and you will never be able to leave." Spring thunder chop. Suddenly, countless snowflakes drifted down, and thunder roared. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The power of the world spread out from the saber's edge, turning into a spring breeze drifting towards the black-clad old man. "You overestimate yourself." The black-clad old man smiled coldly at first, not caring. However, when the spring breeze arrived, the power of the cycle of seasons arrived, and a huge pressure pressed down. The black-clad old man was horrified to discover that he could not stand up under this soft spring breeze. Bang! When the spring breeze struck the black-clad old man, the power of the world exploded out. The old man vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked down. When he landed in the valley, he kicked up a few splashes. Shio! At the peak of the mountain, all the old men who were in deep thought opened their eyes. They looked at the expressionless white-robed bladesman holding the saber in shock. Ignoring the shock in these people's eyes, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and headed for the black-clad old man's position. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Being so ruthless at such a young age, is this how you treat your seniors?" A gray-robed, short-haired old man with wrinkles all over his face said in a deep voice. "You have no sense of propriety. We waited for several months and only sat down when there was an empty seat. Youngsters these days don't follow the rules at all." You can't take this seat. Rules are rules. That's right. If you sit down, does that mean that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sit down in the future? Where would we put our faces? The 10-odd half-step martial monarch old men in Thunder King Valley started berating him. The old men here were all famous overlords of their own regions, and they were revered wherever they went. They had never seen such a young man who did not put them in his eyes. Naturally, they did not like Xiao Qin. Simply put, these old men were taking advantage of their seniority. They believed that a junior like Xiao Qin was not qualified to sit with them. Xiao Qin looked coldly at this group of old men. He found it funny. Did they really think that Thunder King Valley belonged to them? The moment they opened their mouths, they wanted Xiao Qin to wait for a year and a half. Where did their arrogance come from? If a martial monarch expert were here, it would have been fine. However, this was a group of people who could not even break through to half-step martial monarch. What qualifications did they have to say such things to him? There was a principle of first come, first served. However, Xiao Qin was not going to take advantage of them and comprehend his own. Secondly, he was not going to snatch their place. Why was there a need to be so forceful? Xiao Qin was pressed for time. He could only remain here for half a month at most. There was no need to waste time with these people. When people respect you, I will return it tenfold. However, you are taking advantage of your seniority, twisting words and forcing logic. There is no need for me to give you face. Who cares if you are a senior or an expert? If you are not strong enough, don't brag. When the three old men saw that Xiao Qin did not stop and continued walking forward, anger appeared on their faces. They immediately stood up. They locked their auras on Xiao Qin, revealing a sharp light in their eyes. The essence in their bodies surged, and their clothes and hair fluttered continuously. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I will show you how to respect your seniors. Xiao! 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 The three old men leaped up and with a flip of their hands, a sword appeared in each of their hands. A cold light flickered on their weapons and electricity leaped around them. Clearly, they were experts who comprehended the state of thunder. A surging essence spread out from their swords. Wind and thunder roared, and lightning flickered in the sky. When the three old men knew that Xiao Qin had defeated the black-clad old man with one saber strike, they did not dare to be careless. They used their full power in this move, wanting to severely injure Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin drew the pitch-black lunar shadow saber and brought out the great perfection state of thunder. He laughed loudly and said, "If you want to make a move, then make a move. There is no need to find such a dignified reason. I, Xiao Qin, will receive it." Boom! 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 As Xiao Qin's state of thunder spread out, the immortal will of thunder that had disappeared for a long time in the sky unexpectedly reappeared. Thunder roared continuously. This endless will of thunder seemed to be drawn over by Xiao Qin's saber technique. 10,000 horses galloped, the wind and clouds moved. This saber strike roared like thunder. Xiao Qin shouted and did not dodge. He used the inextinguishable saber intent to display its sharpness, executing the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique. A huge whirlpool appeared in the churning thunderclouds in the sky. A cultivator riding a golden lightning warhorse and holding a golden lightning spear galloped out of the whirlpool. The warhorse galloped in the air, and thunder roared continuously. The vast state of thunder immediately suppressed the states of the three old men. What's going on? Why is this fellow's state of thunder even stronger than ours? He actually comprehended saber intent, the three old men exclaimed in horror. Bang! Carrying a boundless power of lightning, the lightning knight swept his spear horizontally, shattering the joint attack of the three of them. The sharpness of the lightning knight did not diminish. Instead, it contained a saber intent. The three old men had not even comprehended sword intent. Their state of thunder was not comparable to Xiao Qin's, and their essence was not as vast and pure as Xiao Qin's. The lightning knight gently knocked the three old men into the gorge and into the water. There were merchant ships passing by the gorge all year round. Earlier, when a black-robed old man fell into the water, it did not attract much attention. Now, another 3 old men fell into the gorge. Finally, there was a commotion. The cultivators of the 10-odd merchant ships all gathered on the deck. They looked up, wanting to know what was going on. How bold! Do they really think that we do not exist? Unexpectedly, they still dare to make a move. Xiaochen attacked mercilessly again, knocking down 3 half-step martial monarchs. This infuriated the crowd, and another 5 old men leaped out. They soared into the air and glared angrily at Xiaochen. Their auras soared as quickly as they prepared their strongest killing moves. Xiaochen said calmly, "You are old and disrespectful. You are not strong enough, yet you dare to take advantage of your seniority. All of you, get down." Flowing fire of the 7th month, summer in the sky, blazing fire burns to desolation. A fiery light leaped on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, it released a dazzling light, illuminating the dark clouds that covered Thunder King Valley. That flame was like a miniature sun. Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber and charged at the 5 old men without any fear. When he swung his saber, a light burst out, and a boundless flame surged out. The 5 of them were still in the midst of preparing their killing moves, but just as they made their moves, they were completely incinerated by the oncoming flames, and the flames exploded. The huge impact knocked the 5 out of the gorge. The merchant ship below immediately saw 5 human-shaped fireballs fall from the summit. All sorts of miserable cries came from the fireballs, inspiring fear in the hearts of the cultivators on the deck. Another 5 people fell. Among them, there seems to be an elder of the Great Chu Nation's Flowing Fire Manor and the Great Tang Nation's 100 Flower Manor's Vice Manor Lord. What in the world is happening up there? Who is so powerful, consecutively defeating the famous old men of the various nations? This group of people has occupied Thunder King Valley for a long time. I have never heard of such a thing happening before. The cultivators on the deck were bewildered as they discussed the situation. However, they knew their limits and their own strength. No one dared to fly up to see what was happening. They could only make wild guesses. Attack together. This junior is too arrogant. Let's not talk about justice with him. The remaining 7 people could no longer sit still. Originally, they thought that Xiaochen was just an ordinary genius cultivator. They had not expected that Xiaochen, at such a young age, would soon become an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. How laughable. Just a bunch of stubborn old men bullying the juniors, using numbers to fight. How dare they talk about justice? Xiaochen, who was in the air, laughed coldly. When he saw the 7 people flying over, he brandished the saber in his hand, and a fine drizzle immediately fell. The wind rustled, and the rain fell. A cool breeze blew, and the autumn waters swayed. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. "I will give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" The rain that filled the sky formed a line. This saber strike was extremely gentle. Before the 7 people flying over could sense the danger, the strong force contained in the saber wind caused them to fly around chaotically. Their clothes tore apart as they did their best to stabilize their bodies, trying to block this saber intent. However, it was to no avail. The saber intent that could even split the sea had already rushed over. How could a group of half-step martial monarchs resist it? The gentle saber intent entered their bodies, and the 7 vomited a mouthful of blood. When the saber intent scattered, not a single piece of clothing remained on them. They fell into the gorge, naked, and fell into the water, not daring to float up again. The eyes of the cultivators on the deck widened. It was like they had seen a ghost. Unexpectedly, 7 half-step martial monarchs were in such a sorry state. They could not even keep their clothes. Furthermore, they were all so old. Where were they supposed to hide their faces? Could it be that a martial monarch expert is here? That's impossible. It is impossible for a martial monarch to be in Thunder King Gorge. That will of thunder would not allow a martial monarch to appear. The people below guessed that a martial monarch was here. However, they were immediately refuted. When all the merchant ships left Thunder King Gorge, they discovered that there was only a young figure standing at the summit. This youth wore white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he looked calmly at the thunderclouds above. It's finally quiet. Aside from Xiao Qin, there was no one else on the empty summit of Thunder King Gorge.